Good morning to all of you. On behalf of Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, our Group Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh Sir, and all the faculty members and students of MIT International Business School, we invite you for this case conference, which is being organized as a 3-day International Business Summit and Research Conference in INBUSH. So we are joined with us by two esteemed session chairmen and judges. We have with us Dr. Purvi Pujari and also Dr. Sri Lalita. Also, Dr. Aditya Gupta sir and Mr. Nitin Garg sir is also there with us. Nitin sir will help us in managing time. And we have our student coordinator, Ms. Swasti, and Mr. Yash, who will be helping us in coordinating the entire session. So over to you, Aditya sir, for the opening remark. And after that, we will request Swasti to introduce. We'll request Swasti to introduce both the judges. Aditya, can you just take over for the opening remark now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for the session. I welcome each one of you for this INBUSH era. We are conducting it for the 22nd time. So just imagine the magnus which we are having with this event. The theme which we have chosen for this time is nurturing people, purpose, partnership, planet, performance for creating sustainable world-class organization. So I welcome each one of you to this international case conference. The schedule which we are having from morning 10 to till 2 o'clock, we will have the sessions. And you will find that a lot of interesting cases are going to be presented today. We will have the IoT related cases will be there. Then there will be COVID related cases are there. Then we have coffee board integrations are there. Then we have talked about the virtual reality. We had also discussed about how the new age technologies are intervening the different type of the businesses which are there. So the objective of why we started the case conference was that we want to develop a student the critical thinking, and they should address the business issues in the real life situation also. This case practices has been done by AIBS from last 15 to 16 years, and we are doing not only for the graduate but also for undergraduate. So today's session you will find the people which are going to present are representing academia, researchers, corporate, as well as the student. The cases which you are finding today will help you to insight and bring down the lot of issues which are facing now because of the COVID-19 and how the businesses are changing and how technologies has been integrated. These cases has been written by our student, which has been supported by a number of faculty guides, which are at our institution and from outside. So we thank and congratulate all the faculty guides whose student able to make there in the final rounds. We have started this round in the month of December, and the process has been continued for next 2 to 3 months. And finally, we have all those students which are qualifying going to present their cases. I welcome Dr. Purvi and Dr. Srilata for giving our valuable time for assisting and judging the student for today's session. Thank you, everyone, and I welcome you for this morning session starting from 10 o'clock. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aditya sir. Now I'll request Swasti to introduce both our judges. Over to you, Swasti.
Good morning, everybody. It is a great honor for me to introduce and welcome the session chairs for INBUSH Era 2022 Case Conference Summit. Dr. Purvi Pujari is a highly experienced academician and researcher with a doctorate in economics and a gold medal in a post-graduation. She has received her NET certification from UGC India along with over 12 years of experience in teaching. She has co-edited 2 ebooks, been a convener of many research conferences, and published several research papers in Scopus, ABDC, and various other journals, and won Best Paper Awards. Currently, she is working in the domains of entrepreneurship management, international business, and managerial economics. Her primary passion has always been and remains teaching and research. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. I would also like to introduce our co-session chair and judge for the afternoon, Dr. Sri Lalita Sargi. She is an academician with a total of 27 years of experience. She She has done her executive education in entrepreneurial studies with innovation and change management from LEC UK. She is an MBA, MHRM, MA Psychology from Andhra University and a PhD in International Business. She has authored several textbooks and course materials. Her research interests include international business, cross-cultural management, change management, influence of Confucianism in East Asia, and Japanese management systems in Kaizen events. It is an honor to have you with us, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Swasti.
Thank you, Swasti. Can we also have the privilege of introducing Dr. Sri Lalita? So for today's session, some instructions for the presenters. Each presenter will get around 7 to 8 minutes, followed by question answer session for 2 to 3 minutes. And Nitin sir will be helping us in managing time. So after 6 minutes, he'll give the first reminder and second reminder after second minute, by which the student should try and finish their presentation. Right. So over to you, Yash, for inviting the students for presenting their cases.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. So, moving ahead with the event, I would like to call the first participant, Andrea Panda, to present on the topic IoT in hospital industry. Over to you, Andrea. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, and you're audible. Go ahead, please.
Andre, you're not audible. Can you keep this laptop here and
now, ma'am? Okay, I don't know what's the issue.
this laptop here? Keep the laptop here. Use both the devices.
Yeah, yeah.
Audible, can you check the for the audio?
Okay. Yeah, I can use this for microphone. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, I can use this for microphone. Thank you so much.
I think it's come down again. It's working.
And my topic for today is healthcare devices and IoT looking beyond the ordinary. I'm here because I love to give presentations. Well, not exactly This slide seems quickly, but that's this slide seems good.
There seems to be some
Net.
issue at your end now, Andrea. You're not audible.
Thank you all for bearing with me. Um, so now coming to the point, why IoT in healthcare? Well, in recent years, we have seen that IoT or Internet of Things, it has been a rapid growth, not only for in the field of healthcare, but also for employment and revenue generation. And moreover, in the field of healthcare, we have seen that many people they don't have
Yeah,
access
you use your
to
slide. I think slides are not visible.
Slides.
Your screen is showing some different, so you have to change that screen.
Yeah, I know. I did change the slide.
But it is not visible
It is
there.
there.
Now it's
Okay.
visible. So in today's era, we need healthcare in almost every aspect because many people are there in the rural areas who do not have any access to proper healthcare facilities. So for them, IoT can be considered to be a boon because considering the blood glucose levels which we have at home, the BP machines which we have at home, so all of them can be used to record the healthcare data. And with the help of that, I'll be able to proceed to the next slide. Then comes in today's era. IoT in healthcare is used in every single places on earth. We need healthcare for survival. We even if it means having small supplements or big healthcare checkup. Well, everyone of us have used a BP machine. We all have a BP machine at home. And in the recent times, in the COVID times, we have seen that every person is using the SpO2 device, the one in which we put our finger and they measure everything, including our pulse rate, our oxygen saturation, and so on. So, having IoT merged with healthcare can help us get medical advices by sitting right at the comfort of our home. And this data can be later on communicated to the nearby healthcare clinics, healthcare centers for medical telecommunication services. Now, coming to the structure of HIoT or healthcare IoT, firstly, there is a publisher. What a publisher does is it represents a network of connected sensors and other medical devices that are connected simultaneously to record the patient's data. It can be the ECG machines, the portable ECG machines which are there available. Then for the thermometer, digital thermometer, then the machines to measure your pulse rate, the one example which I gave for oxygen saturation, the SpO2 levels. Second component is the broker. The broker is responsible for processing and storing the acquired data in the cloud. So broker, as the name suggests, it acts like a middleman where it stores the data in a cloud space so that many people can access to it. Only the registered people, let me correct myself, only the registered people can access to it. Third comes the subscriber. The subscriber indulges in continuous monitoring of patients' information that can be accessed and visualized through smartphone, computer, or a tablet. So subscriber can actually be considered to be a decoder for the healthcare information. And finally, after this chain is completed, The publisher can process this entire data and give on feedbacks like which level of a particular health aspect is high, which is the critical level, which is the normal level, and so on. So here is the thing which I just said. The publisher represents a network of connected sensors. Broker is responsible for data processing and storage, and subscriber gives continuous monitoring. This is the structure. So from the publisher, as you can see, the arrow goes down with the help of a connection. Yeah, in IoT, a network or a connection is very important. So with the help of that connection, be it Bluetooth or be it Wi-Fi or be it cellular data, satellite data, this information, let me take the example of a smartwatch. That is your publisher. It will record your heart rate, say you're running, it will record your heart rate with the help of a Wi-Fi data. It will get stored in a cloud. Say, for example, your data is stored in a device in a cloud space called Samsung Health. With the help, again, this decoded data, with the help of a subscriber, will come back to your phone stating, okay, now your pulse rate is 90 beats per minute. Now your oxygen saturation is, say, 96%, and so on. The services provided by healthcare IoT is really huge. It covers a broad aspect in the field of medicine and healthcare. Like in the next slide, we can see that there is ambient assistant living, there is mobile IoT, okay, the wearable devices, and so on. But here I'll be focusing on 4 of them. First is ambient assistant living. In ambient assistant living, we know that there are people of old age who cannot properly take care of themselves. So these type of IoT devices, they can monitor on the movement or the environment sensing or any other aspect, so that people who are suffering from old age, who are staying alone, they can receive proper medical attention in the time of emergency. Then is community-based healthcare service. There are several rural areas, right? There are several rural areas till whom proper healthcare or hospital facilities cannot reach. So, with the help of IoT, HIoT to be precise, we can create a virtual hospital so that all the medical data can be provided to a bigger hospital there, and they can, give feedback according to the health condition of the person, the patient. Then is cognitive computing. Well, when someone is blind or after
The time is over.
when someone is blind or they cannot process their motor skills properly, IoT with the help of artificial intelligence can create a pattern of their movement along with environmental sensing and provide aid to them. Same goes with adverse drug reaction. Well, you don't know which medicine you are allergic to, but if the data is already stored in a cloud with the help of IoT, the drug reactions can be monitored. And coming to the applications, first is asthma monitoring, again measuring the level of oxygen or the level of blockage. Asthma is actually caused by blockage in the
fast, Andrea.
passages. Yes, ma'am. Just 1 more minute. Second is mood monitoring. Well, in patients suffering from depressions or anxiety, this can play an important role because the sensors, they can detect the hormonal changes, the hormonal levels in your body, in your brain. The neurotransmitters can be detected, and with the help of that, aid can be provided. Then comes wheelchair management for people with motor skills, and then rehabilitation sensor. So if you meet with an accident, your muscle gets degraded over time. You don't move. So with the help of IoT, again a pattern can be created, and the data can be sent to the therapist who can aid in further monitoring. So this, yes, sir. That's all. This was my presentation. Thank you. And for any questions, you can.
Hi. So I would like to know the student's name again. May I have the student name? Yes, ma'am.
Andrea.
Andrea. Okay. Andrea, wonderful thought and the case study.
Andrea Panda.
Yeah, Andrea. So, we all are very excited about what are the possibilities of IoT, as well as, there are so many things coming up, robotics and AI, and lots of things which have been coming up and which might be solution to a developing country like us. So what I would like to listen from you is, how can India get a benefit out of this? A country with this kind of income, segregation, as well as the technology, hurdles. What do you think can be a response?
Okay, sure. Ma'am, are you asking about the hurdles? Because there has been a network issue at our end.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah, yeah.
asking
I'm
about the
asking about the
disadvantages of
obstacle.
this?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
asking about the obstacle for IoT adoption in India.
Right, ma'am. So, if I talk about healthcare IoT specifically, since this is my topic, well, in this case, data of the VIPs are also being stored in cloud. So one of the biggest hurdle here can be, if by chance hacking is being done. By chance, if anyone else has access to it, then all the important data of that VIP can be easily leaked out. So one drawback here is the hacking thing or the leaking of data. Second thing is, in medicine also, when you pay the bill, right? You pay either by, nowadays we use Paytm, credit card. Mostly we use the electronic facilities than using cash. So if you pay online, then again there's a chance of your credit card credentials being a part of theft. So in order to tackle this, if we can incorporate blockchain along with IoT, then only specific person, only the sender and the receiver will have this connection, and no one else. So these are the hurdles.
Actually, that was my next question about data security. But I was asking how a low-income country like India can adopt that, because we do have a shortage of resources as well as technological infrastructure in most of the rural India. So how do you think that would be adoptable?
Well, ma'am, in a country like India, well, yes, right, you rightly said that we have a shortage of resources, but that doesn't mean that we as Indians we cannot create a backup for that, because we Indians we use this one thing called jugaad. So we will manage in some way or the other. But talking logically, well, there are several banking sectors who are using these highly encrypted form of data transfer, form of fund transfer, and also when it comes to IoT, the cloud storage, that is limited to a particular company only. Like my company data, the data is being stored. No other company can access to it, and only the senior most authorities they can have access. So we can start small, like giving access to only specified person, um, and access through a particular device only, so that you can't take home the laptop or you can't use your own LAN connection to access that data. So we can start small like this, and once as predicted, once the Indian economy grows by 9%, we can definitely get more investments of all the development.
Agree with you. And sometimes the cost of physical infrastructure, creation of physical medical infrastructure in the long term might be more than this technology infrastructure. This might sound huge right now, but over the year, this will even out. And there was lots of learning for me. Mizaz was something new to me. So thank you for that. Wonderful presentation. Over to you, Shri Lalita ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good presentation. My concerns also there in the security of data security. And do you think that we'll be able to do it at the scale of, reaching out to the villages, and the way that medical and healthcare challenges that India has? What would be the real optimum utilization of implementing IoT, and what could be the challenges of implementing IoT related, any tools that you're bringing to send it to the nook and corner villages, because accepting the corporates, they don't think that they will have such data, and I don't think that these tools will need it. But if you look at the practices of health things in India, I think even small doctor in the nook and corner, they're doing. So tell me of certain challenges that can be there to reach out to pan-India, accepting barring those corporate
So
practitioners. Yeah.
right, ma'am. So if you're talking about scaling this IoT along with the hospitals, well, one thing I would like to point out is that even if there are limited hospital or healthcare facilities across the villages in India, but in every village you can find a smartphone. In every village there is Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So smartphone people, the number of people owning smartphone is much larger than the number of in the rural areas, obviously, than the number of hospitals or healthcare centers present there. So that is why the concept of IoT in the villages, especially in the healthcare field, is important, because everyone, say if I own a Samsung smartphone, there is this feature, there is this app called Samsung Health, which not only measures my BMI, which also measures number of steps which I had, and if other apps, there are other applications also that can track other vital information. Right. SpO2 can be tracked with the help of a smartwatch, and a smartwatch today, in today's world, electronic devices come really cheap. So people can own them. Even if one person owns them, at least three people can use them, because at home, if you have, say, an Apple smartwatch, two other people, maybe your children and your husband, can use the same thing.
Yeah.
So that is the scalability of this. There is more number of mobile phones than the healthcare facility. So we can use that plus point to our advantage.
That's a good answer. Thank you. It's a good presentation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
you. That's all from my
Thank
side.
you. Can we move on to the next topic?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? You were saying something. Fine. So can we move on to the next presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Andrea. So, moving on to the next participants, we have Akshay Parashar, Badal Kumar Singh, and Kunal Chaurasia presenting on the topic Value Chain Development of Seaweed in India. Over to you, Akshay.
Good afternoon. I, Akshay, and my fellow colleagues Badal and Kunal, the students of BBA IBAI from Amity University, Noida, are going to give a case study presentation on value chain development of seaweed in India. Before starting the presentation, I would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to our faculty guide, Professor Dr. Ajay Sidana, for his support and encouragement. The completion of this case study wouldn't have been possible without his guidance and encouragement. The following are the objectives behind this case study. First is to study the Indian seaweed market and to analyze the perspective of its value chain development. Second is to get an overview of the numerous applications, benefits, and limitations of seaweed. And third is to gather information regarding the latest government initiatives to promote seaweed market cultivation and to create awareness in India. So let us start the presentation by understanding what is seaweed. So seaweed or microalgae refers to thousands of species of microscopic multicellular marine algae. The cultivation of seaweed market is estimated to be valued at US $16.7 billion in 2020 and is projected to reach by 2025. Asia Pacific segment is going to dominate this market due to its ease of raw material availability, favorable climatic conditions, and low labor cost for seaweed cultivation. Whereas European regions saw fastest growth demand due to consumer awareness and health benefits of seaweed based products.
Overview of the global seaweed market. Global production of seaweed is an estimated 32.4 million tons, which includes wild collected and cultivated aquatic algae. Farmed seaweed represents 97.1% by volume. Seaweed farming is dominated by countries in East and Southeast Asia, with China being the largest producer, followed by Indonesia, South Korea, and Philippines. Production of seaweed has more than tripled up from 10.6 million tons in 2000 to 32.4 million tons in 2018. India alone produced 5,300 tons in 2018. Now let's have a look over the Indian seaweed market. Seaweed from India is exported to over 62 countries. In the year 2020 to 2021, India has exported seaweed worth of 40.88 million US dollar. Seaweeds are abundant along the Tamil Nadu and Gujarat coasts and around Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar Island. Rich seaweed beds occur around Mumbai, Ratnagiri, Goa, Karwar, Vakala, Vizhinjam and Pulicat in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Chulka in Odisha. In India, there are 46 seaweed-based industries, 21 for agar and 24 for lignite production. This is the list of top 10 countries which imported the highest dollar value worth of seaweed from India in 2020 to 2021. These countries in total shared the value of 94.45% of seaweed exported value from India. Here, Bangladesh is the largest market for seaweed export from India. In 2020 to 2021, Bangladesh imported 26.69 million US dollar worth. Among the top countries, Bangladesh market share of the total seaweed exported shipment from India is the largest, followed by that of Nepal's. Now, let's try to understand the process of cultivating seaweed in brief. The seaweed cultivation is done by three methods: raft, monocline, and tubular. The different type of cultivation is based on different locations. Raft happen to be the most common method in seaweed cultivation. Fishers make a bamboo frame with four logs and tie seaweed onto them. The rafts are then floated into the sea. In about 45 days, the grown seaweeds are harvested and
Let's have a look now at some of the application of seaweed. Seaweed have been consumed as a part of their diet by Southeast and Eastern Asian countries such as China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Japan, Korea, etc. Seaweed such as dulse and nori are being used in many cuisines. Other seaweeds such as carrageenan and agar are primarily used as food additives. Due to seaweed properties and advantages, seaweed are used in cosmetic industry as biological active ingredients, organic dye, texturing stabilizer or emulsifier, and as a feedstock to various interesting molecules applied in skincare. Seaweed extract and make up for almost 40% of the world hydrocolloid market. Second is its use in animal feed. Algae have been identified as important protein sources for the future and the best alternative to soybean. Looking at the economic and food crisis over the world, harvesting algae can be used as a good option to produce animal feed. Growing algae to be used as animal food will not only save the money but also save large area of agricultural land and water reserves. Prebiotic compound in seaweed may help nutrition and health. Global animal feed market is estimated to reach a valuation of approx $730 billion by the end of 2027. Seaweed is also used in medicine. Sprinkling some dried seaweed boosts crop yield, improve resistance of a plant to the frost and diseases, increasing the uptake of inorganic elements from the soil, resistance to stress conditions, and reduces the storage losses of the fruit.
Environmental conservation and preservation are areas of utmost importance for any business today. To address this concern, here is a list of environmental benefits that seaweed cultivation will bring. Like plants on land, seaweed uses photosynthesis to absorb carbon dioxide and grow biomass. In fact, coastal marine systems can absorb carbon dioxide at rates up to 50 times greater than forests on land. Globally, seaweeds are thought to sequester nearly 200 million tons of carbon dioxide every year, as much as New York State's annual emissions. Seaweed has a significant role in mitigating climate change too. Seaweed also helps in removing heavy metals found in marine ecosystems. They also supply organic nutrients essential for other marine life forms. The cultivation of the crops require an indefinite consumption of natural resources such as land and water. Additionally, the use of fertilizers also pollute the environment. On the other hand, the cultivation of seaweed only requires the use of minimal water resources and sunlight. Moreover, seaweed ocean farms require no addition of feed, fresh water, or fertilizer, and there is no waste from marine plants, making it the most sustainable form of agriculture on the planet.
Government of India has approved a central sector scheme, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampat Yojana, with an allocation of 640 crores for the period of 2016 to 20. The scheme will be implemented by Ministry of Food Processing Industry. The scheme is a comprehensive package which will result in creation of modern infrastructure with efficient supply chain management from farm gate to retail outlet. It will not only provide a big boost to the growth of seaweed industry in the country, but also help in providing better return to farmers. This is yet another initiative by the Government of India. This farming project aims to produce 30,000 tons of seaweed a year, has been launched in the southwest coast of India. The administration of the island has prioritized seaweed farming as the major development driver of the island after fisheries.
In the seaweed industry, seaweed cultivation will also enable the farmers to become financially inclusive. Financial inclusion is much more needed for farmers as it helps them in increasing the amount of regular savings.
Time is over. Please wind up.
Along with enabling them to pay for crop insurance and obtain credit. Proper utilization of our already existing resources will enable the faster growth of our nation. Thank you for your patient listening. We are open to any questions or feedback at this moment.
Yeah. Hello. As always, it's
Yes.
a wonderful because I get such wonderful topics from the students. So first, congratulations for the beautiful topic. Okay, well presented.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So we've been looking and hearing about this blue revolution which is going to happen and the seaweed industry is going to grow. So what do you think? Because there's so many things being talked about that is going to be a fertilizer of the future and the taste ingredient for the future. But even despite it having so many medical benefits for arthritis and diabetes, we still don't see this industry growing. So where is it going wrong? That is my question to you.
First conclusions
I'm sorry, I'm not able to listen to the answer. Is it same with everyone? Badal, I'm not able to hear your answer.
Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, first point is, as we mentioned in one of our conclusion slides, ma'am, the awareness has not yet been generated. There is only a very limited sector of farmers who already know about all the techniques, the pre-existing techniques about this sort of cultivation and its applications, moreover. And second point is that commercialization aspect is missing. So there is no really net imports and exports as compared to the other industries or the other sectors, or if we compare to other sectors in agriculture sector only. So, ma'am, this thing is there. So, the awareness generation is the first priority which we should focus on. And secondly, ma'am, we mentioned in one of our slides, government of India has launched many initiatives, ma'am, which are now creating awareness, and it is helping us develop this market on a global level. So we are also now coming in, ma'am, as new innovations will come in, as new changes will come in the industry. So we'll be able to progress and definitely come up to the standards, ma'am, as comparison to the other countries that are doing well in this sector.
What I feel is, you answered it correctly, but what I feel is white revolution was easy adapted to the milk taste, right? But this blue revolution might be little difficult if the taste aspect of it is a bit difficult. Apart from the medical and other aspects, do you think Indian palate is ready for this umami taste of seaweed?
Ma'am, if I'm able to hear your question because there is some network issue, you are asking, despite its medical uses, are we able to utilize the potential of the seaweed industry?
No, I'm asking, is the food industry ready for it? Apart from the medical and fertilizer and agriculture industry, do you think food industry is ready for this new taste? Do you think we'll be able to adapt that?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, today the vegetarian option is very popular. So it's just like paneer is a very high source of protein, especially for the vegetarians, the vegans. This seaweed is a very good alternative, ma'am. So especially for the vegans, as now this vegan movement has been going on, ma'am. So it's a very, very popular alternative. And ma'am, secondly, I also feel one more point that we are not yet utilizing these resources. When some good product is launched in the market, first thing that it is not yet launched in the market as an edible product. So we need to do that. So for doing that, we need to boost this whole culture of seaweed production and this industry as a whole. Then the net imports and exports will gradually increase as the commercialization will go on. And ma'am, then the taste will develop. So it's an eventual process, ma'am.
Yeah.
So first we need to focus on the industry as a whole.
I agree, because this is a labor-intensive industry, and we do have a plethora of, that resource. So we should go.
In India, the issue is that we are not using our resources properly. Just like sunlight is abundantly available in Rajasthan, but then there is no proper utilization. So seaweed is abundantly available in India, and it is no labor-intensive crop and most sustainable form of agriculture. So we need to see it from that perspective, ma'am. Then the whole value addition and the value chain development can happen.
Well answered. Yes, over to you, Srilata. Yeah, thank you. The very idea is being presented very well. I have same concern for the way she said, but see, the consumption of seaweed is already there ingrained in certain cultures like Japan, Taiwan, and Vietnam, and all these Southeast Asian countries. Those who eat in a different shape called nori, they call it nuri. So it's like, seaweed is being made into paste, and that comes as a wafer, and they roll it onto your sushi whenever they make a sushi. So eating habits, the way Dr. Purvi has asked, is the palate of India is ready. Of course, it has its own, medicinal values, but the consumption habits also comes with the culture, right? So does it come and as a vegan straight away 100%? Although it comes as 100% vegan, is the vegetarians are ready to take seaweed as the consumption? That comes because to ingrain that into a habit. So it also will take a lot of awareness programs to be taken, and then make sure that if it is not into a direct consumption, maybe we can go into a it may have to go into a kind of Ayurvedic pills, the way people try to eat it. So whatever it is, seaweed is a concept, it's good because it's not that new to the world. The other countries which has got a culture which is imbibed with certain consumption patterns, they do have the seaweed as their regular feature. If you watch the sushi making, you have all the nori is nothing but a seaweed. Correct. So for India, it'll be a particularly different taste altogether. For example, I'm 100% vegetarian. I was there in Japan. So although people tell me that its seaweed is 100% vegetarian, I didn't touch it because I didn't know the taste, and somehow I didn't.
And we are not aware about it. That's the whole issue, ma'am. Correct.
Yeah. So please.
And moreover, I also feel, ma'am,
please to read more about
that,
seaweed consumption,
yes.
The way it can be. Yeah. Please. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So initially, I think it will come gradually to the fine dining restaurants first, and then to all the stalls that we, for example, North Indians go to eat about in Delhi or some other area, or the local shops. So, ma'am, it's a gradual process. So first, as the development will happen and the commercialization of this whole thing will happen, so eventually it will happen, ma'am. But then for India, it's a very plus point, ma'am. It can highly compete with all the other countries like China.
The resources available, you can talk in terms of exports. I agree for that. But to make it as an in-house, that is inside the India consumption patterns, you have a lot of other challenges because not everybody is ready for that, or you may accept that youngsters may experiment with it, all sorts of things. So that's the reason I brought it. Please do search the way that seaweed is being consumed by Japanese or the Koreans or the Chinese. So it's a very regular feature for their dinner or for any food that matter, right? Okay. For India, you do have challenges. But if you want, you can export much more. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes.
That's a good presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, Akshay, Badal, and Kunal. So moving forward, the next participant is Mahipat Singh Shekhawat, presenting on the topic the COVID pandemic induced semiconductor crisis and its impact on Indian automobile industry. Over to you, Mahipat.
Good morning, ma'am. I hope I'm audible and I'm visible.
Yeah, you're audible and visible, my path. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, my topic is the COVID pandemic-induced semiconductor crisis and the hit automobile industry too. Now, let us first get to what are semiconductors and why are they important. First of all, semiconductor is a material which is usually comprises of silicon, which conducts electricity more than an insulator, but less than a glass or an aluminium, which is a proper conductor. So their conductivity and other properties can be altered with the introduction of impurities and to meet the specific needs of electronic components that we're trying to manufacture. So this is called doping. Semiconductor devices have various functions such as microprocessors, switches, sensors for light or heat, and amplification of signals, all applicable in or modern automobiles. Now, when it comes to the automotive industry, a lot of safety and driver assistance systems in modern automobiles, the semiconductor is driving them. It enables safety systems and semi-autonomous driver assistance systems like intelligent functions enabled by these semiconductor devices are a blind spot detection systems. So backup cameras, collision avoidance sensors, and adaptive cruise control, lane change assist, airbag deployment, all these are functions of the semiconductors. Now, let us get to some of the reasons for the shortage of semiconductors. Apart from the regular reasons that we all know because of the COVID lockdown, first of all, the stay-at-home shift. This pushed the chip demand beyond the level projected before the pandemic, and lockdown spurred growth in sales of laptops in the highest in a decade. Since everyone was working from home, people needed web cameras, Chromebooks, idea pads, and all sorts of tablets. So the demand just shot up. Now it was a two-way crisis because there was an increase in demand, and at the same time, it was coupled with need to share the presentation again. And at the same time, it was coupled with a fall in supply because of the global lockdown and disruption in manufacturing. The second reason is fluctuating forecasts. Now, a lot of automakers that cut back drastically early in the pandemic underestimated how quickly car sales would rebound. They rushed to re-up orders late in 2020, only to get turned away because chip makers were stretched supplying computing and smartphone giants like Apple. The third reason is stockpiling naturally because of the forecast. People started hoarding a lot of big companies like Apple and Samsung and the Korean, Taiwanese companies. They started hoarding semiconductors. Now let's get to the automotive industry and what it really is. So the use of chips is growing fast and will probably keep growing for the foreseeable future. The average car in 2010 contained microchips worth of 300 US dollars. And as cars became increasingly digital, that figure is likely to rise up to more than $500 in this year, which amounts to about $60 billion for the year. Although there were some signs that the auto industry chip shortage was easing by the summer of 2021, but lead times were still longer than usual and automakers were still cutting back on their production. Now, let us talk about the global fault lines where India stands. A major reason behind the ongoing shortage of chips is the world is the dominance of Taiwan in its manufacturing. Now, Taiwan is a country located 180 kilometers east of China. This small nation actually accounts for more than 60% of the total global foundry revenue last year. Interestingly, the dominance of Taiwan in the chip industry is based on just one company, which is the TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, which accounted for 54% of global revenue from the chip industry last year. Now, as you can see, I'm projecting a statement by Mr. Hemal Tucker, who is a director at the Crystals Research. He says that we anticipate a loss of about 2.5 lakh units in terms of demand for new cars due to chip shortage in the financial year 2022. This could probably be a loss of over rupees to 20,000 crore, as the chip shortage is more evident in higher variants and more so in a premium compact SUV and large SUV segments, where the waiting periods have seen a consistent increase too. Now, higher demand for chips has given chip makers some room to increase prices substantially. Earlier this year, the TSMC, the company which I just spoke about, announced a 20% hike in the prices of chips used in automobiles. Now, here we are in a situation where the companies will either have to increase the prices or absorb the higher cost of production, which is basically shifting it down to the consumer. Now, let us look at the bottom line, what needs to be done and what is actually happening. Now, considering the chip shortages, they are likely to last all throughout this year and probably even earlier in the early part of next year. Everybody should be prepared for longer lead times and possible delays. This is from an organizational perspective. The extent of these are likely to vary by industry and application. In mid 2021, uh, more of such acute shortages appear to be easing. Now, often depending on which kind of chip was needed, growth in demand for chips for hyperscale data centers and artificial intelligence and crypto mining suggests that those chips will be in relatively tight supply for the next 6 to 12 months, maybe even more. At present, India's semiconductor demand is entirely met through imports. We are uh, manufacturing a very negligible amount. Thus, there was a need to incentivize the value chain to make India economically self-reliant and technology leaders. So, the government has envisioned a comprehensive program for developing semiconductors and display manufacturing ecosystem in India with a budget of over 76,000 crores. In addition, as a non-fiscal incentive, the government also tends to support companies by giving them purchase preference and procurement of electronic products under the public procurement, which is the preference to make in India order in the 2017 plan. This will support companies setting up manufacturing in India, captive demand base for Indian manufactured chips, which has been one of the prime concerns of the chip manufacturing companies. So that's all from my side. Thank you, ma'am.
Uh, Good, Mahbub. This was really wonderful presentation and lots of learning for me personally. I have been reading in the newspaper that there has been a chip shortage in Indian automobile industry. Side, where does India stand? There has been a global chip shortage, right? So where does India stand in the terms of resources? What can we do extra to overcome that as soon as possible?
Right, ma'am. So, ma'am, just like I spoke about the government's incentive to government's plan to incentivize chip makers, and they will give preference to some of the chip making companies that are based out of India. Apart from that, ma'am, if you look at the pattern of chips across the world, there is the highest chips used are in the US because they are doing a lot of crypto mining these days. And crypto mining, as we know, in India is not really a big on a big scale right now. So there is a worldwide shortage, and most of the concentration is there in America, which is actually detriment to our country and our economical needs and manufacturing needs. So, a good way to do that is through diplomacy. Although we are trying to manufacture here, but diplomacy would need a lot of turning back those chip making companies to India, attracting them here, giving them incentives, and basically giving them a good market. Because India is a great market for the foreseeable future, even from the perspective of electric cars, ma'am. We are going to have Ola scooters, which are going to be electric scooters, and the more digitalized the automotive industry is going to become, higher the semiconductor demand will be. So Doing all these things, it is a combination of actions that the Indian diaspora and the Indian government is taking, which will in the long run help us, and we could possibly become a leading manufacturer and leading consumer of semiconductors, ma'am.
Okay, well answered. But I have a very specific question. In the terms of resources, where do we stand? Like, is there any resource crunch for the same?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of the resource crunch, but as far as the if we are considering labor as a resource, there is definitely a shortage of skilled labor in India, ma'am.
That's what my question was. Where do we lack? What can be scaled up to overcome this?
Right, ma'am. So manufacturing of chips involves a lot of precision work by the employees, and they have to be well trained, well educated, and well briefed about the entire process. So people working at factories, for example, we have China and Taiwan, ma'am. If you look at the average skill of the Chinese or the Taiwanese labor, it is much higher than the Indian labor. So we need to train our workforce, train our lower shop floor workers and factory workers so that they are able to work with precision, and the chip industry is going to boom as soon as we have the labor force ready, ma'am.
Okay, great. So, as per you, you are not aware of any material problem like physical infrastructure apart from the labor.
Yes.
Do you think there is a physical infrastructure? That's a question I will leave with you. So maybe you can do it that in the next case study, right?
Sure, ma'am. I'll go through it.
Well done, amazing. Thank you. Over to you, Sri Lalita.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That's a wonderful presentation, and that's the need of the hour. I think recent policies of Make India and recent policies of initiatives of making our skill programs, and also the zero effect and zero defect kind of things that is being launched by Ministry of Commerce to make sure that our dependency on China, and as you very well put it, that Taiwan is the best center for these chips and the conductors. And we would like to beat it because a lot of imports, a lot of dependency on these things are there. I agree with it. And you also have mentioned that the way Chinese and Taiwanese workers or the employees do work for more than number of hours, I don't think that we can scale it up from the Indian labor point of view. What are the other challenges that you see straight away? Because that's the most key ingredients or key components that everybody wants with the chip things and all. As you said, crypto is also, we're not ready. We still have to upskill ourselves. So what are the best, what are the solutions that you think that in the near future, let's say that down the line, that within 3 to 4 years, that India has to do something for its self-sustainability, as well as to, if at all it wants to make it to exports? First of all, both of them, with your knowledge, whatever you have done on your case.
Right, ma'am. So your voice was cracking. If I'm not wrong, you're asking about my opinion on the future plan to increase manufacturing and
at this pace of thing that what we are doing right now, do you think that we'll be able to? Because the challenges that you have supposed to talk about whenever you have studied, there's something about. That's what I'm trying to talk for, challenges, and as well as the future options that we have.
Right, ma'am. So, ma'am, like I mentioned, we are producing negligible amounts of manufacturing, negligible amounts of semiconductors in India. That means there is no supply chain, there is no manufacturing units, there is no an ecosystem which is facilitating these manufacturing units of semiconductors.
Yeah.
And that is a trickle down effect wherein there are no incentives and there is no market for self-sustainable and reliable economy. Firstly, ma'am, like I mentioned, the Indian government is incentivizing. It has recently, in last year, December, ma'am, announced 76,000 crore rupees worth of investment and aid and help to the semiconductor industry. They're going to help all the big time corporate houses like Tata and Adani and Ambani, who can actually start up. Yes, ma'am. Who can actually start up manufacturing semiconductors in India. Once the manufacturing is there, ma'am, there is ample amount of demand, and it is only going to grow. It is not going to decline in the foreseeable future. So, as in when the manufacturing is increasing, there is going to be an ecosystem which will come up, with all the supply chains and all the incentive and even the employee workforce, ma'am. Everything is going to have a trickle down effect, and I'm sure it will improve the chances of self reliance of India in terms of semiconductors, and also probably export it to other countries, ma'am.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Unless the big giants walk into this and take it up as a mass level of production scale, I don't think that we can actually think of that happening in the near future. It's a good initiative, and anyway, Minister of Commerce and Government of India is also thinking in this area, and that's what the recent policies and the discussions that we could see. Thank you. Thanks. That's a good presentation. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
We also are joined by our one more session chair and judge, Ms. Dr. Rashmi. So I'll ask Swasti to introduce the judge to the audience.
We have been joined by Dr. Rashmi Kotin Kulkarni, our co-session and judge. She's from Auckland, New Zealand, and she's a training and teaching professional with 15 years of experience in training professionals, teaching graduate and postgraduate programs in global business papers with a highly engaging classroom experience. Research and academic writing allows her to be a strong facilitator of concepts. She is capable of providing high quality research for supporting business initiatives. It is an honor to have you with us, ma'am. Welcome to INBUSH 2022.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to Dr. Moria for inviting me and allowing me to be a part of this August discussion. Thank you so much.
Now I will request Yash to.
Okay. Let's moving forward. And now the next participant is Shikhar Singh Badwal, presenting on the topic Indian Coffee Board and the integration of blockchain. Over to you, Shikhar.
Good morning, everyone. As said by the coordinator, my topic for today is Coffee Board of India and the integration of blockchain. Firstly, I will try and introduce you to the current trends and situation of coffee export and position of India in the international markets, followed by a discussion of new ventures which has been introduced by the Coffee Board of India. So, moving on with the presentation. India is the sixth largest producer of coffee in the world and accounts for 3.14%, according to data of 2019-20, of the global coffee production. The main coffee growing states in India are Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Orissa. The two main varieties of coffee that are produced in India are Arabica and Robusta, which are grown in India. On 28th March 2019, Commerce Secretary Dr. Anup Wadhwan launched blockchain-based coffee e-marketplace with the main aim to help and integrate the farmers with the market in a transparent manner and lead to realization of fair prices for the coffee producers. Using technologies such as blockchain and smart contracts, the Coffee Board of India aims to reduce the discrepancies and improve the transparency between the producers and the customers. Another example is Africa's largest coffee producing country, Uganda, is also taking steps to make its coffee industry more transparent and fairer. Collaborating with Caraco Cafe Connoisseur, end users simply scan a QR code to see the provenance of their coffee, the whole chain, right back to the producer and to the source. It helps solve a simple problem of increasing transparency and improving connectivity of the producers and the consumers. Uh, just a second.
Using blockchain in the supply chain for coffee, it helps solve problem of increasing transparency and improving connectivity of the producers and the consumers. Talking about the global scenario, Brazil, the world's largest producer, has tried collaborating with IBM to tackle the problems related to the coffee industry, starting from unethical labor practices to meaningless long supply chains. This is a basic model of how IBM has produced a blockchain model which connects the producers right to the consumers. The blockchain model proposed by IBM shows the transparent connections from the producers to the consumers. By using blockchain for product tracking and transactions, all of these nodes in the coffee supply chain can work with the confidence that they understand the landscape in which they are operating, prices, sourcing, payments, provenance, everything. I'm sorry, I'm facing some technical issue with the presentation. Just give me a second. The ability to reliably confirm origin, quality, and labor practices could revolutionize this $20 billion industry, and the benefits can be felt from farm to table. India is the only country in the world where entire coffee is grown under shade, handpicked, and sun dried. It produces one of the best coffees in the world, produced by small coffee growers, tribal farmers adjacent to the national park and wildlife sanctuaries in the Western and Eastern Ghats, which are the two major biodiversity hotspots in the world. Blockchain based marketplace app for trading of Indian coffee is intended to bring in transparency. This initiative by the Coffee Board of India will help in creating a brand image through traceability and reducing growers' dependency on intermediaries by having a direct access to buyers. The stakeholders like coffee farmers, traders, coffee curers, exporters, roasters, importers, and retailers register on the platform to make trade transaction. The coffee farmer registers credentials like place where the coffee is grown, details of the crop, elevation, certificates if any, and any relevant information. A blockchain is created for each of the lot farmers sell on the blockchain. The credentials of the block or the IoT will be stored on the blockchain through its journey and are immutable. The Indian Coffee Board hopes the initiative will help build the brand of Indian coffee as a luxury premium beverage and eliminate the need of intermediaries in the supply chain vertical. This is a graphical representation of coffee-wise exports of coffee from India. This tabular data shows the 15 countries. Yes, sir. This tabular data shows the top 15 countries where coffee is exported from India. And this is a graphical representation of exports of coffee from 2012 to 2021. That is all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi. I think it's Shikhar, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Shikhar, can you tell me very quickly the prospects as well as challenges you feel the blockchain is bringing to this industry?
Ma'am, one of the primary prospects that I think, talking about the prospects first, as I talked about, will be the transparency and the shift of the population or the world towards ethical practices of production, where people want to know where the products are coming from. Are they ethically resourced? Are they ethically produced? All of these will be clearly visible to the final consumer, and the intermediaries will be something who will propose a challenge for this, because this will be a threat to their bread and butter, and this will be a threat to their livelihood. But it is a disruption, and it is inevitable. It will happen. So this is something I feel that the blockchain will bring to this industry, and it is something for the better as well.
What is challenge in adoption? What are the
Sorry, ma'am,
challenges
I
in
lost-
adoption of blockchain?
Ma'am, the challenges in the adoption of blockchain would be firstly having a specific technology or having an R&D cell which can produce or support a system or transform the current system, the conventional norms, into a newer age of technology. And also, as I said, it would be difficult to integrate the different nodes, the different sections of production which are involved in the production process into the blockchain as a primary step, but it is just a hurdle of the first few stages. Once it is set up, in the long run it is something which will be very beneficial for the industry.
Do you think the funds would be an issue? The financial constraints would be an issue? Financial constraints, funds.
Ma'am, since it is a joint government venture, I feel that, and they're collaborating with certain startups and scale ups from India. I do feel that funds may be a problem, but in as supported with the whole idea of Make in India and having a shift towards AI and new technologies, I feel that government would want to invest in such a venture.
Okay. For me. So thank you. Thank you for presenting this wonderful concept. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question, or we move on to the next student? Swati ma'am, are you there?
Dr. Rashmi, if you wish to ask a question. Otherwise, we'll move to the next presenter then. Yash.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Shikhar. So moving on to the next, we have Vatsal Khandelwal presenting on the topic International Trade Analytics of Bicycle Industry. Over to you, Vatsal.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello.
You're audible, Vatsal. You can continue.
Yeah, Vastal, before you start, can I take the privilege of addressing everyone? Dear all, my congratulations to each one of you for participating in this very exciting event. Dr. Alka Moria, very ably you have been able to organize it, and we feel so proud on your leadership and the way you have been able to organize this event. I have been given to understand that more than 200 cases are being presented, and my compliments and congratulations to all the students and faculty members who are contributing in this event. It's not easy to write a case study, but at the same time, you will find that this is a very useful exercise. When you write a case, you are able to understand about the company, you are able to understand what is happening around the economies, what is happening around the sectors. And this is going to help you for all times to come. I have been given to understand that this is, by all parameters, the largest and the biggest the research conference of Asia, in which thousands of people are coming, and all those who are participating and who will be getting the certificate of this conference will find it very useful. My compliments once again to you, Dr. Alka, that you have been able to do it. All the cases they will be published, and they will also be a part of the ECCH network. So my congratulations to all of you and compliments to the entire team. I can see Dr. Aditya Gupta and many other faculty members, including Brigadier Dhyani, and few of our stalwarts who are contributing most significantly for this case study workshop and competition on behalf of the MIT University, on behalf of Dr. Chauhan, who's your founder, chancellor, and my own behalf as a group vice chancellor. I once again welcome you, and Dr. Alka, wonderful work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for comments.
For your endless motivation and support, because of which we are able to achieve such milestones. And we look forward to work with the same level of zeal and commitment, and we look forward to the same level of support So we actually are able to realize your dreams of having large number of case studies on case center. Thank you for your words, sir.
Thank you, sir. It is your all motivation that we are able to do it for so many years, and it is a kind guidance. And such a tough time also, you are leading us, and we are able to create milestones in the cases within the research paper. And your vision is to make our university as a research-based institution. So we are continuously working on that. And for our students from PG, UG, as well as from outside universities are also the part of this conference, sir. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us and blessing us for this occasion.
Vatsal, can
Hello.
you start with the presentation?
So, okay. Yes, ma'am. So basically my presentation about the bicycle industry, and I have done a comparison study within of China and of India. So if you are able to see my screen, the bicycle market of the total global is $54.44 billion, and it's of 2022. The growth rate is 7%, which is expected from 2021 to 2028. And as per the prediction, it is amounted by 92.49 billion by 2028. So the key players operating in the bicycle market industries are these are some companies, which is Excel Group, Dorial Industries, Avon Cycles, etc. But
Vatsal, unmute yourself, Vatsal.
hello.
Unmute yourself, beta. Your voice,
So
You're
muted.
audible. You're audible now.
okay. So basically, my main topic is bicycle industry, and the bicycle market of in a global perspective is 54.44 billion, and it is an estimate that within 7 years, by the time of 2020 to 2028, there will be a growth rate of 7%, and it will be of 92.49 billion by 2028. Further, these are some common players in the industry, which are the Scott Sports, SA, and Trike Bicycle Corporation. Product segment, if I'll talk about, so mainly the product segment is of the road or uh, road bicycles, which is 41.4%. And if I'll move to the global perspective, China is actually contributes to the major export of cycles throughout the world, which is $33.7 billion. And these are some countries which are followed. So Netherlands, Germany, Colombia, and Portugal, Italy. So if you'll see like bicycle exporting companies in the top 50, in the top 7 or 8, India is one. India is none of them. So it's a great opportunity for the Indian. It's a great opportunity for the Indian marketers to produce bicycles and export throughout the world. And if I'll talk about the Indian market, so and if you compare it with the global scenario, so we only contribute around 140.96 USD million. And with this data which I stated previously about the world was in billions. So the top countries which India is exporting is Bangladesh, Germany, Nepal, Uganda, and Mozambique. So India actually contributes or exports their products up to 162 countries. If we'll talk about the challenges, what are the challenges which the Indian market is facing right now is, first of all, the material scarcity, then a lack of testing and R&D facilities. Then even if you consider like Chinese bicycles are currently lesser than the Indian bicycles by 15%. And if we'll take, if I'll talk about other challenges which India faces is because of the urban rural population which walk to works for 2.10 kilometers distances, and most of them actually cannot afford any bicycles. And if I'll talk about the policies, so the government has set up a 24 number development council to promote bicycle manufacturing of global standards. Then there are some trends which is about growing demand of a high-end bicycles. The demand for a disc brakes in sports bicycle is growing, increasing bicycles. Further, I want to share this Excel sheet. Okay, it's not working. I guess no problem. So, if we'll talk about the okay, if we'll talk about the share of Indian market, so Nepal and then Uganda and every okay. So yes, so this is the kind of like map which can actually state the percentage wise of Indian exports. Okay. Okay, that's it ma'am, from my side. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is Vatsal, right? Good presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Good presentation, but what was not clear to me, where does India lack? Like, is this backward integration which is missing out? Why we are not able to scale up to the global
Your
demand?
voice is breaking, ma'am. I'm not able to hear you.
Okay, my question to you was why India is not able to scale up its bicycle production up to the global demand?
Okay, ma'am, as you can see, the as it is predicted, like by 2028, there is a scope of increment of bicycle consumption, and it will be around 90 billion, and we are still working at millions. It's 140 millions. So if we'll compare, we can actually create a huge opportunity from our side, from India, by Indian government. If Indian government can help us with the infrastructure and R&D developments, it can actually lead help like the whole world in production of cycles and usage of cycles. Further, I also wanted to state about AI in our AI in bicycle industry, but there was some connectivity issue. So basically, this is the next thing which people are looking for. It will be a self-driven bicycles, and it will be conducted on just a statements. For example, if you want to move that bicycle left, right, so that through AI, artificial intelligence, that bicycle will try to follow all the commands. And that's the thing which India needs to work on, because people generally don't want AI bicycles, but still they want to go for the workouts and everything. So for that scenario, like it's a great opportunity.
Thank you. That's it. I don't have any other question. Professor Rashmi, would you like to take it ahead?
Yeah, thank you so much. Vatsal, I enjoyed listening to you. It's an interesting topic that you've picked up. One of your challenges, you said that India needs to cut costs in order to compete with China, and we're nowhere amongst the list. And how do you think the Indian policies, Indian government initiatives can help us do that? But this is one of the biggest challenges, and we know that the bicycle market is quite huge. How do you think we will be able to do that? Because that's not something that you addressed in your presentation.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, it was in my last slide, the recommendations. So basically what India can do, as you know, like in bicycles, we don't require a heavy metals. So even if we want, we can go for light metals, and we can recycle those metals and produce those bicycles. And by this, we can actually reduce the difference of 15% at which the government of, at which China is producing. And by this, we can reduce the cost, and we can provide those bicycles easily to the world.
But of course, there are other challenges. You do agree that durability, the geographic conditions, because some of the countries that you mentioned that that's a possibility for export. There might be some extreme weather conditions. So I think that's also probably something that you could look at in your future sort of research as well. Thank you, Vatsal. That was a good presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
That's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you have the next presentation?
Thank you so much. So I would like to invite the next participant. The next participant is Hunardeep Singh, presenting on the topic employee engagement for talent management.
So, Hunar, can we have your presentation now? Hunardeep, can you hear us?
Carry on next one.
He's facing some technical issue. I think just wait for
Okay,
a
okay,
minute.
no issue.
Swasti, are we ready with the presentation?
I'm just giving 2 minutes. My host sharing is disabled, so I will just talk to you.
IT support, can you please make Swasti Jain as co-host, please? IT support, please make Swasti a co-host.
Yes, ma'am. Just wait a minute.
Have we done that? Swasti, can you check
Yes,
now,
now.
please? Swasti, can you check?
Yes, ma'am, I'm able to share. Yes, ma'am, I'm able to share. Case study.
Can we start with the presentation now, Hunar?
Just a minute. Hello.
Yes, Onar, we can hear you. Go ahead, Onar. We can see you, hear you.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. So good morning, everybody. So my topic for my case study is employee engagement for talent management. My case study is on McDonald's. So these are the topics I'm gonna cover right now. So a brief introduction about the McDonald's. McDonald's is an American fast food company founded in 1954 as a restaurant operated by Richard and Morris McDonald's in California, USA. Uh, McDonald's is one of the most successful fast food chain in the world, spanning over 120 countries around worldwide, operating more than 38,000 restaurants, and also serving around 68 million customers daily, which is approximately more than a population of France, creating an opportunity of employment to about 1.7 million people. So the key to success of McDonald's. So McDonald's believes that the growth and success of the restaurant company is achieved with the help of their employees. and also the way of launching their new products according to the different tastes and requirements. And the other factor was the different prices according to different geographical areas. And the time to time McDonald's enhances its own brand image, keeping the major markets and expanding the business in the emerging markets. So these were some of the keys uh, which led to success of McDonald's. There's a talent management program that led to success. The emerging, that yes, the emerging today's leader with future leaders in an environment that promotes development ensures that the company has leadership talent to drive it both in the present and in the past. Some of the key elements were the forecasting leadership situations. McDonald's has created some principles they follow, which include individualized motivation, store goals, and etc. Performance assessment. Managers assess employees' performance and take actions when the results are generated. Next is the advanced potential, where the effectiveness and the efficiency of the training and all this happens. Uh, Helps to identify and analyze diversity. Talent management programs helps to identify key leadership programs and the position backups, analyze diversity, and improve strategies that help retain employees. These were the initiatives taken by the McDonald's, like maintaining individual identity, recognition, and reward, providing opportunities, role design, job rotation, training and development, succession planning, flexibility, relationship management, and self motivation, which led to the success of the organization. So I took an interview from McDonald's management and asked some of the questions, like what is the kind of work environment at McDonald's. So they are committed to maintaining a respectful place where it's safe for people to re-enter the workforce and where people can learn and grow. Other question were, what are some of the most commendable employee engagement activities held at McDonald's? The workplace parties and bonuses after they have done their work, and the other sports activities are some of the employee engagement activities done in the McDonald's. And the various perks that McDonald's offers to keep its employees motivated and engaged, like the
2 more minutes are left.
with healthcare and well-being, staff travel, and they give the bonuses and all. So the conclusion part, the need of strategic human resource management for the multinational company like McDonald's holds a great importance for the current business operations and future growth opportunities. McDonald's strategic must attract more new customers and also encourage the present customers to visit restaurants more often, build brand loyalty, and eventually create long-term profitable growth for the company. So, any questions? Hello.
Hi, Gunardeep. This is
Hi,
Rakshmi.
ma'am. Hi,
Um,
ma'am.
yes, it was good listening to you. I want to ask you, what was, the engagement, the employee engagement initiatives that you talked about? This is something that probably every organization does, especially in a large emerging country like India, where they want to retain a lot of their employees. Right? And McDonald's has their own university where they train their employees, where they actually tell them what needs to be done. There's succession planning. There's plenty of other initiatives that they're undertaking. But what was really insightful for you when you were doing your research and you think that was really, this is something that stands out because it's McDonald's? What was that for you?
Yes.
And why do you think that makes a big impact for McDonald's?
McDonald's believe that the success they all the success was the employees, because the workforce and the environment they provide is very comfortable for the employees. And also, ma'am, when I talked to the person, the manager of the that branch, he told me that the the workforce here, we get to know, we are also given many of the activities. We participate in all the activities uh, um, like sports and other bonuses and incentives if they are honest towards their work. So the environment created inside the within the organization is very call it good, and so that's why the people are more interested and they will leave there. Their retention rate is very high for that reason.
Hi, may I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
May I first know your name? I sorry I missed out on that.
Yes, my name is Hunardeep.
Hunardeep.
Hunar,
Okay.
Hunardeep.
Okay. Okay. Interesting topic, Anudeep, but the problem is we all know much about MACD. So as Rashmi ma'am was also saying that we're looking for something different now. So one thing is, where does MACD stand out from other companies in employee engagement? And second question I have for you is, they've been in news for all the wrong reasons, right? MACD, about the way they treat their employees. So what are they doing to this particular issue?
First thing is their strategies there. In the past 2 years, McDonald's tried to reduce their time by 30 seconds in the drive-through strategy. So, which led to the growth of their company. And some other strategies which also stand out from other companies. Yeah, so
But don't
McDonald's.
you think that this 30 minutes is a pressure on the employees? So rather,
30
it's a
seconds, ma'am, not
controversial.
minutes.
Sorry, 30 seconds. It's a controversial thing.
Well, if they reduce the time by even so, it increases their sales. So it's not a controversial thing.
No, as an
So
employee,
it
would you
helps in
like
this.
that pressure? As an employee, would you like that pressure on you?
Like they say that in the within the organization, the other employees are and they all are given their assigned tasks. So it doesn't build any pressure. One has to do the one part, the other has to go. It will go to the other. The slices and the, so it doesn't create any pressure on any employee. All the done in a very systematic way. So yeah.
So here
So
we have
that
a
is what
MACD
we.
fan, right? I take it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Nice to meet you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can move to the others. Next student. We're done.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, Anadip. So moving on to the next, we have Samir Johari presenting on the topic analysis of investment options with special reference to cryptocurrency. What is Samir? Please start, Samir.
So good morning, panelists. Today I am here to represent my case study and investment analysis of cryptocurrency. So most of you might be knowing. So due to the rapid development of information and communication technologies, many activities in our daily life have been merged online, and they have become more flexible and more effective. A huge growth in numbers of online users has activated virtual and world concepts and created a new business phenomena, which is cryptocurrency, to facilitate the financial activities such as buying, selling, and trading. The use of virtual currency has become widespread in many different systems in recent years, and virtual money is not fully regulated. Hence, most of the countries have not admitted this currency in their economic activities. So here is my table of content, starting with introduction, following with statement of the problem, with objectives of study and fundamental analysis, and ending with conclusion. So, as you know, cryptocurrency is a virtual currency with a global market capitalization of around $2 trillion, while physical money is as charming as the digital currency. The greed for an alternative investment opportunity, further fueled by the pandemic hit economy, has been one of the most prominent reasons behind the outstanding rise in the valuation of cryptocurrency in the past 12 months. And today's economics are all money economies, because all economics have accepted certain currencies, dollars, as a medium of exchange. The money supply causes inflation as well as deflation in economics by its excess of supply and contraction in money supplies. Hence, the currencies of different countries are regulated by government in order to combat inflation and deflation situations. And as nowadays, many countries in the world have been focusing on digital currencies and transactions, as no sole governing body can regulate the currencies and transactions. And this brought greater innovation in a new currency, that is cryptocurrency, one of the most advanced, ambiguous, regulation-free currency. So here my statement of problem starts with: the world has been transforming into cashless transactions through innovating and making transactions by digital money. One of the most tremendous innovations in money, that is cryptocurrency. It is a digital money not regulated by any authority and central bank. Universal currency. At the same time, there are many problems associated with the new currency, hence many countries step back from its implementation. Among those, India is one of those countries prohibited using and mining of bitcoins. But as per the order of Supreme Court, now trading through Bitcoin is no more illegal in India. Moreover, during the budget speech of the finance minister announced that the virtual assets, including cryptocurrencies, will be taxed at 30% rate percentile from 1st April 2023. And in order to tax crypto transactions, a 1% of TDS will be levied. That's why it is important to need to understand about cryptocurrency trading and how it operates and how it is evolved and players who are involving in these transactions. 1% TDS will be charged on transfer of virtual assets, and gift will be taxed. Loss cannot be set off from any other income, and surcharge on long-term capital gains will be capped at 15%. Gifts of cryptocurrencies to be taxed at receivers' ends, and that is why it is important need to understand about cryptocurrency trading and how it operates and how it is evolved and how players are involving in these transactions. So these are the objectives of my study: to understand the concept of cryptocurrency and its functioning in regular trading, to compare the risk between cryptocurrencies and commodities such as gold and Nifty, to know more about the fundamental analysis of cryptocurrencies and the trend analysis of cryptocurrencies. So starting with fundamental analysis, analysis is basically a business valuation process based on assessing coins project, and it is widely used to identify value of investment.
2 more minutes.
Okay, so based on each coin's latest technology. Further, fundamental analysis can be differentiated into three metrics by which we can categorized in three metrics by which we can analyze a crypto. First is blockchain metrics, second is the financial metrics, and the third is the project metrics. In blockchain metrics, the metrics are linked set of resources and procedures and constraints of blockchain. Usually this begins with running nodes or for the particular network, and it extends to looking up for the data on the internet. Whereas in financial metrics are used to profit and sometimes loss of a crypto assets. It often includes a report of the company's revenue and earnings. It also discuss different supply ratios and analysis of trading volume over a specific time. And in project metrics is another tool that you can use to determine and measure the performance of particular crypto. It entails the path of a specific project that should be roadmap, a mission, vision, and the background check of the network. This was not my conclusion. Okay, I don't think my graphs are showing here. So I actually measured a trend. I basically showed a trend analysis of Bitcoin and Nifty, where the Bitcoin was showing a market volatility was very high. It was very tremendous, whereas Nifty shows a stable market conditions in respect of Bitcoin. And in the trend analysis of Bitcoin and gold, we know that Nifty is backed by gold and Nifty is dropped, and it will show a direct impact on Indian economy. Secondly, Nifty and gold has a real face value, whereas cryptos are on based on only technology, and in cryptocurrency market, arbitrage is less in compared to stock market. So coming on to the conclusion, cryptocurrencies has a high potential for profitability, but also brings some risk. We wouldn't advise putting all your investment money in cryptocurrencies, but adding Bitcoin or Ethereum to your portfolio is always a good idea. especially for reaching long-term investment goals. You can use cryptocurrencies, invest to keep some amount of money independent from a traditional market, and invest in activity developing and growing technology that will provide you a stable source of income in the future. Crypto market is very volatile. Most cryptocurrencies aren't tied to any natural resources, the wealth of a certain country, or to something else in the material world. This means that their value can be influenced by really anything, world's news, events, hypes, and even famous people tweets. Thus, investors should always stay on track to be ready and to react when the market changes.
Yeah, hi. Wonderful presentation. But all said and done, we all are waiting for cryptocurrency to become more because of its volatility and the fluctuations in the market have been really confusing for a normal investor, right?
Yes.
And but it's an unstoppable force. All said and done, like people are investing in that. So, what are your suggestions? What can be done from an investor point of view to reduce the negative impact of investing in this?
Right now, crypto market is an early emerging market, and right now there is less of arbitrage in crypto market. It is with respect to stock market. So when the big players or the big whales will enter the market, things will automatically get stable and more in a controlled way. They will run in a more controlled way. And as in the last slide I mentioned, where the market even gets crashed just because of some tweets or some major news or major events in the going on in the world.
But don't you think having something so uncontrolled in the economy is rather bad rather than having a more controlled environment for the same?
Well, I think right now, as cryptocurrency is a decentralized currency and it is not regulated by any body, I think it is having some backlogs where things might work. Like there have to be some regulatory bodies working on this, how actually the minting or the mining should go, or how the supply demand ratio should work.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Last question to you. Do you invest in that?
Yes, ma'am. I have been investing in crypto since past 1 year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Rashmi.
Thank you, Dr. Pujari, and thank you, Samir. It was good listening to you. In your introduction slide, you talked about, how cryptocurrency is quite advanced and it's quite ambiguous. So there's a lot of technology involved in it. And when you said it's profitable, so you want to make it large scale. And with an emerging country like India, how do you think we can make it large scale with so many complications and ambiguities, like you mentioned?
Right, ma'am. So as we know that last month, our finance minister have put some guidelines over this. So yeah, as we know, there are some guidelines put it by RBI over this, where 1% of transactions will be charged on transactions and 30% will be charged on the profits. I think, ma'am, can you just please repeat your question?
I said my question was, you said it's advanced and it's ambiguous. Yes, and for an emerging country like India with a huge population, to make it profitable, you said it's quite profitable as well. How can we reduce those ambiguities and bring in that advanced technology across masses?
By setting up regulatory bodies, that would be most helpful idea right now in the current situation, not only in India but globally also. As I know, there is SEC and CBDC, Central Digital Bank, which is right now currently regulating and looking into the genuine projects that should be listed on exchanges, which can be traded globally.
It's going to take some time, eh?
Yes, ma'am. Of course.
Okay. And you said you've been doing it for a year now?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be about a year.
Probably you can start educating from your end. That's a starting point.
Yes, ma'am. I have been influencing a few of my friends to get into crypto market. Of course, everyone should at least buy a portion of Bitcoin and Ethereum and add them in their portfolio.
Okay. Sounds interesting. Thank you, Samir. That's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Sunil. Now, moving on to next, we have V. Ranjan Barga and Prakhar Srivastava presenting on the topic reimagining the post-pandemic travel and tourism industry. Over to you, V. Ranjan.
Am I audible?
Start, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So my name is Veer Ranjan Barga, and the topic me and my friend Prakash Srivastava have chosen is reimagining the post-pandemic travel and tourism industry. As you all know, that the entire travel and tourism industry came to a screeching halt during the COVID-19 pandemic, which struck the world, and millions of people in the tourism and travel industry lost their jobs in hotels, and they were working in hotels, resorts, clients, and all over these places. They lost their jobs. This entire presentation and the study is about finding questions like what are the key changes that are going to look like in the future. Just a moment. So I think there's a technical glitch. Yes, sir. So, we are going to look at what are the changes that happened to the industry, and what
We
are
are
the
going to look at what happened to holidaymakers, travelers, and people who are working in this particular industry. These are few photographs of various places where the tourists used to go before COVID and after COVID. There's Mumbai, there's China, and then there's Times Square, New York. So basically, the presentation is about how the tourism got affected. So tourism consisted about 40% of jobs in these countries, especially those countries which were tourism-bound countries. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it got lowered by 81% on an average. And the number of as we all know that like the research says that the number of tourists were increasing for the last 30 years steadily, and dropped so much that it went below the levels of 1980s. And this particular thing impacted one sector as such, which was air travel. So we are going to just listen to description a little more about air travel. So the impact on air travel. So we have had 9/11 terrorist attacks. We have had global financial crisis, but we have not seen air travel fall behind more than 3%. But it went below 66%, fell 66% due to the COVID, and this happened mainly because of the economics. So what happens is that these long haul carriers, they rely on business fares to subsidize the cheap seats at the back of these planes, and the pandemic has affected the corporate travel really hard, because of which the overall capacity of the plane was going empty, and the prices were on peak, and in fact the planes were not even flying at that particular time. The next topic we are going to discuss is the rebooting of the travel industry. What are the things that have been done to reboot this particular industry? So it's time for a reboot and to do things in the correct order now. For example, in Amsterdam right now, the country is considering a ban on non-residents buying cannabis to attract a better class of tourists. And in Machu Picchu in Peru, there are new visitor limits, and in Barcelona, the old city is not encouraged more as compared to the new one. So these are the few things. Next is the emergence of remote traveling. So we all actually imagined this particular thing to happen, and it did happen during the time of COVID, and which is like people are working from this vacation places, and this term has been coined as like staycation. So it's basically mixing business and pleasure, and there's a growing acceptability of remote working. So what are the things that needs to be done? So there are two categories that things can be done. One is the teamwork, and one is important to communicate with the team, empower your team, train and your team so that
they can make pre-decision, they should decision makers so that things can happen really fast, and then nurture your team as well. And the things that needs to be done with the customers in this time of the pandemic, especially by the hospitality industry, is that they should try to reduce the consumer anxiety. So the people, if they are worried, like what will happen, what are the rate of vaccination, I think they should get this information. And then there should be more and more human interaction with people to stay safe. Now, my friend Prakhar will explain a little more about all these aspects. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Prakhar. I would be speaking how Thailand and China have adopted policies to to recover the path from COVID-19. As we can see from the impact on flight and hotel numbers in Thailand has been very significant. Earlier, the international travelers used to make a huge chunk of the travelers. Now, the international travelers are reducing, and the are domestic travelers are more in numbers. Now, Thailand's economy is reliant on international tourism. There have been continuous government effort to boost domestic travel and measures to support and returning international demand, adjusting and pricing strategies to make market demands. Hotel tours, hotel and tour operators, restaurant and transport providers are looking to export more opportunities to offer services and products that meet new travel demands. Bundle products such as hotel and flight offerings, as well as diversified revenue streams. Focusing on premium travel experience is a viable strategy for government launched Time is over. Please wind up. Sorry for the interruptions. There was a technical glitch. The Thai government has launched a travel program which subsidizes travel through a digital redemption mechanism. Country has seen 30 to 40 million and joining and using the platform continuously. This has created opportunity for domestic consumer data collection, through which the government is now able to offer travelers a variety of destinations in tier 2 cities. Domestic travelers have new options during the international restrictions. Sorry for the interruption. Travel companies are digitizing the customer journey from checking through payment, including the provision of maps and info to design more relevant offering. In short term, industry needs stimulus and guidance on health and safety policies from the government. Medium, small, and micro enterprises are benefiting from government support in adjusting to online travel services and digital marketing, such as one-stop digital platform to connect industry players with international players. China has also adopted very innovative strategies. The first one would be a zero case first strategy. It is associated with markets where COVID-19 contraction rates are low. Therefore, the traveler confidence is high. This leads to accelerated demand recovery and exploring of more active revenue management strategy.
When there is balance and managed strategy, which is associated with markets, the contraction rate of COVID and the resulting anxiety is high. Therefore, the main focus is to rebuild confidence by implementation of health and safety measures. To upsell and cross-sell, hotels in Shanghai have launched afternoon tea in cloud experience to attract affluent young people. Some cruise lines have launched live streaming channels to highlight cultural experience. Now, COVID-19
Wind up your presentation.
Yes, sir. Companies are more concerned about the carbon footprint. The electric vehicle takeoff and drones are taking more and more market share. The customer experience has increased. Now we have some quick tips to how to well prepare for next travel plan. Travelers must prepare for multiple destination options by booking their trips with possible cancellation options and travel closer to the home. Thank you.
Okay, Meher, good presentation. But I'm still not very clear about what are the challenges, why India is not able to take its tourism industry to tier 2 cities. You know, we all have been lots of other things in the tier 1 cities, but tourism is still the tourism industry is having still lots of challenges while moving or operating in a tier 2 city. So what are the reasons behind that?
Ma'am, I would say that the main problem is the population. The population is so huge that people are still not feeling safe in many places to go into tier 2 cities for travel purposes. And that is the main reason, the population.
Okay, okay. And apart from that, what challenge do you think that Indian tourism industry is facing?
Ma'am, the main problem is that international travelers are more reluctant to come into India because in Western countries there is thinking that because of high population, the contraction rate are going to be high. And since India is also a hot country, the virus is very active over here. And that is the main reason why Indian tourism industry is not being able to flourish in tier 2 cities.
Okay, okay. That's it from my side. And would you like to take it ahead?
Yes, hi, Mihir and Prahar. Was that correct? What was the names?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I want to go back to the strategy that you were talking about. It's really nice listening to both of you. I want to go back to the strategy. I'm currently living in New Zealand, so all the strategies that you were talking about, that's exactly been employed in New Zealand, but apparently today we have about 6,000 cases. This was a strategy that was used here, but in no apparent way are we seeing the strategy that has been used to be opening up slowly for tourism and the borders to be opening up. And you were talking about population numbers. The population here is quite less, right? But the government is trying to do everything it's possible. So irrespective of the population numbers, following a strategy, economies are still failing to open up for tourism and international tourists. Is there anything out of the box that you guys came up with in terms of in your research, in identifying and comparing different countries and what strategies they follow? Do you think there's something that we can do possibly and squeeze in different mechanisms where we're able to open up and sort of kick back the tourism industry?
Yes, ma'am. A good way would be to accelerate the adoption of digital tools such as in China, social media is the major source of information for travel decision, and online travel agents are providing ticket booking services via instant messaging. So strategies like that, I believe, would increase more tourists into tourist destinations.
I think technology, like you said, can be helpful, but we need to find ways and how it can be utilized in order to have fast communication, quicker isolation times or quicker self-isolation times in order to make sure that we're contracting it and not spreading it too much. But yes, again, it's important that we also reach an endemic stage that India has already done, that we need to move beyond. It's the third year consecutively. And like you said, the tourism industry, all the travel agencies have been strongly hit. But yeah, something for you guys to think about as well, to sort of apply it for future. And if you come up with good ideas, it's always nice to take it to the policy level as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mihir and Prakhar. So let's move to the next. We have Bhavya Agarwal presenting on the topic electric vehicle industry prospects in India. Over to Bhavya.
Just before Bhavya begins, I would like to thank Dr. Alka for giving me this opportunity. I'm so sorry I have to go. I am 7.5 hours ahead of the Indian time. I have other commitments in the evening today. But thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It was really wonderful listening to the students and very interesting ideas. I think if this research is taken forward at the policy and research level in terms of implementation and further research for good recommendations, I think it can be very fruitful. Dr. Alka, thank you so much. I really enjoyed myself, and thank you to all the other organizers. I think this is really huge. It's so nice for me to connect back to the Indian diaspora, and it's given me so much of pride. Thank you so much.
Rashmi, for taking out time at such a short notice. And definitely, this is just a beginning, and we look forward to more such interactive sessions in future.
Thank you so much. I look forward to more. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bhavya, you go ahead.
Introduce the participant.
Everyone, this is Bhavya Agarwal from Amity University. I will be talking about electric vehicle prospects in India. An electric vehicle is one that operates on electric motors rather than an internal combustion engine that generates power by burning a mixture of fuels and gases. Therefore, such a vehicle is seen as a possible replacement for current generation automobile. To deal with the difficulty of rising environmental concerns, resurgence is seen within the EV market after the technology upgradation, and therefore the increased specialized is a renewable source of energy. Though the concept of electric vehicle has been around for an extended time, it has drawn a substantial amount of interest within the past decade, and a rising carbon footprint and other environmental impacts of fuel-based vehicles. The EV market has seen an incredible lift since the modern series production of electric vehicles in 2012, and makes it common among the overall public. Renault, Ford, Tesla, BYD, and Mitsubishi are the leaders within the global market. Policy approaches to promote the deployment of EVs, typically starting with a vision statement and a set of targets. A report from Bloomberg says that 60% of new car sales worldwide must be electric by 2030 if a net zero scenario is to be achieved. Talking about the data analysis, a survey was conducted of 71 respondents. Before that, the demographic segmentation. The market is dominated by China, Europe, and America. But when it comes to EV market share, European countries tops the chart, with Norway being on top, having 46% of its cars are electric. The next two in the list are Iceland and Sweden, while in China this number is just 4%. Despite the comparative advantage of EVs in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, the benefits of transport electrification and climate change mitigation will be greater if EV deployment takes place in parallel with the decarbonization of power systems. Tesla is the market leader for industry, with sales crossing 350,000 in 2019, followed by BYD and BAIC, who are the Chinese giants. Tesla completed the rollout of Model 3, which is now available in 48 countries. Also, Tesla accounts for 1 out of every 6 global plug-in vehicle sales, the second best-selling plug-in vehicles in the world. China stopped selling Beijing automobile company U series. A survey has been conducted and primary information is being obtained for the research. Various questions have been asked related to the EV industry and the responses are being analyzed as follows. The respondents were asked about the number of vehicles they currently own. It's clearly from the collected data that 21% of the people own quite 3 vehicles, 32 owns 2 vehicles, and 23% own just 1 vehicle, and there are 22% who own none. Also, the advantage of buying an EV over other cars. The majority people feels that buying an electric vehicle is an advantage as it's environment friendly, and 17% says maybe it's an advantage, and just 1% says it's not an advantage. So the EV prospects in India. The electric vehicle industry is at an nascent stage in India. It is less than 1.3% of the total vehicle sales. However, India's electric vehicle market is expected to grow at a compounded annual growth rate of 90% in its decade to touch 150 billion by 2030. In India, the Society of Manufacturers of Electric Vehicles reported the sales for 2019 to 20 in the country for electric vehicles, excluding the electric vehicles, stood at just 5.6 lakhs, with 97% being two-wheelers. The government is trying to promote the manufacturing and usage of electric vehicles to reduce India's carbon footprint and crude oil import. The affordability, charging infrastructure, high-cost lithium-ion cells, and grid infrastructure make it difficult to grow the EV sector among the passenger vehicles. However, the commercial market is the target market for manufacturers. The government's target of 30% electric vehicles adoption by 2030 is projected to be powered primarily by electrification of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and commercial vehicles in India. The adaptability of Indian society for electric vehicles, as going on with the 71 survey results. This question, 21% attempted to sense people's opinion on the adoption of EV in India. The respondents were asked about the adaptability, and according to the result, 21% of the people says yes to the complete adoption of electric vehicles by Indian society.
Please wind up the presentation in a minute.
Yes, sir. And the rest of the people says no, whereas. So the problem with electric vehicle is that 35% of the respondents were seeing that lack of infrastructure, charging infrastructure may be a very major issue. Inadequate electricity supply and high charging time are subsequently two problems, which states that folks do not believe within the Indian infrastructure after buying an EV. India being a potential market, from the survey conducted, one thing becomes clear that electric vehicles feature a very big journey ahead within the Indian market. And India ranked fourth within the production of vehicles, but constitutes of 5% of world production. According to an independent study by Center of Energy Finance, the EV market in India will be a $206 billion opportunity by 2030 if India maintains steady progress to meet its ambition 2030 target. Coming to the conclusion, the company should understand before entering the Indian market that they are the ones who have to arrange an adequate infrastructure within the government. The same strategy has been used by Tata, who opened their EV charging points, and they are the only major player in the small Indian market right now. The second thing which has to be considered while coming to the Indian market is the price for the product, which is believed to be higher for the Indian market. Low rate electric cars can be made for the Indian market, which can come out as a huge success. The government is also showing incentives in building the infrastructure for the electric vehicle market in India and opened a separate society for manufacturers of electric vehicles with which big companies can come to Indian market and incentivize their deals for Indian market. Thank you.
Okay, Bhavya, wonderful presentation. Something which we all are looking forward to, how EV markets opens up and unfolds in India. One of the biggest infrastructure bottleneck I feel in India is that we don't have charging stations on highways and other things. So suppose I have an EV car, I would like to go from Mumbai to Pune or any other small place. So that is one of the biggest infrastructure issue as well as awareness issue that know where I'm going to get that. So what is being done by the producers to handle that, to cater to that?
And the companies would be taking care of the infrastructure if they are bringing electric vehicle to India. Also, a very big problem in India is that there is not adequate electricity supply in so many areas. So that must be first resolved to get to the second part of the installation of electric vehicle charging points.
I think we have lost connection with Dr. Purvi.
Okay.
Dr. Purvi, are you there? Oh, Dr. Shilalita, you're back now.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for the presenter?
That's a good presentation. I see that. You see, the market has different challenges. Economically, affordability, as well as pricing issues, and the roads, as well as, and technology collaborations. Which area I think that multiple areas that you do have challenges in geographical locations like India and South Asia. Where do you think that your study or your understanding about this case is more perfect? When you can throw some lights on challenges that you think you can explain.
And the challenges would be first, as you said, roads which are not being constructed very well. Also, there are places which are not vehicle friendly, where we cannot drive safely or with like safety is an issue also. And also, if we have an electric vehicle and we are on very long commuting roads, there might be issues with the charging batteries or any technical issues, and we should have a repair system also to tackle that problem.
Yeah, and then the safety measures also are a critical issues, because you've got a light body vehicle going on, and in the Indian roads, it's not the nice way that if it's not paved well, right?
Yes.
Apart from technology, anyway, that's a challenge that not everybody can comfortably say yes to it. And I don't think that you would have a bigger EVs that you're talking about, or smaller EVs that you're talking about, right? Or all of them, or all variants. What are you trying to say?
The smaller ones first.
And smaller ones are already have tested the market in Bangalore, has already seen, Delhi has seen, I guess, right? Yes. It's good to reduce the carbon emissions, but it's not all that the developing countries are not all that ready for the green gases kind of thing, right? So we're still into more what is more profitable, what is more fast enough than what is good, right? So these are certain challenges where consumers are the people to shift from regular comfort zone to anything which is future wise and which is good enough. Those are challenges, right? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good. Otherwise, your presentation is good. Maybe you can have more perspectives on how do you think cope with the market, if at all that's a case study and you want to give a suggestion through somebody. to launch it. Yeah?
Sure, yes.
And that's okay. So that's Bhagya. That's fantastic. Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bhavya. Now we have our next participant, Nandini Shivraj.
A very good afternoon to the respected panelists, faculty members, and my fellow students. It's a great honor to have been given the opportunity to present my ideas at the INBUSH World Era Summit. I am Nandini Shivraj, an undergraduate student from Amity International Business School, Noida. And my idea and my research is oriented towards how FamPay aims to create financial literacy among teenagers in India. So first, allow me to set the context for you. I will be going over through the context, the introduction, what the objectives of my research was, the methods I've used so far, and then we'll have discussions and the conclusion as well. Right. So despite a very high prevalence of college education in the sample size of Indian youth, financial literacy of the working young in urban India is not significantly higher than in other countries. While education improves financial literacy, higher incidence of general college education does not by itself appear to be sufficient to achieve an adequate level of financial literacy. So I think with that, we can set the tone of how there's a big dilemma in the Indian youth cohort over how our education rates are very high, but somehow the financial literacy rates are not in the same sort of lane. And that is where I would like to explain the concept and the rising concern of financial literacy in India. Right. So according to a survey done by the National Center for Financial Education, only 27% of all Indians, that includes Indians from all age groups, are financially literate. To put it in context, we have at the present moment achieved almost 80% overall literacy. So this is a glaring disparity. And as many scholars have figured it out, this is due to huge interstate disparities and lack of formal training, especially in the elementary education system, which does not focus on financial education as much as it does on other domains of life. However, you will notice that this cohort of Indian youth, Indian teenagers, Indian working urban Indians, ever since the introduction of the Unified Payment System or the UPI, the highest percentage of digital wallet users have been the Indian youth. So this does not make sense intuitively because on one hand, you have a very high number of youth in India, which many industry leaders have touted as the newest emerging market. And on the other hand, you realize that they are not financially literate. So even though the Indian Gen Z is one of the most technologically active, how are they still financially illiterate? More importantly, to the context of my research, how are businesses approaching this? How are businesses planning themselves and positioning themselves in the market to cater to this need? And that is where I would like to introduce the startup that I have chosen to explore here, their business model. It's called FamPay. It's a Bangalore-based mobile application-based fintech company which offers a numberless card, which they call the FAM card, through which minors can successfully make online peer-to-peer and offline payments without the need of having to set up a bank account and do other tedious formalities. The main vision of FamPay is to raise a new financially aware generation of Indians who understand that the fundamentals of personal finance and are capable of making their own decisions for the long-term interest. They aim to invest largely in UI and UX and product innovation, thereby making simple and convenient payments accessible for teenagers. Additionally, the app in the payment products category has also offered gamified savings experience and an in-app exclusive community through which they endeavor to teach teenagers about personal finance, about saving, about borrowing, about investments, etc. So pertaining to my research, these were my objectives: to analyze the positioning and business model of FamPay and see how they are coming up to the challenge of financial illiteracy, and the challenges nascent fintech companies face in addressing financial literacy. How can they position themselves in the most sustainable and scalable way? This is the method. At the present, the research method was entirely qualitative. Data was obtained from available literature from
Only 2 minutes are left.
Thank you, sir. Interviews, digital media, etc. Since this is a working paper, in the future, I aim to take this research into a more quantitative mode to come down to the fine points and measure and enumerate the exact impact of fintech companies on the financial literacy and empowerment of the youth. So this is what I discovered after analyzing FamPay's positioning and business model, is that FamPay's strategic positioning as a low price but high value, as low price and high value, and a holistic business plan is ideal for it to become a market leader amongst rising competitors like Yoda, Junior, Fee, Walrus, etc. Its upscaling efforts have led it to become a market leader in the fintech app market in India. Presently, the biggest challenges FamPay and adjacent applications face is in mobilizing the teenage community, which is a very tedious task to do since the cohort has expressed wavering tendencies because they would work on instant gratification. Therefore, planning a wholesome financial curriculum is becoming very tedious, and scalability is presenting to be a challenge since segmentation is turning out to be difficult. As you would see that the Indian teenage cohort has very varied tendencies and very varied descriptions, going from the lower middle class to the upper middle class to middle class and upper class. All of them have different disposable incomes, different relationship towards their parents, and different dependencies and challenges when it comes to financial education. Therefore, planning and deciding on a niche for them to be sustainable. And that is it. I hope that with your support, I'll be able to take this research forward. And thank you so much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful, Nandini. This was really very, very interesting. One question I have for you is, how are they reaching out to their target customers? Is it just word of mouth or something else they're planning to try?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, as I'm sure you're aware, the target customer, which falls under the age group of 13 to 21, incidentally happens to be the age group most active on social media and online ecosystem. And that is where they're doing most of their efforts. Another part of my research ahead is to do sentiment analysis using machine learning to see how the people are reacting to their social media profiles, because that is how they're reaching they're conducting their marketing activities and conducting ad campaigns and such. Moreover, recently they have also, since this is a startup which has achieved very high funding of $49 million, they're also planning to upscale and to venture out into more high-scale ad campaigns. They've also done a very interesting thing, which is to reach out and appease the sentimentalities of Gen Z, because Gen Z wants to be creative and they want a feeling of belongingness. So even on the card, they allow the Gen Z to add personalized creative doodles, which I feel is very interesting because no other full-scale bank or financial institution has actually cared about this small group of people before. So by appeasing to their sentiments, it has created a huge sort of fulfilled a void, I would say. And that has helped them a lot.
Okay, I missed out on the initial 1 or 2 slides. So can you just explain how it all started? Like, what was the original idea behind it?
Yes, ma'am. So since I was also working in this field, I realized how teenagers make such a growing demographic part of the Indian population. And even though they're so large and so varied and diverse, there are not many services and products which are targeted specifically for them. Moreover, it is very alarming to see that even though we have achieved an overall 80% literacy rate, the financial literacy is still at 27%. And which doesn't make sense because we know teenagers to be very keen, very active, very learning forward. So this shows that there's not been enough effort to reach out to them. So because of which there has been a rapid rise of fintech companies who are just swooping in to target this audience and You would see from the beginnings of 2017, 2018 onwards, many fintech companies, most of them coming from the Bangalore area, have started to address this.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shujalta ma'am, would you like to take it ahead? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's a wonderful presentation. Yeah. And tell me the other challenges that you can tell me for fintech orientation or fintech to go more of a what do you call a
Yes, ma'am.
to take
Yes,
off.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Right now, I think the biggest challenge, I would say there are two major challenges. One is credibility, because when it comes to trust and security aspects of financial dealings, people still prefer traditional banks as they have more verification, more documentation, which gives the perception that they are safer. The other thing is what sort of features are there? What sort of product innovations? It's like a rat race to the top. Which companies investing on which product innovation first? Because the most important need for teenagers right now is UPI, which I've observed that they desperately want seamless and safe UPI transactions. So whichever company can incorporate that first, and which recently can also incorporate crypto investing and can get teenagers into the investing mode and create learning modules. I think that's a challenge to first get the approval from the respective boards and control authorities in India, and to sort of expand the domains as such. That is a challenge, and another challenge is to mobilize the teenage community, because this is a community that works on instant gratification. If tomorrow there is a new app which gives them another feature, they will go there. So loyalty is a big sort of consideration here. So they really need to be fast paced, they need to be dynamic, and they need to work more on product innovation.
Very well explained. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nandini. That was a wonderful presentation. Now we'll move on to our next group. Next, we have Aryan Sharma and Vaibhav Dabas on Artificial Intelligence Revolution in HRM.
Artificial Intelligence Revolution in Human Resource Management by Aryan Sharma and Vaibhav Dabas. Introduction. HRM is a function of management concerned with hiring, motivating, and maintaining people in an organization. It consists of various HR processes like human resource planning, benefit administration, performance management, and employee relations. Factors
Can you switch on
affecting
your camera,
HRM:
please?
globalization and its
Not
implications,
visible.
economic challenges, technological innovation, workforce diversity. Emerging trends in HR at persistent. Contingent workforce management, artificial intelligence, and machine learning in HR, workforce diversity development as a service. Artificial intelligence at persistent. AI is used in recruitment to shortlist candidates based on their requirements and past choices. Video interviews, automating the admin task in recruitment. AI is used to design chatbots that provide data in the required format from millions of data. What is AI? Artificial intelligence is a simulation of human intelligence processed by machines. AI is any technique that allows machine to mimic humans. Development of computer system able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. Application of an AI in HRM. Increased investment in smarter HR technologies has led to some interesting innovation in the AI HR space. AI is transforming crucial areas of HR. AI is recruitment, AI in training and development, AI in performing analysis, AI in employee experience, AI in decision making. AI in recruitment. AI helps to streamline or automate some part of recruiting workflow, especially repetitive, high volume tasks. It is the application of AI such as problem solving and learning to recruitment functions. AI is transforming the following phases of recruitment that are candidate sourcing, candidate screening, onboarding. AI in training and development. Yeah, I can successfully plan, organize, coordinate training programs for all staff members. It also determines the best time frame for new course and schedules listen so as to fit the preferences of all the employees individually. Some of the key impact areas of AI in training and development are customized learning, virtual mentoring, and advanced analytics. AI in performance analysis. AI is served to improve productivity and also to detect team members who show lack of engagement continuously. AI has been a catalyst for how businesses interact with their employees. Key use cases include consistent real-time assessment, intelligence surveys, and data analytics. AI in decision making. AI helps HR team extract insight from data and deliver recommendations in real time. AI helps to remove many of the common human biases that might affect decision making. Decisions powered by AI have the potential to be faster at scale and more data informed as well as more consistent and unbiased. The importance of the high quality software. While tech and software advancements are an essential part of any business process, human resources is an area that benefits quickly and consistently. There is a huge amount of data involved in talent management and recruitment of the job issue finding, processing, and presenting the information is a valuable asset. Whether it happens by robotics, wearable tech, or knowledge hungry machines, the point is that it saves time and resources. However, it must be grounded in robust, reliable software solutions. Virtual and augmented reality.
Only
A
2 minutes
digital
are
talent
left.
management platform allows business to abandon the traditional performance review cycle. There is no longer a need to schedule time consuming meeting and limit performance evaluation to a monthly or yearly basis. With HRM software, employees can receive consistent feedback. Limitation of AI in HRM. High costs related to technology, updating software and hardware, repairing, maintenance, and etc. Artificial intelligence lacks human judgment and creativity. It cannot work outside its algorithm and programming. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful topic. But I would like to know more about the challenges in this field rather than like what is being done. Can you tell me the challenges? How difficult it is to adopt AI?
Well, basically, challenge that faced by organization with artificial intelligence that it cannot basically have the human touch in that. Whatever the program is set to hire and like for recruitment, the bot will follow that format of your algorithm. So it cannot do anything creative other than that what its algorithm says, and it's very costly to program and bring that AI bots.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Next presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So the next presentation will be by Mr. Pracham. So he'll be presenting on the topic Australia versus tech giants. demand for accountability and legislations, a beginning of regulatory era for digital giants. Over to you.
Good afternoon, panelists. Are you able to see the slides? Yeah, so my topic of my presentation, Australia versus Texas, demand for accountability and legalization, beginning of regulatory era of digital giant. Basically, the presentation which I have decided is how global tech giants like Google and Facebook are dominating the world businesses and other countries, especially in the affluent countries. Earlier, they were not restricted under the developing countries, or you can say developed countries, but now the developing countries like Australia were also under the prevalence advantage of Google and Facebook. The conflict is that the domestic media channels of Australia have called a question that the Australian about that onto Australian government about the interest of their domestic businesses, and because of the whooping popularity of Google and Facebook, the prevalence of the tech giants, which provide various options to users onto the news and reports, and they provide services which are effectively monetizing ability of the domestic news channels. If we have a brief look on the domestic giants, like if you can see from the graphs which I have made, Google is functioning in around 219 countries and estimated 5 billion active users. The global tech giants around the world, specifically from affluent countries, have been dominating the world politics. And Google accounted for 95% of all online searches actively in Australia and 50% of browser usage, while Facebook accounted for 75% of time spent on social media by Australians. The number of users were exponentially growing from 2015 to 2020, both in the cases of Facebook and Google. So ACC is basically a competition commission of Australia which proposed a new law, New Media and Digital Platform Mandatory Bargaining Code Bill 2020, or it is commonly known as Media Platform Bill, which maintains the bargaining code that aims to force Google and Facebook to compensate media companies for using their content, which have in 2019 report they have seen an imbalance in the power between news media and internet platforms, specifically mentioning Google and Facebook. ECC in 2020 they drafted a bill, and the privacy policies and authorizations to use data and control data to navigate and understand fake and require exodious time and energy. This emphasizes unfair on uneven level playing field for journalism, and news channels cannot blatantly monetize their content because of these tech giants. ECC regulated what basic rules they have mandated is that ECC regulated the process of functioning of Google and Facebook. They introduced this payment to new outlets that the big giants like Facebook and Google have to pay to the local news outlets for their content. Big tech firms will have to negotiate how much they pay local publishers and broadcasters for the content that appears on the platform. And provisions for of arbitration and fines. An arbitrator is mandated to execute if no agreement is reached, and there are also provisions of heavy fines if agreements are not done. There were conflicts on both sides. Rod Simmons, who is the chair of Australia Competition Commission, said that we just want to promote competition, reduce the entry barriers so that consumers get a better transparency, and what about what's going on. Whereas we also point out more than 90% of the free tag traded through Australia Tech and Tech supply chain passed through at least one Google service in 2020. Scott Morrison, who is the Prime Minister of Australia, said we don't want to stifle the innovation. We just want to have don't have any negative effects. We just want to promote the competition, reduce entry barrier, so that consumers can get a better internet, better transparency about what's going on about the companies, and if they aren't paying too much for that. In that case, Australia said that they have actively participated in the economy and actively contributed in Australia's economy. Advertising technology supported over 1,500 Australian jobs and contributed US $2.45 billion a year to Australia's economy annually. They also pointed out Facebook accounted for 75% of the time spent on social media by Australia. Also, according to Australian competition watchdog, for every $100 spent on online advertising, Google captures $53, Facebook takes $23. So I come to an implication. What would be the future results of these rules if they were introduced not in Australia but
Only 2 minutes are left.
the usage of internet and social media application rising exponentially. It is equally important for countries to take account for fair and efficient competition, which drive countries' economy together rather than making them rule domestic supply. Also, the India antitrust, what is the Indian taste in that? They accuse Google of abusing dominant position in Android operating system. A statement issued by CCI, which is the Competition Commission of India, that Google reduced ability to incentivize the device manufacturers. And in 2019, CCI proven that Google reduced ability to opt for alternate versions for its mobile operating system and compel them to reinstall Google apps. Conclusion is that digital platforms have brought about a huge social gains by democratizing access, and however, the growing size and revenue models have also had an adverse effect, such as spread of fake news. It is also followed that governments should try to mitigate to safeguard democracy. Introducing strenuous norms and regulations on tech giants is a question on fair treatment, and whether and it questions the very base of globalization to operate in other countries, which are conflicting with the vision of WTO and other trade facilitation agreements. So countries were taking initiatives, and domestic houses against the global MNCs can provide profitable services as compared to the domestic ones, hence promoting protectionism, which ultimately affects the economy of the country because of the huge influence of such companies. That will be all for my presentation. I will be open for any questions.
Dr. Purvi, Dr. Srilalita, if you have any question to the presenter.
Yeah, sure. Can you just go back to your actual, those two previous one before the conclusion? So just focus on the implications and tell me what are the challenges of the implications, please.
Basically, the challenges as in if you could just
Which is talking about the implication. Can you make it a bigger one, right? So implication and the before the thing. For this particular model, that whatever you're trying to talk about, the implication do have its own challenges too. Whenever you implement or whenever you try to bring it into the commercial way, right? That's the point. Yeah.
Yes, no, basically there are arguments from both the sides. If you introduce these pigeon laws, the thing is that you are curbing the effectivity and the usage of businesses in international world. If a company wants to set up in an international environment, they need some leisure steps and not that restrained and strenuous steps. Like if you consider Australia, what they did, they just curbed the usage of Google. They need to pay more. They said that it is because to promote equality and fair treatment, but since it is curbing the business environment of other countries, MNCs, which this can be a very stringent step for protectionism for which countries are taking. We can see Europe has did the same. India was also planning to have some steps regarding that, and Europe has also bring a data privacy law. which ask for more information from Google. Same did USA is doing. So it's not about dominance. It's about how these companies are functioning, and they are questioning the very basic rule of how what they are doing and asking that why you're doing. So this could affect not even the competition of international business, but also affect the competition of domestic business.
Yeah. Well answered. Well answered. Yes. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Any other questions?
No problem. The conclusion also good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move on to the next presentation?
Ma'am, the next presentation is by Research Pachan only. The next.
Just 1 minute, Yash. We also, Dr. Pujari have some urgent meeting and she has informed us beforehand that she will be here with us till 1 o'clock. So, Dr. Pujari, we thank you for sparing your time and being with us for this session, and also for giving such wonderful recommendation to the students to improve upon their cases. Thank you, Dr. Pujari. Can you hear us, Pujari?
Ma'am, the next topic by Research Pachan is on social entrepreneurship.
I think we have some technical glitch. Can we move? Can we start? Continue with the presentation, Yash? Can we have the next presenter?
How many more we have? Do we have any count on it? How many more?
Yeah, we have Dr. Srilalika.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon, panelists again. I will be presenting on the same topic, not on I will be presenting on entrepreneurship. Just a second. Slides more clear. So the topic of my case study, which I have chosen, is social entrepreneurship trends, and I try to investigate on the conceptual framework and societal change that it brings. Basically, if we come down to the literal meaning of what social entrepreneurship means that say in context of French economics, that an entrepreneur is a person who undertakes an idea and shifts perspective in a way that.
Rishabh, for saving the time, you can go directly to objective, right?
Yes, sir.
The basic definitions are not needed for judges. You can directly go to objective, what you have achieved. You discuss that process that will be beneficial for the audience as well as for the judges.
So basically, I was studying on why social entrepreneurship is needed in India, and there are over 2,500 startups which are established in 2021 with a total base of 25 to 2,600. Considering the past record, that is 475 billion in 2016. That is the entrepreneurship perspective. But how many of them social entrepreneurs are there? It is minuscule in number. And the problems and challenges which are associated with venturing into a social entrepreneurship is that the business plan, the precision of building and following an arrangement that depends on market level factors and client understanding is important. You need a very basic comprehensive plan and a robust one to be successful in social entrepreneurship. It's quite different from a regular entrepreneurship where you are focusing on the profits. And because of that, raising funds is also a bit difficult. Most of the investors focus on short-term profit and high yield which social ventures generally could not offer. This makes it very difficult to raise funds, and they are left with no options. But either founder will invest in the money, or they have to go for crowdfunding or government schemes. The operations and planning for growth is also a bit difficult perspective for social entrepreneurs, since scaling up the business is difficult, and to plan and to support with this is also quite difficult in social entrepreneurship. But it arises the question why we need entrepreneurship, which I have started as a basis of my case. India is the sixth largest, fastest growing economy in the world, which is estimated to become fifth largest in 2025. India has the second highest labor force, and according to World Bank, around 20% of people struggle in poverty. That means 350 million out of 1.3 billion. That this raises this make a room for many social problems like poverty, and it arises because of lack of infrastructure, development, health sector, education sector, unemployment. These social problems arise due to global, also due to population, due to pollution, poverty, famine, and illness. And a social entrepreneur could likewise try to address these inequalities. In such accessibility, the main problem behind these social predicament related with low caste and destitution could be solved. So, according to a recent study, 48% of India's population consists of women. And I have tried to do a figure on why social entrepreneurship would not be a thing for India, because the 48% of the population are not doing these entrepreneurship activities. Only 30%, 13% of total entrepreneurs consist of women, out of which 20% is only in MSME sector consist of women. What could be the restraints for women in work-life balance, the entrepreneurship education and training, the patriarchal norm, environmental factors like schemes and all. Then it could be a development of a holistic conception and competencies which are missing in terms of women. And the investor equality could also be an option, as only 2% of angel investors are women in India. But talking of women entrepreneurship in India, Dr. Urvashi, who happens to be a revolutionary in social entrepreneurship, I have taken her example. She has established SELF, which stands for Study on Education Foundation, and they basically train women, basically train many government officials. They also train teachers and women and provide education. Similarly, a SEVA, which is a self-employed women association by Ilavar, they attempt to bring women into picture of employment by providing them security, income, and food security. See, I have taken other several examples of social entrepreneurs like Parwan and Arvind model. They are basically working on these concepts as well. Then I jot down to the what could be the educational role in promoting social entrepreneurship. Education institutions could provide business training and societal awareness along with education. They could focus on entrepreneurship courses and programs which tend to focus on financial aspects of business ownership. The student curriculum could include interpersonal skills like emotional intelligence, communication, which are actually very important in entrepreneur journey. And the linkage between college training and industry is critical and should be given due deliberation. So to form collaboration and engagement of working professionals or and predominant on. There are many government schemes which are there to encourage entrepreneurship, like Startup India, Atal Innovation, and e-risk portal like SIP, EIP, and then we have multiple grant schemes and SGT and SCD, that is Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for micro and small enterprises. Then you also have loan for rooftop solar PV power projects. The basic conclusion which I gathered from the study is that government and education institutions and corporate companies and investors are trying to make this trend to social entrepreneurship by taking these steps. And the growth of education and higher institution as the understanding and increase in initiatives for social entrepreneurship results in launch of many social skills, training programs and curriculum. social entrepreneurship, which obviously could help us to fight various social problems. And increasing social entrepreneurs have resulted in better growth and stability, which is seen from various research that I have collaborated with. If you want to have a look, these are the references. So, thank you, and I'm looking forward to this. If there are any questions, then I can probably answer it.
Honorable judges, do we have any questions?
I don't want to spend much on because I know how many of them are still waiting. So I only would like to see the first slide, the first two slides that I missed on later on. These two can go back.
Just a second, ma'am. My first two slides are
And then rising funds and operations. That's what you are putting into social entrepreneurship challenges. As it is, social entrepreneurial thing is a need of the hour for countries like India and the Africa, which has got more other problems. So, what are the basic issues, or how do you think that it's going to take over? Would it go in the direction of a frugal innovation, or would it only solve it what is necessary into commercial angle of entrepreneurship?
And basically, the idea of segmenting entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship is entrepreneurship means people, planet, and profit, whereas social entrepreneurship is people, planet, and prosperity.
Yeah.
And to move towards prosperity, you need to have, first of all, ma'am, you need to identify what are the problems. And since you already mentioned countries like Africa and India have problems, they need to focus on structural development. If they have better resources in their hand, they could obviously go for such entrepreneurship. Another thing which I have mentioned, the role of education is, and the role of government is must, ma'am, because social problems should not be assigned to any individual.
Yeah.
The government should provide some incentive in a way that people are themselves promoted or self motivated to go into these ventures. And when NGOs are doing such same thing, so do many companies with the inclusion of CSR and all. And if we have better CSR and global companies or the well established companies coming into the picture, then we could obviously have some better results.
Yeah, that's good. Nice. And social entrepreneurship is the need of the hour for countries like India. Definitely. We have got so many problems on hand. A lot of frugal innovation can help us, like your Jugaad. Yes. Thank you. Dr. Alka, I think I would like to leave now. I have a class. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sri Lalita, for being here and also for giving such valuable suggestion to the students. And I'm sure it will help them in further improving upon this.
It's a very good
once again, and we look forward to.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Lalita. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. So moving on to next, we have Rajat Mandal, who will be speaking on the topic COVID, how it become licensed. Over to you, Rajat.
So, good afternoon to all. So, I will be talking about the COVID. How it becomes the lifesaver for the Indian population. So, my table of content will be including my introduction, objective, data analysis, and the topic which is about the issue creation in India, and security and research, and the final one is the conclusion. So first one abstract. So in my abstract, I have written about when the COVID app first launched in 16 January 2021. So it is mainly for the COVID-19 vaccination providing. So first of all, it is provided for the frontline staff within the country. And on first March 2021, the platform started providing its vaccination to all the residents of India, and the registration for the next phase began on 28th April from 1st May. Uh, Afterward, on 28th April 2021, it had been declared that an open source version is going to be given to over 50 interested countries over the India. So on 21st October 2021, in the COVID platform, India crossed their 1 billion doses. And 3rd January 2022, the eligibility was extended for the citizens who are above the 15 years of age, for which the registration started on Jan 1st, 2022. On Jan 10th, 2022, the COVID booster dose drive has been started for the frontline staff who are above the 60 plus age. So my keywords in this are the COVID-19 vaccinations, and the different age groups in India. In introduction, I will be talking about some phases like in times of deficiency and high demand. The hunt for the essential commodities usually ends up in the things of chaos, confusion, and exploitation. Such things like provides an adequate reason for the government and the other institution to trust on digital infrastructure. So these things are provide the government to create a platform which is individual centric and easy to use for the Indian public. During the Digital India initiative, the government of India includes plan to connect rural areas with high-speed internet networks and improve their digital literacy. Instead of the Coven platform, the registration is the first step. But there are other parts such as hospital onboarding, vaccinations units that deal with the verification, and the last certification, which will be provided to the persons who are got vaccinated. There has been some complications which is related to breaches due to human faults, but as the human tendency is always to blame the technology for its own fault, which is beyond their limits. Uh, my objective is to find the impact of the COVID platforms in times of the vaccination process. Second one, the registration and the vaccination process done properly or not. And the third one is platform which is being used to register are secure enough to keep their personal data encrypted with the government. The data analysis part, in which in this data we can clearly see that the weekly data of India from the 16th Jan when the COVID platform first initiated in India, and at the peak there in the week of 11th September to 17th September 2021, the vaccination process is at peak. At that time, the vaccination done on that week is 66 millions, which is of total doses. And from the week of first Jan, the precautionary dose will which will be initiated. This is the data which is showing the age-wise vaccination. So the green one is showing the total vaccination done, The orange one is showing the vaccination, which
2 minutes are left.
Okay, sir. This data is showing the how many total vaccination is done by the ages. Uh, so it is showing that the less is in the group of 15 to 17 because it's started this year only. This is the state-wise data in which we can see that UP is at the top, and the second one is the Maharashtra. So there are total sites available about 39,000, and the 38,000 are the government only. This is the data which is showing the gender-wise equality in vaccination. In this issue creator, we can see that like in India, the crowd is the huge problem. So in centers, there have been huge crowds when the vaccination is being taken by the public. But after taking that, some of them still there. So that huge cannot be losing. The security and mistrust issue. So in this, the National Cyber Security expert, Mr. Amit Dubey, has appreciated the effort for the COVID team that maintaining that change should take months, but they have united them into days. So for any digital platform, the public self confidence is the hallmark of their trustworthiness. So in conclusion, the government says the COVID platform with regards to its scalability and data in which they use their they are been using that platform for other vaccination processes too. So thank you. I will be binding up. Any question?
Can you just move on to the objective slide, Rajat?
Yes, ma'am.
Here you're saying that you want to find the impact of COVID platforms in time of vaccination, right? And
yes,
also you want to certain whether the sites are secure or not, and whether the personal data is encrypted. Right?
No, ma'am. That's not the sites, but the platform is secure or not. COVID platform.
But in your analysis, you actually only have shown the figures in terms of total number of people vaccinated, gender wise, and so on, right? And it hardly talks about specifically the third objective. And you also have not touched upon the registration vaccination process, right? You're saying that you'll be looking at the whether the process has been done properly or not, which again has not been touched upon. So there are few gaps in your study which you can just work upon to do a bit further.
Okay.
With this, Nitin, sir, any suggestions from your side?
Nothing from my side, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good work done, Rajat, and we look forward to further refinement. Right? Be in touch with the faculty guide.
Do we have the next presentation?
Financial inclusion and
Shehik, due to paucity of time, we'll appreciate if you can just try and wind up your presentation within 5 minutes, right? And we'll appreciate if you can just skip the introduction or specifically the definition part if it is covered in your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. Today we are going to present on the topic financial inclusion. So, I request Anka to take it.
So I can just brief taking much of time. So it's basically that how the individuals and businesses have access to digital and affordable financial products and services.
You're not audible, Vita.
So I'll give a small overview, not taking much of the time in the introduction part. So financial
Welcome, Shikha ma'am.
Okay. So I'll give a. Is it audible, ma'am? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I'll give a small overview without taking much of the time. Financial inclusion means that the individuals and businesses have access to the useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs. That is the transactions, payments, services, savings, credits, and insurance that is delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. So in broader aspect, you can say that by bringing the lower income groups within the perimeter of formal banking sector, that is financial inclusion, protects their financial wealth and other resources in big circumstances. Financial inclusion also mitigates the exploitation of the vulnerable sections by the money lenders by facilitating the easy access to the formal credit. Next slide, please. Nextly, in our support of the study, I would like to throw some light on the digital financial inclusion in the budget 2022. So the budget was presented by India's Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. So according to the budget announcement in 2022, all 1.5 lakh core policies will come on the core banking system and enabling the financial inclusion and access to accounts through net banking, mobile banking, ATMs, and also provide online transfer of funds between post office accounts and bank accounts. This will be helpful, especially for the farmers and senior citizens in the rural areas, as it will enable the interoperability and bring crores of post office deposit accounts in the mainstream banking and payment system. As the post office is the core of the rural system and it is easy to access. Next slide, please. So these are the objectives of case studies. The first is to study the progress of financial inclusion in India. Second is to provide an overview of the financial inclusion practices adopted in our country. So the second objective to provide an overview of financial inclusion practices adopted in the country will be taken forward by Senate in the next slide. The third objective is to review the various digital products and services and their reach in the rural areas. So here the mobile banking services that introduced under the digital payment and banks, such as the UPI, NPCI, that is National Payment Corporation of India, GPSS, that is Multiple Payment System, Environment, e-wallet, payment application, etc. And the last objective is to highlight the impact of digitalization on the financial inclusion in the rural areas in India. So I would request the next. Thank you. Okay, so when we talk about the design methodology, so the data used
Can you please wind up in 1 minute?
Yes, sir. So the secondary resources are used like Reserve Bank of India, World Bank, Government of India, published books, journals, etc. And we are also using trend analysis approach to study the last 5 years data. So when we talk about the analysis, the first thing we can see in the 5 year growth is the evaluation of DFS, that is digital financial services, in India since 2014. So it can be broken into three parts. From 2014 to 2016, there are no many, we can say, broad increment in the use of digital financial system. But after the 2016, there was a steady growth of around 2% per month in transaction volume. The major digital platform we can say was PTI. PTI is called to prepaid instruments like digital wallets like Paytm. After that, the PTI transaction came to UPI, that is Unified Payment Interface. The UPI got its boost after 2018, especially after 2016, and it became very popular, not in the urban population but also in the rural population. The second graph shows the gap in financial access between poor and the rich. So this says that this can be largely explained by the fact that most of the accounts opening took place in the rural areas, with 197 million of these new accounts for the rural or semi-urban areas. And to an extent, I would like to support my study with Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which was introduced by the Modi government. It's their flagship financial inclusion program, which was launched in 2014, and it continued a tradition of bank-led financial inclusion program. It basically aims to leverage the vast network of banking to all the population, especially for the unbanked population. As you can see in the graph, there is a little gap between the rich and the poor between these 5 years in use of financial services. So, third one, I would like to talk about the gender gap. This is very much important when we talk about the financial services. So, the gender gap in the financial services has grown in recent years. So, according to the Index data, the gap has been reduced by 77% in the last 5 years in use of financial services, especially in the rural areas. The challenges for rural adoption are the digital infrastructure, lack of use cases, and local languages. Digital infrastructure is like people do not have access to the infrastructure that would be required to build trust in them. Then comes the lack of use cases, despite some initial penetrations are there for digital finance, but there is no much use cases which can be explained to the people, especially to the rural population. The last one is local languages. Though many fintech companies and many PKIs are working on that, Paytm has more than 11 languages, but still it's a big barrier when we talk about the financial services. This always in light at the end of the tunnel, like to the point government is open establishing for digital finance. So in April 2021, the that is one of the biggest drivers of financial inclusion in the country, and which has been explained by my partner also, which has been the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, and there are about 42.6 crores PMDGY account holders, more than 12. And these are some of the recommendations for study. First one is simplified apps to improve the product design, focus on more customer experience, support for the local level innovation, and greater appreciation for the people who took interest in that. So that's it. That was our presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chehek. Can you just show me the slide wherein you have shown the bar graph depicting that the divide between the rich and the poor have narrowed?
Yes. And one is the financial gap.
Because even while I was studying this, there was one very interesting fact that the number of bank accounts have also increased because of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. So I just want to understand if you have taken this into consideration or not, because this is one of the major factors because of which the number of accounts are increased and people have involved, including the financial transactions.
Yes, ma'am, I do talk about that. I took this study from Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana itself because of the Anganwadis, because they play a major role which has been increasing the women accounts in the banking financial system. So yes, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana is a basic major financial, penetration by the government.
And secondly, when you're talking about the financial inclusion, right? In the second slide, if you can just go back to your second slide. Yes. Not this one, the one in which you, yeah, this one. Have you also taken into consideration what is the uh, percentage of rural population versus the urban population?
Ma'am, when you compare the population, it is less, but it is increasing day by day. Like we started with 6% only, but now it is more than 30%. Similarly, when we talk of gender gap, it started with more than 26% only women were there. Now it's 77% who are having their bank accounts in the rural area.
Just try and look at all the factors, and specifically when you're talking about financial inclusion, definitely the major concern is there in the rural part of the country, right? So if you focus more and try and have figures specifically about including the population in the rural part of the country into the financial system. Okay. Nitin sir, Aditya sir, do you have any questions?
Really, it's a good presentation.
Thank you, Janik. Can we have the next presenter now?
I request the coming presenters to be very, very crisp in their presentation, very, very precise. There is no need to, there's a paucity of time. So please cut short your presentation and focus on the main points of your case study.
Secondly, since the research paper presentation will be held from 2 o'clock onwards on the same link, so we will be shifting to MS Team. So after this presentation, we request everyone to join on the MS Team link, which has been shared on the WhatsApp group. So kindly move to the MS Team. This is the last presentation we are having on the Zoom link.
So the next presenter is Stuti Kashyap. She will be presenting on the topic Flipkart adoption of voice search in grocery and e-commerce sector.
Good afternoon, one and all. So I'll be presenting on the Flipkart adoption of voice search in grocery and e-commerce segments. So these are the dilemmas that will be discussed in this presentation. First one is why does Flipkart decided to launch voice search technology in its online platforms? Second one is how the Flipkart team designed and customized voice assistants, especially for India. And the third one is how will voice search technology affect the consumer behavior and shopping patterns? This is the introduction for my presentation. This case is about Flipkart, an Indian e-commerce platform which decided to take advantage of the voice of the trending technology to gain customer attraction for long run. Voice search is a speech recognition technology that uses voice commands of user to search for a particular result from internet, website, or an app. And voice search or voice assistant technology has been in trend for almost 3 years now. It is seen that after the launch of Amazon's Alexa and Google Home, customers prefer to shop and do most of the activities through giving commands to such devices. And as all the retail industries are coming up with certain ideas to grow their online e-commerce businesses, voice search is becoming a vital
Can you
technology.
directly come to the objectives?
Yes, sir. So basically, these are the reasons why Flipkart decided to add voice search in its app. First, one reason was that they thought that it would be overwhelming for the new users. Like Flipkart saw that there was large number of people company was not serving, and the reach was still limited to 150 and 200 million user, which is not a full buy-in from everyone who has an internet capable device. Although Flipkart has since made this particular process easier for user by introducing support for regional language content and keyboards. Second reason was problem to search in English. Flipkart saw that people were finding it difficult to search in English, so they decided to add voice search in their apps. Next reason was from the company side. So company saw that it was a necessity to add a combination of both voice and text commands. The last was different regional dialects, accent, and different ways of expressing ideas. So the team realized that even with the launch of voice assistants, there was lot more things to keep in mind, such as different regional dialects, accents, and different ways of expressing ideas. So, for example, at the end of a purchase, the team thought that the consumer would give the command like check out because they had a button for that. But they observed that the people didn't use this particular command and the consumers said many different things like bill banado. So it was a point for Flipkart to add voice search. Next is introduction of voice search in Flipkart's online grocery store. So Walmart owned e-commerce company Flipkart introduced online grocery store in 2018 as Flipkart Supermarket. And in 2020, Flipkart Supermarket launched voice assistant technology on its platform. The voice assistant
Please
technology
wind up
is
in a
called.
minute.
Okay, sir. So this is a slide that says that on 4th March 2021, voice search was introduced on e-commerce platform that is for e-commerce. Last slide is for how exactly voice assistant works. So voice search starts with user uttering a phrase by waking up the device or clicking on voice icon on application. And the next, the phrase is said, and ASR, that is automatic speech recognition, starts converting speech to text. And then the work of NLP, natural language processing, starts that understands the meaning and purpose in the text and abstract important details. So, based on the understanding, the application shows the desired results. So, last is text to speech technology or read aloud technology that reads text written on the digital device aloud, finally presenting the output to the input sent. That's it from my side. Thank you. Any questions, please?
You have mentioned that it is available only on the mobile app, not on the web portal.
Yes, ma'am.
And secondly, did you also try to find out whether the customers are finding it easy to place the order using the voice search facility?
Yes, ma'am. It was seen that customers were finding it easier to give a command to the voice search and then ask for a product.
And a voice command can be given in how many languages?
Currently, it is available in Hindi and English only, and they are planning to add more languages, regional dialects, and everything.
Could you also try to find out as to how many customers have now switched on to giving voice command while ordering product, or they still relying on keying in the product and searching the product for placing the order?
Sure, ma'am.
Right. So maybe we can take this further and do a primary research to find out whether consumers are finding it easier to give the place the order using the voice command, or through the traditional way of selecting the product. Right. And also whether the consumers actually find it easy to use the voice command or the traditional way. So we can just take this further and work more on the case study. Right.
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
For all the other participants now, please move to the MS team that we have created for the remaining presentations. And this session, we will be having a research paper presentation now, which will start at 2 o'clock. So over to you, Shikha ma'am. And all the presenters, case study presenters, are moving to the other platform. Shikha ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Alka. So
on time, it's 1:45. When we promised you that 1:45, we
thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Shikha ma'am, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Aditya.
Thank you, Shikha ma'am.
And I wish you all the best of luck for the
Thank
civil
you,
session
and you
also, ma'am.
also. So,
And do well.
how many are left now?
I think
around
there are
6, 5, 6 are left.
Just 6. Okay. So, how much time are you giving?
Let's each, it's taking approximately 10 to 15 minutes for each.
10, 15, yeah. Okay, all the best for the future participants. Okay, see you. Thank you.
And Kalipan sir, thank you for joining this and welcome to it. We had interacted on social media as Facebook. So I hope our researchers will get benefit with your wisdom, which you're going to share in this session. And we will be there, and whenever we got a chance, we'll interact also, sir. And thank you very much, sir. Welcome to session.
So Nitin sir and Aditya sir, let's join on the MS team group, which I've shared with you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome, Dr. Kalipan.
Yes,
Welcome,
doctor.
yeah.
Just call me
Did
narrator.
you send your small profile?
Yeah, I just sent to Dr.
Chitra, you have sent?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So she'll be joining us. Just tell her.
Hello, sir.
Acha, Chitra, you are here. Good.
Hello, sir. Hi, Prof. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
Yeah, fine.
Fine. Great.
Got my.
We have Dr. Pranay Verma also.
Yes.
He's also one of the judges. He's a professor in AIBS. And we have Dr. Kalipan. He's School of International Studies, University of Malaysia.
So, Naren sir, have you shared it? Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you email.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
But is it very long? Is it okay, right?
It's okay. Perfect. We'll do it.
INBUSH 2022 research conference. So today, the 24th of February, 2 o'clock, we are having this International Business Horizon INBUSH era. The theme is nurturing people, purpose, partnership and planet, and performance for creating sustainable world-class organization. So in this research presentation, we have 16 research scholars and students, and they will be presenting around 7 to 8 slides, 6 to 7 minutes of presentation, and 4 to 5 minutes of question and answer session. So for the session chairs and the judges today, we have Dr. Narendran Kalipan, School of International Studies, University Uttaraya of Malaysia. And uh, so Dr. Kalipan is a senior lecturer at the School of International Studies, College of Law, Government International Studies, Malaysia. He holds a PhD, MBA, and a BBA from UUM. He conferred the Distinguished Doctoral Dissertation Award by the Academy for Global Business Advancement, based in the United States, for PhD thesis. He has also.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, my Dr. Gurinder Singh, of course, he is our stalwart and light for us. Then Dr. Shikha, Dr. Chitra, Dr. Pranay, Dr. Sandeep, and Dr. Kalipan. Thank you very much. I'll start my presentation. And the topic of my presentation is self-congruency and referral intentions, the serial multiplication, serial mediation effect of brand relationship quality and brand loyalty. So I am Sumit Chauhan, currently working with MIT International Schools for Science and Innovation. My co-partner is my guide, Dr. Mamta Mohan. He is professor of marketing and sales in Amity International Business School. So I'll start my presentation now to understand what I've done and the objective of the study. So we have to go back to the literature and understand that the self-congruency studies have been there for some time now, and it is known to affect the consumer behavior. Now, self-congruency study means that when a consumer find conformity between the brand personality and his own self-concept, then this relationship helps to is seen to be affecting various consumer behaviors. There are various studies done on it, and a few of them are here. So we can see that the self-concept have been studied in terms of actual self, ideal self. These are the various self-concept that a human owns. So a conformity between these self-concept and the brand personality forms the basis of these kind of research. And you can see that it has been done in hospitality, automobile, tourism. So a lot of sectors were explored with this kind of thing. And then you can see the dependent variable, various starting from brand loyalty to recommendation. So these kind of study are there for some time. Now, what I am studying and what I've done in my current paper, in our current paper, is that we have assumed this relationship and we have taken actual and social congruity with the brand personality as our independent variable. And then we have seen the effect on referral intention, that is intention to refer the product consumer is currently using to his social circle. And my study specifically studied the mediation effect of cumulative consumer experience related to brand. So I've taken two mediating variables, that is brand relationship quality and brand loyalty, and see the mediation of them individually among this relationship, and also see the serial mediation of brand relationship quality, brand loyalty towards referral intention. Now, I must mention the work of Pressman 2006. He has studied the brand relationship quality and brand loyalty and proved their relationship. So that is one of the reasons why I've chosen these two variables. Further, so this is my model: self-congruity, actual and social with brand personality, their relationship with referral intention, and the mediation effect of brand relationship quality and brand loyalty. Now, these are my hypotheses. These are the alternate hypotheses, seeing the mediation effects. Basically, what I want to understand in the paper is that how if there is a conformity between actual and social brand image and a person's own self congruity, it affects the referral intention, and the brand experience mediates this relationship. So moving forward, this is my research design. I've done it on Indian car passenger industry. Now, there is a reason behind why I have chosen Indian car industry, because these self-congruity studies are found to be more effective on conspicuous products which are consumed publicly, and there is aspirational value attached to buying of cars still in India. So, individual car owners sampling method is stratified randomly of different car manufacturers in India. Total sample size is 500. And research instrument is survey. I've done a questionnaire. I'll just discuss the variables. And I've used SEM PLS 3.0 for my analysis. Now, these are my variables: self-congruity. Self-congruity, it is being used as a holistic measure. What we do is first we incite the brand personality through Archer 1997 scale, and then ask simple questions about their conformity in terms of actual and social images. Then referral intention, it uses the Brown and Cully scale of 2005. Brand relationship quality, which is defined as the combination of cognitive, emotional, and behavioral processes that occur between consumer and brand. So it talks about interdependency, it talks about intimacy, love, and passion that a consumer develops with uh, the brand. Similarly, brand loyalty, I have used Pressman scale, and eventually the measurement model was taken care of. And I have studied the measurement model and found out that all the variable are good. Then the model fit for studies, the NFI, SPMR, multicollinearity, and predictive relevance of the structural model was done and is found to be satisfactory. After that, I've done the simple algorithm, run the algorithm and bootstrapping to prove my hypothesis. And this is the result with actual brand congruity, where I found that both the mediators are found to be mediating successfully in the relationship between actual brand congruity and referral intention. Similarly, brand loyalty also found to be mediating with this, and the serial mediation is also proof. That means that eventually, when a person forms a bond with the brand, it eventually start building a more deeper relationship with the brand, which helps in brand loyalty, and ultimately it increases the referral intention or the propensity of referring the consumer's product which he's using currently. A similar kind of result we have got from social congruity studies also. So it highlights that actual and social congruity in terms of automobile market is coinciding. So we are able to prove, and the null hypothesis were rejected in both the cases. So this is what the final model looks like, that brand relationship quality mediates the link, even brand loyalty mediates the link, and this serial mediation had come out to be an original result to this kind of issue. Moving forward, what are the implications? Now, implication is very interesting if you talk about it. First is a formation of unique personality. The marketers need to form a lucrative kind of personality which is coherent with most of the population in a country. So when a foreign brand is coming up in India, they may not go with their own brand personality, probably go very local and try to find out that personality which is coherent with maximum population. And in India, Honda has done that. And MG Motors, although it's not doing that, but it is yet to be seen what kind of success they will get. But a brand personality which coherent with maximum population is the key. The second implication is that you need to involve customer more with brand, with various kind of activities like customer meets, sharing the newsletter, and everything else. So you need to form a deeper personal connection with the brand to go for brand loyalty and referral intention. And the third important implication is formation of a loyal group. You need to have a loyal group with you. For example, Harley Davidson has a loyal group with them. So similar kind of loyalty can be created in a group at state level, at country level, and then those will fuel the referral inquiries to your business, to your dealerships. So moving forward, these are my major implications. Gap and future directions. Now I've done my research in metropolitan cities, that is Delhi and around. So with India so vast, So we can go to tier 2 and tier 3 city and understand that what kind of image do they have and what kind of image do they prefer. If we are talking about referral intention point of view, we have touched actual and social brand congruity, primarily because these are found to be affecting the choice-based decision like referral intention. So we can do with other things also like ideal brand congruity or social ideal brand congruity. And obviously, this study is limited to passenger car. With so many brands coming in, so many segments coming in, we can replicate this study in other segments also. So yeah, this sums up my presentation or my research paper. I would like to take questions, sir. I'm open for the questions, sir.
Thank you. Who will ask question first? Can I ask now?
It seems to be you
Sure,
who asked him one.
Okay, right. Thank you, sir. First of all, very power packed presentation. I really like your presentation. I like the ideas. I like your topic. I just have two questions. One is regarding the theory that you use for this study, the underpinning theory, because that's I cannot see from your slide. That's one question. And another question is, you are using stratified sampling technique, right? Okay, how you use that stratified sampling technique in this study? Can you explain a bit?
Right, so I can do that. So for the first question, that what is my underlying theory?
Yes.
So Ron Shevlin in 2012, gave this theory, which talks about a threshold level at which a person refers, and the threshold level is reached with the help of intrinsic factor, which is internal to the customer, and second factor is experiential. So internal factor and experiential factors sum up together so that the motivation reach to a level of threshold where consumer usually the propensity of giving referrals increases. So that is 2012 theory which I am using, and among in that the intrinsic factor being captured by self-congruity studies, and similarly the brand experience will talk about the cumulative experience. So it's the theory which was there in the literature. Second question is stratified sampling. India is a home to many automakers. I mean, you name an automaker, we have an automaker here. For example, Japanese automaker have a separate kind of look to their brand, their advertisement. They are more Indian, as Japan is close to us. Similarly, we have US, we have German, we have all these car bikes. So what I want is to take stratas of different car makers. So in among 500 samples, 50 is the minimum I have taken for each brand, namely Maruti, Hyundai. So I try to cover all of them to understand the Indian consumer perception about that.
So do you have
Also,
their
this
information?
study is
Do you have their information? How you connect
information
your
on?
respondent? Do you have
I
their
have gone
information?
through a questionnaire. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
I have gone for a questionnaire. I have hired a company called Question Pro.
Okay.
And they are the one who have supplied me the data, because it's a very varied data, and it's a part of my PhD overall.
Okay.
So there are a lot of questions. So I have bought the data from an international agency, and they have the certificate also for the authenticity of the data.
All right, all right. Thank you, thank you.
My pleasure.
A wonderful presentation, Mr. Sumit Chauhan. If you could just show me that model slide, if you could just come to that. I want to ask you a question.
So you want to see the model?
Yes.
Sir?
The one with the hypothesis.
Right, sir.
Yeah. Yes, the one,
Yes,
one with the hypothesis. Yeah, this one. I have one suggestion. I mean,
right.
These are all wonderful. Probably there should be one more hypothesis which should find the influence of self-congruity on referral intention. A direct one. Maybe that should be.
Yes. In fact, since I've just show you the R square value of 0.37 were taken when the whole model was constructed. So you are right that that is the initial hypothesis. That should be the initial hypothesis. But I'm aware of that. I have done that in my research paper.
No,
I mentioned the value
I mean,
of R square.
obviously, it's the initial hypothesis, but it will also decide whether it is a partial mediation or a complete mediation.
I'd say it's a partial mediation. That is the value of R square here. If you see 0.37, which shows the strength of relationship between brand congruity and referral intention, sir.
I mean, that path is significant, I believe.
I have done the model fit analysis of this relationship in my measurement model, and I have seen the coefficient of determinants, SPMR, NFI values, and
You mentioned that, I believe. Yeah, you mentioned it. Yeah, that's the only thing that I want to suggest for this. Thank you. All the best for your PhD.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any other question, please?
Thanks for
Thank you very much.
great presentation, Sumit. So the next presenter is Shilpa Agarwal.
Bhavika, just a sec, because Pratik has to go for the German session. So can we have Pratik Deka as the next presenter?
Yes,
Hanji, can you co-host him, Pratik Deka?
Yes.
I would request for the screen share, right, please. My research paper. All the best. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I've received the screen share, right? I'm just sharing my PPT. I hope my PPT is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Or should I make it a little bigger? 1 second. Okay. While this is loading up on a big screen, this is Pratik Deka. I'm a research scholar from Amity International Business School under the guidance of Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, and Dr. Shikhar Kapoor, ma'am, and Dr. Nitin Arora. So my topic for the presentation today is a study on mental health of young budding entrepreneurs. It's a working paper. And the scenario, as we see, the entrepreneurship scenario is growing, not just across the world, it's growing in India with the government policies and high growth rate of India and other aspects. So what we have observed is the youngsters are also embracing entrepreneurship like never before. And there's a lot of pressure, and the mental health of people at such early age is to be observed as well, because they're taking up big challenges in life like entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship is like a lifestyle where people are working day and night. It takes a lot of toll in their not just physical health, but also mental health. So like I said, when one is running their startup or business, it's very easy to lose track of time. One tends to forget the balance between work and life. So this paper to study and understand the impact of young budding entrepreneurs' journey on their mental health. And after a bit of literature review and research, finalized on two questionnaires, that is PHQ and GAT questionnaire, which are Pfizer approved, and they are specifically for depression and anxiety. So just a glimpse about the PHQ questionnaire, which is the Pfizer approved one. So this is the glimpse. This talks about whether you have interest in doing things, feeling down, depressed, feeling tired or not, how good you're eating every day, are you moving slowly, and things like that. And there's a rating scale of 0 to 3, and then accordingly, we give them a score. Similarly, so this PHQ questionnaire is actually for depression, and GAD questionnaire is for anxiety, where it observes the various aspects like nervousness, worrying, trouble relaxing, and so on. And required validations for the study have been done. I've been in touch with some professors from Harvard as well, and they have permitted me to go ahead with the GSU questionnaire. Now talking about the budding entrepreneurs, we've been interacting with various fellow budding entrepreneurs from senior high school level, at college level, and young corporates. And the sample size is approximately 77 students, 77 participants, and they've been actually part of this program called Incubator, where they've been trained as well, and they're being mentored by experts who are entrepreneurs, and they have pitched their business plans, and they are on the verge of executing their business ahead. So that is the sample size which is being used. And what my hypothesis would be, this is actually a study, so hypothesis is actually a mixed one over here. What I'm assuming, what I'm not assuming, sorry, what is being observed, it's a mix. Some of the entrepreneurs, budding mentally sound and very strong, but in generic, what we observe, it is taking a lot of toll of mental health. So thank you. And this is just a quote: a mild fever, fracture or bone, cancer, or any other illness may happen to anyone. So is the case of such invisible injury of the mind. Thank you so much. Over to the jury, please. Anshika Kapoor, ma'am. Open to any questions, if any.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes. I hope the screen share is off, please.
Still, we can see your slide.
Really sorry, I'm not familiar with this technology.
Just click stop sharing.
Anyways, I'll exit the meeting automatically. It will stop. Yes, I'm open to questions if any.
Okay, right. I think.
Wait a minute. I will do that.
Okay.
In the meantime, you can ask question the judges.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I don't have any question because I really like this topic, because now everyone is talking about mental health. I just want to maybe just one question to you. How you can relate this study with the theme of this research? Can you explain a bit?
See, so what I'm trying to do in my further research is that I'm trying to survey the mental health, and I'm going to also survey the performance at the workplace. So there's another questionnaire called Individual Work Performance Questionnaire. It is done by a fellow colleague and scientist from Europe, and it's already being tested in some of the regions and including India. So what then my correlation would be the mental health status and the individual work performance, and I'll be relating and coming up with the required results.
Okay, that one is for your PhD studies.
Yes, that's one. That is for
right. So just now you explained about the part of your PhD.
Yes, this is one of the segments where I'm studying the mental health of budding entrepreneurs.
Okay, right. That's all. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Pratik, wonderful presentation. Just one suggestion, not actually a question. You would be surveying these entrepreneurs.
Yes.
And you mentioned 77, I think.
Yes.
So, what could be the reason for that 77 number?
Dr.
More or less.
Dr. Verma, actually, I've been interacting with some. Actually, I'm running a program as well, the Incubator program, which I had mentioned earlier. So the people who are involved are 77 budding entrepreneurs. So while I'm doing this program, I thought of utilizing them for my research study as well.
Okay, so I mean, that's perfectly all right. So just think of a reason why this. I mean, when you write that here, you can't say that I know only 77. You have to say some kind of thing that how you arrived at that figure of 77.
Right.
Why that 77, not more or less. That's it. I mean, that's a wonderful career. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Pradeep, for the wonderful presentation. Now, I request Shilpa Agarwal and Dr. Priyanka Malik to present the paper. And the title of the paper is Accessibility of Digital Transaction and its impact on the financial performance of private banks.
I'm just sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, one and all present here.
You can do F5 for full thing. Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. The topic of my presentation is accessibility of digital transactions and its effect on the financial performance of private banks. I'm Shilpa Agarwal, research scholar of Amity College of Commerce and Finance, Amity University, Noida, and my guide is Dr. Priyanka Malik, Assistant Professor, Amity International Business School, Amity University, Noida. So basically, e-banking, often known as digital banking, is the financial technology of the future. The shifting dynamics of India are driving the march towards internet banking. India is increasingly internet aware by 2020, and people will accept real-time online information. As a result, Indian banks set high goals and strive hard to develop world-class online banking capabilities. With new banking licenses, it is expected to attract more enterprises in an already competitive environment. Furthermore, the importance of employees and their optimal utilization in attaining operational profitability, operational efficiency, satisfying customer expectation, and other elements of bank performance cannot be overstated. To stay up with competitiveness, technical challenges, and end users' demand, the banking industry is experiencing tremendous transitions. The role of technology in deciding whether or not a bank succeed cannot be overstated. The Indian government has taken several steps in recent years to promote and support digital payment transactions. The government's main objective with the Digital Indian Plan is to establish a digitally powerful economy that is faceless, paperless, and cashless. As a result, digital payment transaction options are frequently simple to use, comfortable, and allow clients to pay from anywhere. People eventually begin to accept digital payment as a result of COVID situation, and even small company owners and merchants began to take digital transactions. So bank continuously exploit digital technologies to create new value sources and increase efficiency in customer services. Therefore, in present situation, every bank must transform into a digital bank to survive. This suggests that banks should focus on digital transaction as customers' need and expectations are changing. After demonetization, and especially in this COVID situation, the effect of digital transaction has been economically important, making it a strategic weapon to stay competitive as banks face a challenging environment. With rapid technological change, banks face challenges in fulfilling their customer expectation and improving the operating profitability. The purpose of study is to look at the influence of banking technology on the financial performance of the banking industry. The HDFC and ICICI banks banking digital transactions of ATM, NEFT, RTGS, and mobile transactions were considered, and their technology index were designed using the digital transaction to measure the relationship between banking technology and operating profit and business per employee. So, I am here discussing about some current studies in the literature review. According to Vora and Motwani in 2021, they determined the impact of e-banking services on bank profitability, as e-banking saves a lot of time, labor, and infrastructure that would be needed. Another study has been given by Rao and Balaji in 2020 that study into digital payment solutions that are
typically simple to use, convenient, and allow customers to pay from any location.
Excuse me, Shilpa, you can start with the hypothesis because time is less and you won't be able to conclude your presentation. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. So the objectives of my research paper is to study the concept of digital transaction and financial performance, to examine the impact of digital transaction on banks' financial performance indicators, to investigate at the link between digital transaction and the financial performance of the chosen bank, that is HDFC and ICICI, to examine the effect of banking technology index on digital transaction on business per employee and operating profitability of the chosen banks, to evaluate and compare operational profitability using digital transaction, business per employee, and banking technology index. So the methodology of my paper is, in order to conduct this study, a descriptive survey approach was used. Only secondary data was used in this investigation. The RBI's publication, Report on Trend and Progress of Banking in India Handbook of Statistics on Indian Economy, RBI Bulletin, annual reports of respective banks and other valuable publication of private sector banks were used to compile secondary data and information. The data for the study was examined using appropriate statistical process such as bivariate correlation coefficient and the ordinary least square test. The financial success of the bank may be measured in number of ways. So we have taken operational profitability, which is the most common utilized statistic for evaluating a company's financial performance. So the data was collected for the study from two Indian banks, that is HDFC and ICICI, for the year 2014 to 2020. The data was obtained via the money control website. Return on asset and return on equity, these are the two metrics that has been taken for the banks measuring the bank's financial performance. The study's dependent variable are these two. The bank size, loan, and deposits are all treated as independent variables. The bank's overall experience in years of providing digital transaction services to its client is the independent variable. The data that has been collected is analyzed using SPSS software. The correlation and regression tests were used to assess the influence of digital transactions on banks' financial performance in terms of return of asset and return on equity. So the summary of my finding is that first of all, the table 1 shows the relationship between business per employee with operating profitability. The ICICI bank sector digital transactions such as ATM, RTGS, NEFT, and mobile transaction are favorably and substantially connected with business per employee. However, the association between operating profit demonstrates that
only 1 minute left.
So the second table shows the impact of ICICI Banking Technology Index on business per employee and operating profit, which shows that the ICICI Banking Technology Index has no significant influence on its operating profitability. The third table is impact of HDFC Banking Technology Index and business per employee and operating profitability, which shows that HDFC Banking Technology Index has a significant impact on its business per employee. Table 6, it illustrates the association between digital transaction and ROA and ROE, and the value of Pearson correlation demonstrate that except for ROA and internet banking, the correlation between digital transaction and ROE is significantly insignificant, statistically insignificant. Table 7 and 8 shows that there is no statistical significant association between digital transaction and financial performance of banks studied in terms of ROA and ROE. However, in case of ICICI, there is a strong link between transactions and banks' financial performance. Furthermore, whereas the association between HDFC Bank digital transactions and financial success is statistically insignificant, there is a negative correlation between the two. So the conclusion is that digital transactions are closely connected with ICICI and HDFC business per employee. According to the study bivariate correlation, NEFT, RTGS and mobile transaction have a negative link with ICICI Bank and HDFC's operating profitability. Using the ordinary least square method, the study discovered that the influence of ICICI Bank Technology Index has a considerable impact on business per employee, but not on operating profitability. Using the ordinary least square method, the study discovered that the impact of HDFC Bank's technology index has a considerable negative impact on business per employee and operating profitability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shilpa, for your presentation. Wonderful topic, because everyone is talking about this digital transaction after this COVID-19. I just have a few suggestion, not question. One thing is how this your study looks unique than compared to other studies. Can you explain a bit?
Yes, sir. So basically, this is the very current topic, and especially in this COVID situation where physical banking is not possible. So every person is required to do digital transactions. And the development of digital payment to increase the sector's operational substantially, both customers and merchants must be educated. Furthermore, according
Shilpa, I understand this, but how your study is unique compared to the previous study that you showed in the slide just now. You show like e-banking, right? 2021, and then you show several authors, right? How this study is different from that study?
So basically, the previous studies have taken into consideration the impact on the operating profitability of banks.
Okay, so is it any in future studies you have anything in your mind?
Yes, sir. I am doing. Currently in my PhD topic, I am doing a primary study also, in which I am seeing their impact on customers' experiences, also satisfaction. Also.
Great. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful presentation, Shilpa. I have one question. Any reasons for selecting HDFC and ICICI Bank and not other banks like IDBI, Kotak Mahindra, Axis Bank?
These are the two topmost private sector banks, and the digital. And they comes to the topmost when we talk about digital transactions. So that's why I select these two banks.
And one suggestion, I heard you say insignificant several times. So when you get a p-value more than 0.05, you don't say insignificant, you say non-significant.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Shilpa, for your great presentation. Now, may I request Purnima Nair and Dr. Vinod Kumar to present, and the title of the paper is Socio-Economic Concerns of Migrant Workers During COVID-19.
Thank you. Kindly presenter again.
Have you got the screen share?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I hope it is visible.
Yes. Just do F5.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to all present here. I, Purnima Nair, am under the guidance of Dr. Vinod Sharma, sir. I'm here to present on the research topic, socio-economic concerns of migrant workers during COVID-19. So socioeconomic conditions refer to the living standards and financial situations of, in this context, migrating workers. The total number of The total number of migrant workers reported during the pandemic were about 131.29 million in India. On the other hand, US and China reported internal migration rates of 10% and 5% respectively, as compared to 4% in India, which seems to be the experience of the lowest internal migration rate due to COVID-19. So, the research objectives are as follows. To establish the grievances of migrant workers in Delhi NCR region, specifically their social economic concerns during the pandemic, to highlight disturbing occurrences in the society with respect to migrant workers and civil rights violations against them concerning their social and economic backgrounds, and to analyze the awareness of governmental schemes among migrant workers and devise effective strategies to render aid to them via concerned authorities. So, the research and methodology used as primary data collection via purposive sampling, where we approach the migrant workers at our convenient approach. Then, exploratory research method with a sample size of 50 migrant workers was done. The scope was limited to Delhi NCR region, and a nominal measurement scale was used. So, on retrieving the data, we observed that there are about 50,000 migrant workers in Delhi NCR region, out of which a significant 30% are working in Gaza, which is the scope of this study. So, the social and living conditions revealed that 67% of the workers belong to Meerut district, 11% from Saharanpur district, 6% from Kanpur, and the remaining 16% were locals. This shows that the maximum workers had migrated from the nearest district of Meerut and least had migrated from farther district of Kanpur. Then it was observed that 30% had gained secondary education, 67, that is the maximum percent of workers had gained primary education, and 3%, that is the least, had not attended any type of schooling or gained any education. This pie chart demonstrates that the current dwellings have attached piped water facilities, whereas 22 workers do not have it. And this pie chart shows that 99% live with the facility of electricity, whereas 6% workers do not have it. Further, we observed that the maximum workers, that is 50% of them, did not suffer from any kind of injury or COVID-19. 24% suffered with sprain injury during construction work, and 5%, that is the least, suffered with fever, COVID-19 symptoms, and the rest 21% actually did suffer with COVID-19 on a short-term basis. And they were supported by Upper Primary Health Center at Sadiq Nagar. It was also reported that they were not paid any medical leave and medical expenses or travel allowances while they were suffering from such symptoms. Further, we observed that it was noted that maximum, that is 29%, knew regarding Garib Kalyan Rozgar Abhiyan, 15% about MG National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, 23% knew about Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, and 8% did not know about any of the programs. Upon explanation, all of them were interested in joining employment opportunities given by the government. This diagram shows that their current long-term in their current long-term contract, their age categories are also divided. So we observed that 39, 53, and 49 are the ages that are the most common ages, and workers in the age segment 48 to 50 have worked for the longest, whereas nearby 39 and all, they had worked the least. So these were the social condition analysis. Therefore, thereafter, we observed the analysis of the economic conditions, which revealed that majority, that is 50%, share about dealing with five or more tenants, and at the average rent of 700, whereas the least have that's about 11%. They live with one more tenant at the average rent of 1,500. Then we see that 52% workers are not covered by any type of insurance, and this bar graph shows that the majority, that is 42, 38 migrant workers save their families' incomes for supporting their families, and 21% are saving for educating their children, the remaining 3% for buying land. So we conducted a t-test for this data and to compare the average values of two data sets. And the null hypothesis states that the average income savings of those affected by COVID-19 is equal to those not affected by the same. So it was observed that the mean of the subgroups of the sample population was differentiable by a value of 7.5. 862. This means that for every rupees one saved by people that are affected by COVID, about rupees 8.59 was being saved by those who were not affected. So that means about 90% more. So it was a lot of grievance. And it was observed that the variance of the subgroup was a differentiable value 46.3, which is higher value, and it affects the T statistics inversely. So as depicted in the graph, the alternate statement is more valuable according to the p-value, which is about 0.045013. So and also we observed that the Pearson value we got to be minus 0.34. So it has a negative correlation between the two subgroups that we are taking. The novel analysis revealed, like we took a null hypothesis stating that the number of years that the migrant workers had been away from their homes actually affected their awareness about the governmental schemes, such as Ayushman Bharat, which are tailored for them, and we got the null hypothesis to be rejected with a significant p-value. So moving on to the recommendations part. Regarding the health conditions, employers, municipal corporation, representative of the locality, and the organization they are working for must make workers aware of the prevailing diseases, health practices, and different vaccinations, take initiatives to improve their living environment, and introduce ventilation, disposable waste, cans, drinkable water, washrooms, proper sewage, living environment for the cooking facilities and all for the workers. Coming to the social and living conditions, the UP government and Labour Department should digitally register them, generate a card number for availing services such as education, social welfare, law-based for trade union benefits, etc. And also in various other national governments like Singapore, etc., under the state budget, section 25 of the Companies Act, in accordance to India, like there are many affordable lodges which are provided to workers like at rupees 100 per week. So that can be done for in our case as well. So the law department should initiate awareness against exploitation, wages, civil violations, etc. And UP government should necessarily introduce voluntary agencies, multilingual helpline numbers, and economic scheme for compensating accidents, etc. So some organizations also offer equity shares for long-term contractual benefits, and they should be more aware about such schemes. So for the conclusion, the migrant laborers are the building blocks of our society. It is a need of the hour that we strengthen this base by understanding their concerns, especially during COVID-19 times, and media activism can play a major role in this scenario to grab the attention of the concerned authorities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Unimaya, for your presentation. How are you today? Are you okay?
Yes, sir, I'm fine, sir.
Because when you present, you look very dull. Are you okay, right?
Yes, totally.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I really like the topic. So I just have two questions. Number one is I saw one word in your topic. You say like socio-economic concern. The word concern, right?
Yes.
Why you are so concerned on these migrant workers? That's number one question. And number two is how your study will benefit that migrant workers. That's just two questions, please.
So, the laborers, migrant laborers are the backbone of our society. Their welfare is very much related to the GDP growth of our economy. So, we are actually studying and having a gala time in the buildings that they have built. So, it is the need of the hour that we also provide the basic human rights to them. We assure that. And secondly, through this study, we can contact various representatives of the society. The study I conducted was in Ghaziabad region near my college. So they are working under contract for the college, and certain contractors, they are not looking after the living environment. So they can be made aware of their issues, and other municipal corporations, and we can plead them to launch certain lodges at affordable rates for them. So at least basic human rights can be provided.
Okay, right. Thank you, sir.
Munimia, I have one question for you. Was your data? I mean, the data that you have collected is count, if I'm not mistaken, number of workers who agree, who have lived for so many years, or what is number of workers who are from Meerut and all that. So everything is count, which is nominal data. But you applied something like t-test and ANOVA. So I think there is one problem because t-test and ANOVA is meant for parametric. So your data should have been interval or ratio. So for count, you will have to go for something like Wilcoxon's, Kolmogorov, all those kind of non-parametric tests. So if you are saying that it is a count, which is how you have collected data, then the test that you have applied is not correct. Probably you should correct it. Okay, you should look for non-parametric test, not t-test and ANOVA. It cannot be applied. Chi-square can be. I mean, chi-square can be one of the tests for in place of ANOVA, two-way contingency test of chi-square. But there are other tests also. So please correct that.
Understood, sir.
That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Unimaya, for your great presentation. Now, may I request Tabia Mehraj, Archit Avasthi, and Prabal Verma to present. And the topic of the paper is Leadership Qualities of Tata Group.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Can you screen share with Prabal Verma?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Full screen कर दो.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, I'm Tabia, along with Archit Avasthi and Prabal Verma, all from MBA International Business, Section A. And we will be presenting on the topic Leadership Qualities of Tata Group. We did this project under the guidance of Dr. Shikha Kapoor, and giving the first brief about what exactly leadership is. It's an art of motivating the people in your organization, basically to achieve a common goal. By this, an executive can direct, guide, and influence the behavior and work of other people. Obviously, the people working in the organization towards accomplishment of a specific goal in a given situation. It's the ability of a manager to induce the subordinates to work with confidence. Now, giving a little brief about what exactly Tata Group is. It's an Indian multinational conglomerate manufacturer of automobiles, airplanes, and other products. It was founded in 1868 by Jamshedji Tata, and the company gained international recognition after purchasing several global companies. It's one of the biggest and oldest industrial groups in India, and each of the Tata company operates independently. So, a little brief about how Tata was created its business empire. So, in 1868, as I mentioned earlier, Jamshedji Tata buys a bankrupt oil mill and converts it into a cotton mill, kicking off Tata Group's journey. It has various sectors, like it's mentioned in the slide. For metal, it's Tata Metal Link. For IT, Tata consultancy services, financial, automotive. In retail, we have Croma, Tanish, Tata Starbucks, that's very known these days. In infra, we have Tata Power, Telecom, Tata Sky. In tourism, we have Vivanta, Taj Vivanta. And in aerospace, we have Tata Advanced Systems. So with this, I would like Prabal to take over and he'll continue with the presentation.
So let's now discuss some principles that make Tata as a leader in every sector. So Tatas are committed to operating the businesses and conforming to the highest ethical, moral, and ethical standards. They do not tolerate bribery or corruption in any form. The commitment underpins everything that they do. They are committed to good corporate citizenship. They treat social development activities that benefit the communities in which they operate as an integral part of the business plan. Uh, they do not compromise safety in the pursuit of commercial advantage. They strive to provide a safe, healthy, and clean working environment for their employees and all of those who work with them. They expect the business leaders to demonstrate their commitment to the ethical standards set out in this code through their own behavior and establishing appropriate processes with their companies. Let's see how Tata Group came forward for the citizens of the country to fight the deadly virus.
We're getting some breaking news now of Tata Steel, which has just increased its oxygen production. In fact, let's tell our viewers a little bit about the initiative taken by Tata Steel, which is, of course, one of the companies in India leading the battle against COVID-19 in the first phase as well, always putting humanity first. Now, as far as Tata Steel is concerned, raising the daily oxygen supply to 600 tons. Tata Steel has increased its supply, and this is now gone up to 600 tons a day to health centers for the treatment of COVID-19 patients. And on the directions of the Steel Ministry, steel plants in the country are supplying liquid medical oxygen to various states amid the rising demand for oxygen. In a tweet, Tata Steel has also said that they have increased supplies of liquid medical oxygen to anywhere between 500 to 600 tons per day, with increased logistics support, closely working with the Government of India and also the states to augment the availability and save lives.
Tata Steel ramps up oxygen.
This was not the first time that Tatas came forward for help. Back in November 2008, during the 26/11 attacks, they tried their best to help their people. This video.
Somebody called me and said there had been shooting at the Taj. I called up the exchange Taj and there was no reply, which was very strange. So I got in my car and came here, and the watchman stopped me from going into the lobby because there was shooting. You know, at a time like that, we had about 300 guests in the hotel. The restaurants were full. The people in the various restaurants who were removed and brought to the chambers. So the staff was terrific. Without a master plan of evacuation, they moved people to safer places, but many of them got killed in the process.
Ma'am, I'm trying again. I'm so sorry, ma'am.
Vishaka, there is a screen, share screen option, bottom of your window, green color. Vishaka, there is a screen.
Yes, sir, I'm trying from there only, but I think there is some preference issue in my laptop. Sir, I'm trying.
Vishaka, can you send it to me? In the meantime, Silky, can you upload your slide? Silky?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Sure,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm sharing my slide. Good afternoon,
F5.
everyone. Good afternoon.
F5.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes, F5.
I have done. Okay, let me share again, please. Just a moment. All right, so I think now it's in presentation mode.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Good evening, ma'am. Myself, Silki Sharma. I'm doing my PhD under the guidance of Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh sir. And as a part of my paper presentation for my PhD, the title of my paper is Personalized Learning, Artificial Intelligence Promises Way for Education 4.0 at Global Level. If you look at the global market size in terms of the revenue that colleges and universities get in 2022 is more than $568 billion. And if you look at the Indian higher education system, it is the third largest in the world, which is next to USA and China. And education sector, these are some statistics that you can see that education sector in India, it was estimated at US 91.7 billion in 18 and expected to reach 101 by 2019. And then, achieved. And then by 2025, it is going to reach US $4 billion. So in the year 2021, there were 9,700 total AICT approved institutes. And as we all know that India presents a Herculean 315 million students population, which poses several opportunities and challenges for the management, for the institutions, for the faculties, to look for the app solutions which are there in the higher education system. So it presents an opportunity for innovative, potential for the innovative solutions as well as the problems to coexist at the same time. Now, our study will be focusing on the problems related to the teaching and learning process and the solutions in the higher education. Now, after going through the intensive literature review, we all understand that AI-based technologies in Industry 4.0 definitely provides us a number of tools which can promote the equity and which can provide the personalized learning environment to the students. Now, AI is going to become a norm in every aspect of higher education, just like it's entering into the number of other industry segments like telecom, like manufacturing. So similarly, if we look at the higher education, so wherein student is the central stakeholder. So student success, if you look at it, so it's going to help, and already the Western universities are implementing during the student recruitment, for the student retention, alumni engagement, and the students' course curriculum completion. So, and if we look at the teaching and learning, the second parameter, so through learning management systems and intelligent learning management systems, AI is going to transform the learning experience for the students by providing the opportunities for collaborative learning, creating the wonderful learning space, utilizing the cloud, and going to make the students ready for the future skills which are needed in Industry 4.0. Also, at institutional level, it is going to help us in having the secure and connected campuses, wherein the administration activities like security management, data sharing, facilities management, resource allocation, and in day-to-day institutional operations, it is going to be implemented very soon. Looking at the benefits that are being derived in the Western world also. And if we look at the academic research, which is always a most important activity in an educational institutions, so through the various softwares and the systems and the collaborative research, so it is going to enable helping the researchers in creating that environment for their collaborative research, and also a large number of database can be seen and then used to take out the meaningful decisions through the various AI tools, and it is going to help us in increasing the speed of the research. Just like in COVID-19, the rate of acceptance of the technology has increased in almost every field of business. So AI will become a norm in almost every aspect of higher education. There are few more also if you look at the assessment part also, and during the student recruitment, it's very important, just like marketing analytics and promotional analytics. So it has huge applications in the higher education. If we look at the objectives of this study, so this study particularly focuses on understanding the major challenges and problems in higher education industry with special reference to India. Uh, the second objective is to understand the AI developments that are happening in higher education at a global level. Especially the two countries have been taken, USA and UK, from the developed world, which are quite ahead in terms of implementing the AI into their existing universities and colleges. And then also, following the same standards now, a lot of players in Indian education market have also come up and providing a number of platforms for the better output of the students and to achieve the holistic goals of the education. Also, we are going to look at the application of AI, which is personalized learning. That what are the promises that it has to offer for education 4.0 at global level. So if you look at the Indian higher education sector, the problems that exist are related to the enrollment of the students in a course of their choice, and quality of the education which is being imparted, and as per the interest and need of the student, so that the talent of the student comes out and is able to make a career in the area of his choice and also competence. Indian education system also suffers from this dark spot, which is the political interference. Uh, Also, the poor infrastructure and facilities of the higher education institutions is another area of concern as compared to the Western counterparts. Another problem that has been identified through a number of research is inadequate quality research. A number of papers are published from this particular country. So quantity is huge, but if we talk about the quality, so then funnel becomes very narrow, and then poor governance structure of the entire system, their connectivity and effectiveness in terms of the different processes in higher education system and leading to an effective output that's not happening. Now, if we look at on the contrary, if we look at the higher education scenario at global level, so colleges and universities, they have been really quick to adopt the new technology, the latest technology that are offered by Industry 4.0. A lot of development has taken place in terms of the technological during the era of 1980s and 1990s. And they are already, they have implemented and they are deriving the benefits. If you look at the academic administration also, during the instructional process also, so the situation has been changed, and now latest AI tools and technologies are being implemented over there for the different processes in academics world. So I'm so sorry. When compared to other colleges and universities, so services like student services, housing and administration, and teaching learning process, they are the focus area of focus for the developers as well as for the management to decide and to choose the application of AI to be implemented. Now, this research methodology is qualitative in terms of the number of researches, number of journals, and the number of published sources have been analyzed to understand the challenges and opportunities for AI applications in Indian higher education system and the various technological solutions which are offered at present at global and in Indian scenario. So if we look at the AI-based products and services developments that have taken place in US and UK in this particular sector, so a number of organizations based in these two countries are providing, helping the students in the difficulties which are common and which are not very common in terms of both. A lot of products and services have been developed. So if we look at, for example, speech recognition softwares have been developed that help the students who find challenge in writing, who can't write. Also, it is helping them in documenting and email creation. Adaptive learning technology developed by K. Newton. It is very useful in identifying the gaps in education level and helping them in providing the relevant targeted coursework as per their interest and need. And it is quite useful for teachers also in teaching the various science and mathematics subjects. Similarly, another wonderful technology, virtual learning assistant, which is helping the students in having customized learning as per their learning speed and their learning capacity on day-to-day basis and able to provide the real-time feedback. So a number of solutions are there which are helping the students in finding their strengths and weaknesses and also assisting the faculty in managing the performance of the students. So as we can say, adaptive learning, computer vision, intelligence, technology, augmented reality, AI-based knowledge engine, and these are the programs which are helping in understanding the gaps and also in understanding the learner's ability, style, learner's capacity, and then predict the future performance as well. Now, if you look at the Indian scenarios, so these are the number of startups in India that have taken place, wherein we can see like UFIS Learning 21, Practically, Mindler, Counting Well, and Jungru Learning, very, very famous app for school and college going students. So these companies are able to provide AI-powered assessment tools, evaluation tools, practice and learning platforms for the education, wherein they are using the AI-driven algorithm to enhance the learning experience and develop the skills which are needed for in the future leaders, like critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration skills that we have taken from the 21st century life skills from the from a document released by Indian government and Indian Higher Education Ministry. A number of applications, a number of such startups have been noted down, and these are for the reference purpose, which I have taken are the limited ones which you are able to see in the presentations. So a review of 146 articles has been done, wherein the key areas of AI applications for teaching and learning that have been identified are like student profiling and predicting the performance of the student in future, depending upon the present performance, just like we are doing the financial modeling and prediction in the markets. Then we have intelligent tutoring systems, assessment and evaluation, and adaptive systems and personalization. Sorry. So if we particularly focus on the personalized learning application of AI, which has so a number of promises are there for the higher education and especially Indian higher education system, wherein when we talk about such a massive population and students with diverse capability, diverse backgrounds, and diverse financial capacity, and in terms of the number of programs, number of interest areas, so we will it will help student centered classrooms wherein the learning activities are meaningful and connect to the student interest. authentic learning will be there that can help in empowering the students with better knowledge and skills. Then it's going to help in creating the active learning environment, wherein the instruction is going to utilize a variety of learning styles, which is going to support the every learner, because the learner will be able to connect uh, with the faculty, with the course, and with the style. So personalized learning is when you choose your own course curriculum, you choose the faculty, and you choose the time and the speed of learning. So so such kind of personal attention is going to ensure that every child is able to reach to their potential by developing their intellectual and creative talents. Also, it promises further collaborative and cooperative, wherein students, real time sharing of the knowledge, and AI is such a wonderful technology, which is which will help in connecting the students from all over the world. And it's going to connect the students with the faculties from all over the world. So they are going to explore more ideas and utilize knowledge for more meaningful tasks. And teachers are going to be the facilitators in the process of learning, that will help them in acquiring the knowledge. And as you can see in the last line, so opportunities are provided to the students to become creators of the content. So they are going to decide that that what kind of content they can choose from a basket of the available options, and whichever they find more interesting and able to satisfy their needs. So they may refer to that. So it's going to create a positive attitudes for learning, wherein the enthusiasm to go to school, for some innovation, some creativity is going to be inculcated in the students' minds, and especially the progressive students. And it's going to create a lifelong learner attitude in the mindset of the students. Also, it is going to provide caring and supportive learning environment, wherein teacher is able to connect to the student as and when needed. And the query of the student is, the idea is to solve the query of the student by knowing the student, by knowing the problem of the student very well. So this is going to create a relationship of great respect and trust. Because here we talk about the mentor-mentee system. So, and practically we all know that because of the burden of administrative activities, it is not feasible as of now to know the in and out of every student and have that database that record and refer back whenever needed, and to understand the history and the reasons behind the problem. So it is going to create that kind of respect among this relationship, which used to be cherished in the old times, but now because of the increased population, somewhere that link is missing. Parents are going to partner with the teachers to encourage the student achievement through this AI and through this system. It is going to have a good connect between the parent, teachers, and teacher students. So all parties will be informed properly and can take care of the ward and their learning for a better future. So personal learning is going to help in achieving the goals for higher education in terms of the increased outcomes.
I'll interrupt here, Silky. There's a time limit for everything.
Yes, ma'am. It's about
finish your yes.
Yes, ma'am. And it's going to lead to increased retention of the student, lower the cost, when it is as of now it is very expensive, but when this will become scalable, and so it is going to reduce the cost and decrease time to completion the studies. So these are some of the challenges in implementation of AI, which are in the discussion part of my paper at the end, that only a few universities have actually now AI strategy, and they need to, but they need to, they have the plans to develop the one. So, and also there is a difficulty in terms of the competent teachers and researchers in this particular area. So there's there's a demand, but still we need to have a look at the various enablers of this sophisticated technology. And sure, the government collaboration is needed among the top institutes also, so that it can generate the linkage between national research laboratories and research centers for better quality and collaborative research. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity. And any questions, please?
Okay. Thank you, Miss Silky, for your presentation. Personally, I really like this topic because some of my research is on personalized learning and artificial intelligence in higher education. Okay. When we look at your study is look like it's like general. It's like how this personalized learning and higher artificial intelligence in higher education. Okay, everything is right, everything is good. Maybe for your next research, maybe you have to focus on implementation of artificial intelligence, because everyone is talking artificial intelligence is good. It will create personalized learning, but when we used in our classroom, then only we face a lot of problems. So maybe your next research, maybe you talk about implementation, or you yourself you implement that artificial intelligence in your classroom, and then you present the findings. Maybe that one we can consider as a SOTL, right? SOTL, Scholarship of Teaching and Learning. Under this education, maybe you can focus on SOTL type of research to apply this artificial intelligence for this personalized learning. And another thing is, I saw in your slide, there's one word you put like qualitative study, right?
Yes.
And then another slide, you said you review about 140 articles, right? Somewhere in your slide.
Yes, that was in the literature review part.
So how this qualitative, and then you review 140 is how you do this?
Yeah, see, literature review is done by reviewing the research papers that are there related to this particular topic, and qualitative in terms of when the discussion was done with the industry experts from the companies who are involved in manufacturing the products and services, AI based for the Indian education.
You do
interview? Yes,
but
yes.
that one is not in the slide, right?
Yeah, that's not mentioned. I mean, because of the huge content and the limit of the
you have
slides.
to put that information in the slide, so make it clear.
Okay. Okay.
So I think that's my question. So please get well soon, because I saw you cough many times. Hope you are okay soon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
A wonderful and a relevant topic. Just one suggestion, that some emphasis should be made on that research methodology part, so that when you convert it into paper, it will become very clear, crystal clear to the reviewer and to the reader as to how did you transgress from your objective to the findings.
Sure, sir. Sure, I got your point. Thank you. Thank you for your inputs. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, and everyone for listening me patiently.
Thank you, Silky, for your presentation. Now, Vishaka, please proceed.
Yeah, assist the startups in their development field. And the business startup training is an important component of this particular investment. So most of the individuals admire entrepreneurs with the right competencies to explore the field of entrepreneurship, and the much focus is paid to competency-based education or training program, because a great number of books have been debated on the, what causes someone to act particularly in this field, in the field of entrepreneurship. So despite the persistent myth that entrepreneurs are born and are not made, there is a growing volume of research in this debate that that acknowledges the importance of entrepreneurship education and the importance of training as a source of increasing the competencies for the budding entrepreneurs, basically. The majority of newly founded ventures collapses within the first few years of their existence, and they fail to grow in the long term and often remain small and less profitable compared to the existing businesses. And the percentage of falling startup fluctuates between this 42 and 90% ranges. One of the main reasons for that is that founders often do not have the right capabilities of managing a company, and they lack the relevant competencies or the expertise to run the enterprises. Next slide, ma'am. So, according to the literature review that I have studied for this paper, there in contemporary entrepreneurship education, entrepreneurship can be viewed from the three different angles, three different perspectives. Like, namely, the first one is to the state of mind. That means it kind of encompasses those aspects that focuses on the values, beliefs, and attitudes associated with entrepreneurship. Second deals with which focuses on the behavior, which basically deals mostly with the specific skill set in relation to entrepreneurial behavior, like seizing opportunity and exploiting it as much as possible. And the third angle is focused on the creating specific situations where the main concern is on creating the new firms and creating certain situation wherein they can use their ventureship and their venture skills for developing new venturing out. Being entrepreneurially competent does not only mean that you can only know how to write a business plan, and it also implies that you recognize and act on certain opportunities which are lying in the market for you, and you take the initiative. So you act as an initiator also. It implies also that you are actually able to identify and further exploit an opportunity to create a viable business opportunity for yourself and maybe for your enterprise. Moreover, entrepreneurial competencies are put into practice and further developed by learning through experience, and for instance, through reflection on the critical incidents which are there. There are certain research, ma'am, okay. So the research objectives are to analyze the concept of competency-based training programs for the startups and to explore what is the need for doing this particular thing, why there is a dire need for competency-based training for startups, and to explore the gaps, what are the gaps in the competencies in the entrepreneurs which are there who are working for their startup and for the success of their startup, and maybe bridging those gaps by providing the right kind of training so that they can venture out properly and they can invest in the economic development of a country. And the research design and methods include the studies like articles and other studies material were retrieved and sorted through based on the well specified subject to obviously from my study, that is competency based training for these startups. Empirical and theoretical studies conducted in the context were preferred, and these were the keywords which I have used for the research, the papers which I have researched for this thing, and a random bibliographic scan was performed to give the references for my study. So I can conclude here from the literature review I have studies that in the current situation there is a need for competency based training for these startups, and there's this development of entrepreneurial competencies is fundamental for the startups and the founders. Special training programs should be intended to facilitate the acquisition of specific competencies which should be there to enable entrepreneurs to successfully run their enterprises. And it is actually very important for the startup to shift the paradigm to and get the focus more on the competencies which should be there, so that they can get the maximum from their investment, be it like any resource like time, energy, money, so they can get the maximum from their investment in their enterprises and can get the maximum, and obviously from the right skill set, knowledge, beliefs, and attitude and talent, they can actually get the right kind of output from the success of their enterprises. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Vishaka, right?
Yes.
For your presentation, very clear presentation. I really like the style of presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I just move to the question because when I read the title, so your title is competency-based training, right? But in your presentation, I couldn't see what is competency-based training. What are the components under this training? So can you explain it?
Okay, sir. Thank you for the question. So competency-based training, I think somewhere it comprises of the knowledge, skills, and the attitude of an individual personality that help him or her to take ahead his or her idea into and making it viable and making it a success.
Okay, is it any proven module that can be as a training? Because you are saying that competency based training will be good for startup business, right? Entrepreneurs.
So there are various studies which I have studied, like that there's this lack of training has done these many disadvantages to the startup, that there are failures in the startup because of lack of the right competencies which should be there. Definitely, sir, I have to study more in this respect, that what are the, is there any model, and there are so many other studies which must be there in the books and maybe other articles, that there must be some model like this knowledge skill and habit KSA and other stuff are there to actually bridge and tap the right kind of competency based model to obviously to help me in this particular research.
Yeah, I think better you find out what is competency based training modules or component, or
Okay.
you can look for any entrepreneurship incubators, right? Currently people are talking about incubators, so maybe you can include in your study. Okay, right?
Okay, sir.
Thank you sir.
Thank you, sir.
Vishaka, I don't have neither any questions. Just you have to probably do more study. Study more and try to put more meat to your research. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Pranay sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishaka, for your wonderful presentation. Now I request Ishita Sharma and Dr. Alka Maurya to present the paper. The topic of their paper is a study on dyeing handicrafts industry in India.
Ishita, are you there? If Ishita is not there, we can have Mansi.
Ma'am, I'm here.
Ishita, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, share your screen then.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
There's a green, yeah.
So, ma'am, my topic is a study on dyeing handicrafts in the handicrafts industry in India. Under the faculty, Dr. Alka Maurya. I am a student of AIBS MBA 3C. Moreover, India's handicraft export will cross the rupees 24,000 crore mark by financial year 2022-23. The Indian handloom and handicraft industry is the backbone of Indian rural economy for decades. It is one of the largest employment generators and agriculture providing a key means of livelihood to the country's rural and urban population. The sector functions on a self-sustaining business model with craftsmanship often growing their own raw materials and is well known for being a pioneer of environmental friendly zero waste practices. Being a pioneer of environment friendly zero waste practices, what do I mean by that? Hermes, manufacturer of the world's most expensive handbag. They use several exotic skins, including Niloticus and Porosus crocodile, alligator, lizard, and ostrich. They are extraordinary, beautiful, expensive, and usually more of a collector's item. Herman's Birkin bag are one of the most expensive in the world, ranging from $40,000 to $500 for a single bag, which means INR 29 lakh 86,222 rupees to INR 3 crores to 73 lakh 27,850 rupees. It is the cost of a single bag. Why I am comparing Hermes from an Indian product? Because our product are purely organic. And when it comes to handicrafts, of course, we need to improve our craftsmanship to get the position like Hermes in global market for our Indian product. Dying Indian handicrafts versus active Indian handicraft sector. Rogan colorful art in Gujarat, Pinchkari, Jali, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir. They all are few of dying arts in India. Pallava stone craft of Mahabalipuram and Tamil Nadu. Sital parties met, Gwalpara, Assam. But we do have some active handicrafts in India like paper mass of Jammu and Kashmir, Thanga painting in Ladakh and Himachal Pradesh, and etc. We are rich in silk products, and I believe Swalkuchi silk of Assam is one of the most exotic and expensive silk in the world. But still, because of traditional and conventional weaving and lack of tools and techniques, we are not able to place them globally in the market. Indian handicraft, a multi-billion-dollar sector. With this wide range of craft silks and the number of artisans in the country, India has the potential to make the sector a multi-billion-dollar industry. Handicraft exports from India reached rupees 25,706.3 crores in 2019 to 2020. Exports of various handicraft segments are listed below. Woodwares, embroidered and crochet goods, miscellaneous handicrafts, hand-printed textile and scarves, imitation jewelry, art and metal wares. They are making Indian economy more stable, and they are adding up to rural India as well. The major countries they are interested in Indian handicrafts are US, the UK, the UAE, Germany, France, Latin American countries, Italy, the Netherlands, Canada, and Australia. They are the key countries that imports handicrafts. India stands to gain exponentially as the handicraft sector expands and gains momentum. What is making them dead? Lack of skill set, less availability of tools, conventional method of craftsmanship, unstructured marketing strategy, less exposure to national and international market, and financial issues. The government is actively working towards developing the sector to maximize its potential. Artisans faces challenges such as inaccessibility of funds, low penetration of technology, absence of market intelligence, and poor institutional framework for growth. In addition, the sector has ploughed by implicit contradiction of handmade products, which are typically at odds and scale of production. To overcome these challenges, the government has launched several initiatives and schemes. Ambedkar Hastshilp Vikas Yojana, Mega Cluster Scheme, Marketing and Support Services Scheme, Research and Development. My plan and strategy. Research and development, identifying and observing the actual pain points of artisans, restructuring the dye handicraft sector, making strong marketing strategy, upskilling craftsmanship, display them on national and international market, joining government initiatives. And of course, that's why I have joined MET to gear up them. Why Indian handicrafts are only restricted to street markets. These things pinch me a lot when I was traveling to Middle East. I saw Pashmina shawls getting sold at Indian street market as well as in Middle Eastern street markets. Why is it so? Where do we lag? Why our Indian product can't afford to be sold at premium rates and have a standalone stores globally like Hermes, LV, 2XL, and many more. It's not about innovation. It's about we have to work towards transformation. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ishita, for your presentation. Thank you for showing me all these pictures because I also don't know about this Indian handicraft, so I learned a lot from your presentation. I can feel how much you love these Indian handicrafts. May I know this is what level of research is this? Is it masters or PhD?
So I'm a student of MBA 3C.
So you are doing for MBA project paper or
MBA project paper, right, sir?
okay? I'm. Can you show that slide? My strategy, my plan, or something.
Yeah.
This is very interesting. My plan and strategy. Can you explain about this? My plan means what is this?
This is about, sir, like how can I make them globally active? When I see if any Indian handicraft sector is dying, what I can personally do to add up to adding up in their skill set, and how I can make strategies to place them in a global market.
Okay,
Like
how are you going to do that actually?
of
Do you have
course,
any platform to do that? It's like a website or Facebook, like
right, yes, it's of course I have to take the approach of digital marketing and proper planning and strategy. That's why I'm learning international trade market and international strategic marketing management here in Amity, because of my personal interest in handicraft, and I really want them to see upgraded and placed in a global market.
okay, very good initiative. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Prof.
Ishita,
Yes, sir.
the presentation that you have made is more like the status of the handicraft industry in India and what should they do to export or to sell in the overseas market. In order to convert it into a research type of thing, probably we'll have to work out on the objectives. This slide is very important. So your plan, so probably it should be talking about your objectives and finding out what you really want to do actually for for this concept, for this thing. I mean, things related to handicraft industry. So do you want to find out the reasons for failure? I won't say failure. Reasons for not meeting the world standards, benchmarking, something like that. So you have to probably do more type of um, literature review and find out what has actually transpired for this product category. Okay, and then probably you can convert it into a research paper.
Okay, sir.
I'm talking primarily from a research angle, not from a project or other things.
Sure, sir. Sure, we'll do it.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would request Mansi Dudeja and Dr. Chandranshu Sinha to present the paper, and their topic of the research paper is Interventions in Human Resource Development and Management Using Technology. Mansi, I'm uploading your slide, your PPT.
Thank you, Bhavika. Good afternoon. My name is Mansi and I'm doing PhD from Amity under the guidance of Dr. Chandranshu Sinha. My topic is Interventions in Human Resource Development and Management Using Technology. The review article examines current breakthrough I cannot see the slide. The review article examines current breakthrough in the use of virtual reality in the field of human resource development in a critical manner. A VR application simulates the actual environment and facilitates virtual interactions and cooperation, providing recruits, existing workers with immersive, near real life value added experiences. VR enabled training and development benefits in overcoming time and distance challenges, resulting in current, efficient, and effective learning and development. This review study provides fascinating insights on VR interventions in HRD practice, as well as connections between these interventions and VR design ideas. As HRD professionals receive access to relevant and clear information, the idea helps them learn faster. Technology has changed the face of the workplace, starting from the mainframes in 1960s to the current technology from virtual reality, augmented reality. The digital revolution is changing the traditional HR policies and development practices. The department is increasingly moving away from traditional practices and adopting the new strategies. It has helped the change the way HR department contact employees, store files, data, and analyze employees' performance. Technology and HRD practices. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Bhavika. Technology and HRD practices. The current tendency in technology in research is the field of HRD is to describe an existing practices and advancement. VR solution may help with the design and implementation of human resource development programs at all the phases of career. The use of VR based learning development initiatives, workers' attitude, knowledge, ability, and behavior. Interactive learning solution may be created using virtual reality tours and games. Virtual interventions for HRD. HRD focuses on combining careers, development, organizational development, training with the goal of improving individual, groups, and organizational performance at the whole, building learning capacities. It focuses on combining human imagination with technology to provide endless formal and informal learning possibilities. VR development of the individual. VR enabled training may serve as a cure for employees' development, resulting in benefits like increased productivity, happier employee, more engagement, and improved retention. VR is being used in workplace training, learning by a growing number of companies these days. VR for developing and supporting the groups. VR team building games that allow participants to participate. Multiplayer team buildings bring immersion and engagement to the whole new level that also helps them to come up with the creative solution and challenges. VR interventions at organizational level. HRD approaches procedures and models while building VR interactions. For organizational development, HRD experts must include in learning views. Individual and group learning are both necessary for knowledge production and growth in organizational level. VR interventions for individual and team training building throughout their careers. VR based HRD solutions are being tested by a variety of enterprises, ranging from tiny production units to other parts. A rising body of evidence implies that virtual reality is a highly effective training tool and has a promising future in HRD. And this review supports the conclusion. The expense of technology and instructional designers' limited capacity to create and change content are two major roadblocks. Thank you.
Hi, Manasi. Thank you for your presentation. Looking at your title, Intervention in Human Resource Development and Management Using Technology, but when you do your presentation and your slide is almost like you are talking about VR, virtual reality. But in your title, why you never put virtual reality?
So I've put what is virtual reality helping HRD in achieving the goals of the company.
But in your title, you just put like using technology, right? But I think most of your research is about using VR in training in human resource development. So maybe you have to look back your title. So another thing is like I couldn't understand the objective of this study, because you never mentioned about the objective of your study in this presentation. maybe you have to look objective, then you do your presentation. So then only we can clearly understand what you want to do in this research. Okay, Manasi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Thanks, Manasi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your input.
Mansi, almost the same thing as Dr. Narendran is mentioned. It was also not very clear to me as to what this research is about. So probably you have to be more specific with objectives and your objectives would be the main thing, and then and for that probably you need to talk to your guide. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mansi, for your presentation. Now I request Siddharth Hora and Dr. Shikha Kapoor to present. The title of the paper is Employee Wellness Programs.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. So is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon. So my just a second. So yeah, my topic is employee wellness programs, and I'm doing this under the guidance of Dr. Shikha Kapoor ma'am. And yeah, so what is employee wellness program? An employee wellness program is employee wellness program is a type of program which incorporates any action intended to help better well-being at work or potentially to improve well-being results. An employee wellness program is a set of incentives ranging from fitness challenges to health screenings, flu shots, that seeks to improve the overall health of people working in an organization or a company. Wellness programs are generally very customizable or malleable, that can be shaped primarily by the needs of the employees and the resources of the companies. So, employee wellness programs has many benefits to it. Some of them are improved employee productivity. So when an employee is highly motivated and is physically and mentally fit, so the mental load on him coming from the day-to-day activities of the work is reduced. So hence his productivity also increases. If the employee is less second one would be reduced employee absenteeism. So if an employee is less stressed while working for an organization, he is less likely to take days off. And if he is mentally and physically both fit, so he is less likely to take days off for sick also. Reduce employee turnover. When an employee gets to know that the leaders are taking steps to improve his stress level and help him to have a sustainable stress level. The employee turnover ratio also is less due to as he's motivated and driven. The wellness program also benefits the safety environment of a company, as the employees are less likely to be injured during the working hours of the company. It also enhances the company's image, as company's image is primarily seen in the employment market as what it does for the employees. So that also gets that also benefits the company. It also improves the employee morale, and also helps the employee to be committed to the organization. So while having so many benefits, the employee wellness program also has many drawbacks. The wellness schemes become at a point when the wellness programs are implemented. There are many times that wellness schemes become the driving force for the person to be motivated at the work. If that employee wellness program is not there, he's not that motivated to work. So that also becomes a drawback, and it all obviously increases the budget of the budget, and it because it has a slow return on investment. Some managers might feel not inclined to include this as a part of their as a part of their budget. Not every employee gets to participate in this. Some employees might not participate. So some employees that do not participate might even feel discriminated. And including while doing a employee wellness program, you are required to submit your health data and previous reports. So this might feel as an invasion of privacy also. uh, so employee we all know workplace wellness programs have definitely evolved and have taken a lot of importance in this age. The following companies have taken a extra step in order to promote their health, happiness, and productivities in their office. So first, I'll speak on Accenture. So Accenture, they every employee has a teledoc service, meaning that you can contact 24/7. There is a 24/7 doctor available. You can contact the doctor any point of time. Uh, then there is substance abuse, or there are classes provided for substance abuse cases. For example, if an employee thinks that he has addiction towards cigarettes or any other substance, so they can take classes to avoid that. So Accenture even offers fitness centers in their campuses. Accenture innovative wellness program enables its employees to set goals regarding their health, and also provides its employees with gifts and compensation when they achieve those targets. So Google is one of the best known companies for employee wellness programs. They they offer many social wellness programs such as cooking classes, employee get together, uh, employee fitness weekends. They also have uh, uh, a fitness week where each and every employee is required to set a goal and then achieve that goal in that period. So from my primary data that I collected, I got to know that I took 100 responses. So out of those 100 responses, I got to know that 66% of the people that were working in those fields had experienced stress. And out of those who had experienced stress, wellness activities did contribute to them not having stress anymore. That was 77% of people actually felt better after participating in an employee wellness program. Thank you.
Finish your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Siddharth, for your presentation. Just my few comments on this. First of all, the topic is very good, very timely topic, because currently during this pandemic, everyone is talking about the wellness program.
Yes,
but when is it for your MBA project or PhD project? What level of research is this?
So I did this research solely for presentation of the paper.
Or just paper presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand the way you present, but maybe when you present like for the conference, maybe we want to look from the research methodology part, because when you present about these 100 responses, who are the respondent, how you choose this respondent, what are the, from where you take this questionnaire. So please strengthen your research methodology part. Maybe you can go for publication later. Okay, another good thing in your slide is you show some companies, right, like Google.
Yeah.
If can try to make like a table form, what are the wellness program, what are the activities they do, so at least we can see from there, so something that we can compare to other companies. So these are the two things that maybe I'm expecting from you.
Sure, sir.
Okay, right. Thanks, Siddharth.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Prof.
Yeah, Siddharth, I think on the same lines, basically, more rigor is required for a conference. Maybe next time you can use the same concept, but go more in deep and then
sure, sir.
Be more specific. Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Siddharth, for the wonderful presentation. Now, I would request Pranjal Karpe and Dr. Gurinder Singh to present the paper. The title of the paper is Impact of Advertising Mix on Consideration on E-Commerce, Case Study on Home Appliances.
Yeah. Ma'am, just let me know once my screen is visible. Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, jury, and all the respected members of the committee. And good afternoon to all previous presenters who have, presented their presentation in this research conference. Uh, uh, I just wanted to start with a little bit context about the presentation, where in this presentation and in this case study, I am talking about a brand which is number one in its own category, predominantly in the offline market. But in online medium, where there were this new age players who came in and started building up positioning over there, and how this brand prepared itself to counter in a 6 month of period to all these players who were trying to snatch away the market positioning of this brand. So this particular story is about the brand which is existing from last nine decades, and have been most obnoxious brand to be known for its quality and the innovative product which it has bought in last 9 decades. The objective of this particular case study was that we need to increase the brand consideration, increase the brand saliency in the range of ceiling fans for the category on the largest e-commerce platform during the festive period, which is October period, when usually the largest sales which happens across this e-commerce platform. The TG what this case study talk about is the user looking for electrical appliances for their home improvements, or somebody who has bought a new house, he would want to go for the best fitment, and those kind of target audiences were there. So the problem statement was that brands started losing ceiling fan market share to all these new age brands on the leading platform. uh, Namely, Amazon and Flipkart are the leading platform. One of the platform was where it started brand started reducing the saliency of it, and was ranked to number 3 at the beginning of the season itself. So the campaign objective was to become number 1 by the festive season. So we had 6 month of period where the complete permutation and combination of things were, can be played out, and the algorithms could be beat, and hypotheses, different kind of hypotheses based on the content, product, price, promotion can be established. So and which eventually came up with a number that 35% of glance views is like more people, how many more number of people are required to see your products to make itself number 1 in that particular category again. So based on that, it required 35% of views over the product, were more views were required than what was the current level of thing. So how this case study was then, how this brand did was, it took an approach where in the approach it has 3 critical points. The first one was understanding the leading marketplace platform, and where the fans category itself was expected to grow by 70%. Over and above and top of that 70%, 35% additional share from the competition in terms of view was supposed to be taken. So the glance views were considered as a measure of consumer demand and needed to maintain high brand share to grow the business within the category. And the this approach was divided into 2 parts, which came up with 2-dimensional strategy on the glance views. So I have mentioned it as GVs. Uh, on First one was organic and second was paid. How to improvise on the organic uh, how to improvise on the organic visibility, and how to build up rest of the balance for the share by the inorganic approach. So in organic approach, we created different variations and tested their PDPs. PDPs is like page display view, where the title, bullets, everything was optimized by integrating high volume and top performing keywords. So if your keyword search ranking has to go up, the content of the product itself was incorporating those, so which helped us to improve our organic presence. And in terms of improved backend search terms, so we also focus on keywords and search terms. Critical search term with high volume were incorporated, and the number of product offering on the platform also went high, so that if more the number of product, more the people will see the brand products. So the number of ASIN which is over here is like stock indication number, which is were created, and so that we can garner more organic traffic to the brand. So also we analyze customer reviews at what exactly they are expecting uh, uh, from the brand, and based on that we kept on building up our content and display content, which will help us to get more organic reviews and try to minimize the negative sentiments which are there on the platform. The second tier of the approach was paid. So even paid was taken as three-tier strategy, because there are multiple display mediums which can be used for advertising. First one was search, second one was display, the normal display ads, and third was third party. So search is a keyword which is used for in-market audience, which we draw more traffic via our sponsor brand campaigns. SB stand for sponsor brand campaigns. When somebody searches that keyword, we see a top level advertising medium on the top, and sensing the s- so so taking that in consideration, what we did was we increased our sponsor product ads also. It's like targeting the competition, whosoever is taking share, so that whenever people see their product, at least they are able to see the product in means the brand product in parallel. Also we started increasing investment in non-premium inventories, and which led to also new age platform where for the advertising like brand videos, and because it was pretty early, and the platform was also trying this, so we leveraged that at a pretty lower cost, and we customize our campaign with a single ASIN strategy. So it's like for every product there will be a single promotional lever. So whichever, so if there are, so we run thousands of campaign, let's suppose, out of which if 300 is performing, then we invest more in those 300 rather than all 1000 running at parallel. So that was a search optimization strategy which was taken by the brand. And in terms of display, the invest means highly invested, because all this display get you new audience. So it is all about the brand which has a high saliency in offline, or started building upon capturing the same audience online, and also started targeting new audience with the display campaign integrated with TVC. So whatever TVC the brand ran, those similar elements were there to increase higher recall of the people, and people started clicking on that. Once the person has clicked in this tier of paid approach, we also draw external traffic contributing to additional GVs, the glance views. It's like once you clicked on a product, you can see the ads on multiple platforms like Times of India, IRCTC. So wherever you go, those ads follow. So we started, retaining and started retargeting those audience who has clicked on our products, so which has led to really good conversion. So, what was the impact on consideration? So, in March, when the brand was number 3 in terms of visibility, to the season, which is October, where the brand became number 1 in terms of visibility, with a share of voice of more than 20.5%. So from 15.4%, the share of voice grew to 20%, 20.5 precisely, which led to 101% of sales growth on the platform. So from 6.7 crores, the sales grew to 13.5 crores, which is approximately 101% of more growth in terms of sales and revenue. So which helped this brand to become number one in terms of visibility. And the mix included so it was all about change in the mix of mediums which were used. So before media mix before included only means, the majority of spend used to happen on the sponsor brand and sponsor product category. But over the period after implementing and all test running things, the media mix was brought to 50% towards the sponsor product targeting the competition keywords, sponsor brand towards building in category based awareness. Sponsor video was a new category where we leveraged 5% of the mix, and which yielded good results as well. And sponsor display, which was towards audience category, and sponsor display were the one which was creating the awareness. So from the awareness we moved towards a consideration kind of a thing. So it really helped brand to grow share, sales, as well as consideration uh, uh, beyond just only awareness. So in a nutshell, that single ASIN strategy helped us to help the brand to map the keywords and ASIN performance, enabling better optimization, so that the optimization was better and the brand which lost its position and regained it, and leverage contextual ad inventory in the display as per the cost of GV compared to other placement was 60% lesser. Started using 3P external traffic, contributed to additional glance views by targeting user outside Amazon who had shown interest in fans. So the result was the brand was able to achieve number one positioning in October 21 in the festive season from the rank 3 in March. Brand GV share grew by 400 basis points. Offtake grew by 101% in October 2021 compared to March 2021. The benchmark conversion and the click-through rates were better than the category averages. Everything happened at an efficient and optimized ad cost per GV, which was brought down by 46%. So brand continues to maintain number one or strong number two position on the platform, and and the brand which the case was to establish itself as a brand number one with by using different kind of media mix was achieved during the event. Um, that's it from my side.
Thank you, Pranjal, for your presentation. It's like too technical to understand your research. Just a few questions on your presentation. In your title, you use the word like advertising mix, right?
Yeah.
What is this advertising mix? Is it similar like a search engine optimization?
Yeah. So let me just come to this thing. Advertising mix is all about the kind of mediums which platform offers you to use. So like there is a sponsor product kind of ad where it is keyword based and the ASIN based. So if you want to gain share from the competition, okay, so it suggests you the products which is your product against the competition products or competition keywords. Let's suppose if I'm a chocolate seller and I want to target Cadbury's, so I'll just put Cadbury's product to be mentioned over there, and next to Cadbury's product to the end consumer, the product will come as a suggested product. If you're looking at Cadbury, this
How
is the
this
suggested product.
different from SEO?
Means this marketplace platform offer limited visibility on the keywords. So they SEO and marketplace keyword targeting is completely different, because Google offers complete end-to-end keywords even if they have made one search. But limitation to this marketplace is their mediums, few of them work on keywords where the SEO is based on, and this sponsored display is based on the audiences and the category where they are driving, because it's the intention when they search over the marketplace, it is more towards purchase intent.
Okay.
In the towards the bottom of the funnel, SEO is towards where you are creating awareness also.
Okay. Do you create any platform for this research? Because you use the word like we right many times. Do you create any platform?
Platform for the research, yeah, it was marketplace provides you a platform where all this information on SOVs, share of voice, share of expenses, kind of keyword rankings, competition biddings, everything is available over there.
What is that? Is it website or what?
Yeah, it is a website. Marketplace provide all this analysis.
You created or it's already there, or I don't get that point.
Means I don't know if I can use their name or not. So there are two leading marketplace. One is Amazon and Flipkart. One of them provides the category insights, which is where the decision making lies. So the metrics from those, so it offers you multiple matrices where the analysis happens, and based on that the strategy can be formulated. So in our case, as I told you, we chose glance view as a key matrice to operate upon. There can be SOVs and there can be uh, SOE and other matrices also. So the initial hypothesis how we arrived on this was we ran multiple single product level campaigns so that we know, and on multiple mediums. So in those hypotheses we identified glance view as a metric because it was closely getting related to the market share. When I say we, all this execution happened through an agency. The brand operated with an agency and the marketplace player together to derive on this case study where the share was not there, and we wanted to be, when I say the brand wanted to have the share of that particular pie, so it don't want to lose the position. So losing position to a number one player where this complete case study lies, and the everything, the critical hypothesis was based on, first of all, what strategy to be opted. Second was what is the approach to be taken, and the third one was how it get executed, and will it help us to get that number one position back in the place. So in within this 6 month of hit and trial and multiple hypothesis testing, this case study was evolved, and the brand was able to achieve number one position by using multiple media mixes. Where I was talking about different media mix, I'm talking specific to the platform, which is one of the platform, which is Amazon or Flipkart. So I cannot name it. So these are the mediums which were used. So previously, what was the mix? Majorly dominated by sponsor product and sponsor brand. A little bit of sponsor brand was diverted towards the video ads. In terms of sponsor display, uh, means it was helping to create the awareness of the funnel. But by shifting that a little bit 4% towards sponsor product and focusing towards the keyword and the competition keywords, we were able to achieve that paid media excellence. So the brand was able to achieve it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Pranjal,
Yeah.
what do you intend to do with this research? Do you want a case study to be presented, or do you want a research paper to be published on this kind of research that you have done?
Yeah. So, sir, this is associated with my research topic, and my research topic of my PhD
No, my question is,
is.
do you want to present a case study, write a case study with teaching note, or do you want to write a research paper, which would be an empirical research paper?
Sir, the intention is to write a case study and convert it into, because this is a thread where the brand has achieved what was intended. Definitely, there are a lot of learnings which this case study brings in, then, and probably if replicated with multiple brands, can help us achieve better results. So that is something we can build upon those hypotheses from this case study and further develop into research and take it forward.
I think you have to first figure it out whether you want to build it as a research paper or the case study, because the approach would be different for both. Okay.
Yeah, as of now, it is case study, sir.
Okay. Okay. Then one thing in this case study, probably you have to build a story, and then you have to bring out the protagonist. Okay, who would have a research problem or some kind of problem. Okay, and it has to altogether change. Okay. And one point in your finding, I found, it was mentioned about 3P, but probably it was missing in the, the
In the
lower
presentation.
level. Yeah. 3P.
Yeah.
Have you mentioned anything about 3P? The background of 3P, because for example, you write that drove external traffic contributing to this thing, used retargeting to improve ROI. But how did it?
This is one of the medium. Yes, sir. So 3P is third-party ads. 3P is third-party ad, sir. And in third-party ad, what happens is this is a kind of completely bottom of the funnel kind of.
So something should be incorporated in. Just like as you mentioned of those SEOs, those 5 different type of. This one. SP, SB. So something.
3P is DSP. So it's terminology different. DSP is 3P, where the target audience. So 5% of the spend was happening towards the retargeting, sir. Because we were just creating awareness before, because considering that people will buy, but people didn't bought. So that's where the change in the media mix.
If these are the different basis of, different changes or the different mixes or the different types of advertisement that you're suggesting, I would also agree with Dr. Narendran that these probably, this is something to do with SEO rather than advertisement mix. Okay.
I think within the e-commerce, sir, I think there is within the e-commerce platform, there is a lot of advertising happening, and which is slightly deeper into it, which brings in this. So it's like Amazon itself is kind of a first product search engine, or Flipkart can be its own first kind of product search engine. People these days go directly on Amazon rather
when
than
you go
getting
for
it optimized
publication, the
over to
academic
Google.
world is different from this industrial world, okay? Corporate world. So we have just giving you an idea from an academic world. So if you look at from an academic world, probably you have to use this term SEO more than advertising mix. Otherwise, the paper will not be accepted; it will be rejected because of the.
Sir, SEO is only towards Google. As I'm telling you, it's like search engine optimization. The search engine, usually the largest one is Google, and followed by Bing and other smaller players. That is towards the search of things. This is within the e-commerce platform, sir, and which offers its own universe of terminologies and mediums of advertising. So if you want, and in SEO, when we say, sir, it is more towards organically driving it, which is part of e-commerce world as well. But SEM, which is towards the paid side of it, where all these paid mediums come in, which I'm talking about, sir. So if I compare this with SEM, yes, I can do that. But when I say it's an SEO, it is the
SEM,
organic part of it.
Certainly not
So it's
advertisement.
like so it's all about organic. Organic is comparable. So in this e-commerce world, sir, organic can be compared with SEO, and the paid, which I'm mentioning over, can be compared with SEM. In search, there are only keywords and minimum amount of displays, but over here it offers you a lot of retargeting, video banners, and other thing also, which also happen on Google, where we have YouTube videos and ads going in. Similar, these product engines are offering this SBVs, sponsor brand videos, which come along with the product sales. So it is more towards the bottom of the funnel, where consideration, preference, and repeat purchases happen, sir.
Pranjal.
Thank you.
Yeah,
sir,
I take your feedback, sir.
I have one question for Pranjal. Pranjal, you are emphasizing all the time that it is not SEO, right? But you tell me how consumer reaches on this platform. What are the customer touch point before it reaches this platform?
Definitely, sir. A little bit what what I'm aware about online is for the categories like appliances. Now, 40% of, specifically in mixers, 40% of consumer directly lands on this platform without going to any search engines. And eventually, on an industry level, 16% of consumer directly lands on this platform directly.
What is
on
algorithm
Amazon or
for that?
Flipkart.
If what you are saying, no, it is landing 60% directly. So you tell me how they are landing it, no? 40% is a big number, right? It is a big number.
Yeah. For appliances like water heaters, appliances like just one second. So for product like mixers, it is 40%. That's the high level of this industry.
That is what I'm saying. You see, today's time when you are looking for a customers, which we are finding a KPMG report is saying 64 customers are information seeking and they at least use 3 touch points before reaching for any kind of product, right?
That is true for millennials, sir. That is true for millennials, where if you want to target a younger audience, minimum 3 touch point. I have read that report, sir.
Yeah, you have read that report. So you tell me that you are mentioning that directly we are lending up. So what is the process by which we are directly lending up? Because without any kind of search engine, how a consumer is directly reaching? You are saying without going on a road, I am going to a store.
Sir, I think it goes back to consumer behavior again and consumer journey on a whole. This particular case studies means focuses on the audience which is directly in platform towards the bottom level of consideration and preference cycle. The awareness is definitely happening through other platforms, sir. So awareness can be a TVC medium. So we break through a TVC which bought us some audience from there. There are multiple mediums to create awareness. Digital as a medium is highly oriented towards creation of consideration, sir. So in awareness, consideration and preference alone, as soon as you are within buying intent, or you are in research intent, people definitely lands up on this particular platform. But as a consumer journey, the complete research cycle, sir, it starts with the kind of awareness you are creating. The funnel is on the top, which I'm not touch basing in my case study. I'm just considering the people who are in market or who are buying some other product on this particular platform, and we are trying to show them the ads and increase the brand saliency.
So you are saying that those who are subscriber of this platform, for them, this entire case has been developed.
Yes, sir. And the brand would want to have a higher saliency in e-commerce as a market, because most of the people start searching. It has become a preferred first medium to search for a product. Also, for 16% of audiences of whole as a whole, in terms of consumer journey, they have multiple touch points, as you rightly said, sir, which is there in KPMG report. But the traditional users come through search medium. The smart users come even through social media, where the percentage can be very less, but yeah, people have started coming through social media on this platform as well.
So there also, no, both of the cases when you're talking about search engine or search engine optimization, what both the
Aditya, please, we have many I think so. You can discuss with him whatever your queries are. He's already present here. So we have our next. We have series of researchers here who have to give their presentation.
Yeah.
He is here in the campus, and you can have a discussion with him.
Sure, ma'am. We'll have. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we have with the next presentation? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone.
Sharak, can you? Sharak Gera, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. So my topic for today is study on the impact of service quality on customer loyalty in the tourism industry with context to hotels. So why did I choose this topic? I choose this topic because before this is a working paper. I have not completed it yet. So it has been observed that for retaining customers we are able to satisfy the customers, but for retaining customers it's very hard for any industry, for any company. So, and especially when you are providing services to the customers, because there is no contact, there is no something which a person or a customer can connect with. So in the service industry, it is very important for maintaining the customer loyalty. So that's why I chose this topic. At present, tourism industry is a major source of income, especially for the growing economies, as they tend to grow the countries. This is for the so due to the imports in the reasons. So would have to make magic bullet decisions to catch the attention guests and to retain them for the long run. So by reviewing, I reviewed the literature about service quality, customer satisfaction, trust, or different opinions. Most of them are coming on the conclusion that yes, customer quality tends to lead to the customer. I am so sorry. There's some technical.
Chair, I think you have a network issue also.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just correct. Is it visible now?
Yes, yeah.
I'm so sorry for the glitch. I'm so sorry. Yes. So my objective of the study is to find the relationship between the different variables, especially between the service quality and the customer loyalty. How service quality leads us to use different variables under the service quality, quality, that is physical attributes. We have physical attributes. I have price. We have empathy, and we have trust and customer satisfaction as different objectives. So as the hotel adds to the growth of the overall country's economy, as I've just said, so it is significant to research about this. The research gap, well, there are many studies which talk about customer loyalty, but they directly talk about service quality and customer loyalty. The basic variables which should come is like service quality leads to customer satisfaction, then it leads to customer loyalty. So we add customer satisfaction as a basic thing which was not researched yet in the customer loyalty research. So the research methodology is the structured questionnaire with descriptive inquiries and the qualitative questions to collect data from the respondents. They were the respondents from different age groups pertaining to the Indian context itself. And it's a self-administered internet-mediated survey. And also the study is cross-sectional as it studies about the relationship between different variables. So this is the model which we created. The first are the you can see 4 variables: convenience, physical evidence, and price, which are directly impacting the service. The service quality, after achieving these 4 variables, service quality has direct impact on customer loyalty and has an indirect impact on customer indirect impact through customer satisfaction and trust on customer loyalty. In a simpler context, I wanted to know that either the service quality is going in the direct direction towards customer loyalty, or we need to study customer satisfaction and trust. So the hypothesis is that service quality has positive and significant impact on customer satisfaction, trust, customer loyalty. And similarly, the customer satisfaction and trust has positive impact on customer loyalty. To check the reliability, I use the Cronbach alpha to Excel, and the value of the whole questionnaire come out to be about 88%, which comes out to be very good, and it stands reliable. The benchmark is reliable. Most of the variables, all the variables are more than 0.70. So this is the demographic descriptors. The males are higher than the females, but I have not touched upon the demographic descriptors as a basic variable yet. So this is the regression analysis. The p-value of all the hypotheses, or we can say the variables, comes out to be less than 0.05. So we can accept all the hypotheses for the meanwhile. So the finding is that the response rate was 100% as the self-administrated data, and 0.01%. The p-value was more than 0.05%, and the results reveal that service quality has a significant impact on customer satisfaction and trust, and similarly, it has direct impact on customer loyalty. So if someone wants to go further in the study, they can imply that there is nothing like first service quality, then customer satisfaction, then trust, then customer loyalty. Service quality. If you're giving a good quality to a good quality product to a customer, it can directly lead to the customer loyalty. They will absolutely come to you again. You don't need to satisfy them. You don't need to entertain them again and again. Your product in itself is if good, then it can directly lead to customer loyalty. But yes, there are the limitations of the study. First is it's the Indian residents. Most of them are lives nearby the Delhi NCR and the capital Delhi, which is more cosmopolitan. We don't know about the rural population. And it also doesn't cover the true population. And other factors should also be studied to obtain the customer loyalty in hotel industry. And for example, I just use physical attributes, price, empathy. More variables can also be included. Like there is one new concept coming, that is digital environment. So it can also be studied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Again, I really like this topic, service quality. And then hotel industry is one of my research area. I always do research on this hotel industry. May I know what level of research is this? Is it for master level or PhD, or only for this presentation?
So it's bachelor's level in.
Oh, okay, bachelor level. Okay, for bachelor level, I think this is okay because when you have to look for more literature review, because when we talk about this service quality, customer loyalty, I think there are many research has been done, right?
Yes.
So maybe you can update for your bachelor level. This is okay, but maybe you can update the level for the literature review. Go for like a 2021, 2022 literatures. And then for the measurement for this service quality, I don't know from where you took this measurement, because I think for service quality, we always refer to Parasuraman, right? So maybe you have to mention that person name in this, because we have to give credit to that person. So please mention his name in your presentation. And then look at your model. I thought you are doing something about this mediation, because you have customer satisfaction and trust, but when I look at your hypothesis, this is like a direct relationship. So maybe maybe in future you try to do this for your master level project paper. Okay, so that's all for me. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, check for a graduation thing, for a BBA thing, it's very good. But just 2 points which you should note it. One is that some more, some novelty has to be brought in. So probably what the variables have been selected are very overused. And secondly, if you have got that kind of model, a regression equation is not the solution. It has to be a structural model. Okay. I mean, these are 2 inputs, but probably it will be required when you do the next degree or something else. Otherwise, it's a good presentation. Very good presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay, for your wonderful presentation. Now I would request Bhavna Kumar and Dr. Gurinder Singh to present on the topic emerging paradigms in internationalization of higher education in India.
If she is not there, maybe she is busy in the INBUSH women's session. So can we have Dayanand, Mr. Dayanand Tripathi? Mr. Dayanand Tripathi? For the presentation?
Hi, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am. I'm just uploading it.
The topic is a great reset by Yuva 2021, defining the talent landscape for Indian industries from the lens of learning agility.
Ma'am, just a second, I'm just uploading the deck.
Yep. Your screen is shared, so you can upload it. Yeah, Mr. Dayanand Tripathi, we are waiting. Do you have any problem in uploading? Then you can send me the presentation.
Ma'am, I have just tried uploading it, but I've just sent it to you. May I request you to please?
Yeah, please send it.
I just sent it, ma'am.
Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your kind help, and a very good evening to all the panelists here and all the professors and my dear friends who are there. As you say that this topic is not new for us. It is something which has been in the our corridor talks, like VUCA is something has always hit us very hard. This is a Zulu word which actually means that waking up. And if I look at from my or
Where has he gone? Mr. Dayanand Tripathi, are you there?
when I say talent management landscape, it is something which is about how an organization is going to manage the talents to cope up with this VUCA. And now with this pandemic, this has become more evident that this VUCA is not going to go anywhere. It is going to be there, and it is going to change some multiple avatars, and it is going to I would say disturb the continuity and disturb the overall stability of the organization, or you say the environment. So this is a little abstract. I'm sure this would have already been noted down. Ma'am, may I request to go to next slide, please? There are the three questions which came into mind when we were actually undergoing this topic. The first question is about what are the enabling factors to enhance the learning agility among talents in order to face VUCA challenge? There have been a lot of discussions and research which has come up on this. However, when it comes to the contemporary, and I would say that every 5 years there are certain new challenges. Sometimes the challenges are from the economic side, sometimes the challenges are from political side, sometimes the challenges are from something which had never been so called seen before, which is unprecedented, which is about a pandemic hitting economy, political, and all kind of scenarios. And this really it changes not only the talent landscape, it changes the entire product, the market, and the entire talent landscape. So what are the enabling factors which can really enhance the learning agility? And while learning agility, I'll also throw some light on that in the next slide. And the B question number 2 is about okay, ma'am. So if I talk about now, what is the VUCA? So this is just a again little rhetoric, but I just tried explaining it little on the on this side. How can we transcend from VUCA? What are the underlying principles? So if you look at each and every factor of VUCA has been attached with one of the attribute. So for example, the volatility is being addressed through visionary, and uncertainty is being addressed through understanding. The complexity has been addressed through clarity, and the adaptability, the ambiguity has been taken care of by the agility. Now, this agility is something which is the essence which I have just taken up in the in this paper. And if I go to next slide, uh, ma'am, next slide, please. Yeah. So if you look at the next slide, it just talks about that there are two axes of VUCA. One axis which talks about what is the how can you predict the outcome of your action, which is you can say that is an x-axis. If you go upward, you'll talk about that it is about due to complexity. It is very difficult to predict that what is the outcome of your action going to be. And the on the y side, if you look at what is the situation, or how much what is the depth of knowledge you have about the situation, is something which gets addressed or gets managed by the y-axis. And if you look at the volatility and uncertainty are the two factors which really immediately talks about it. Ma'am, next slide, please. This is again, I'm just trying to define the learning agility, and this is I've gone through some research papers where, and the most relevant which I have undertaken here would be from Lombardo and Leginger, who defined that it is the willingness and ability to learn from experiences and subsequently applying that learning to, or I would say that it is about uh, how can we address this the first time new conditions, and how can we adopt with that. This is something which they tried explaining in their research paper. And the other thing which really touched me was from Buckey in 2016. He defined that learning agility as a combination of behavior that exhibits flexibility, speed, experimenting, collaborating, information gathering, and feedback seeking. And the last but not the least is reflecting on those parameters. So this is just an summary of these two papers which I've just gone through. And if I go to next slide, it is about how it is relevant in the line or from the lens of talent management and development. So if you look at this is a little framework which has come up, and it talks about that there are some antecedents of learning agility, and those. Number one is that individual differences. Every person has come up with different upbringings, different, I would say, preferences in life. And the second is about organizational culture. Every organization has a different cultures, and culture is also, if I refer to Quinn and Macron model, it talks about them. Some cultures are which are derived on which are more about controlling, centralizing of all the decision makings, and the other side there are some sort of against culture which talks about how flexible and how innovative you can be. So this would suit to different sort of business models. However, from learning agility point of view, if you look at this, both the combination individual differences and organizational culture, both the differences actually they would impact the immediate learning agility development at the workplace. And to accelerate this journey, there are all these three elements: self, the organization, and also what are the team composition which is there at the workplace. They all actually impact this learning agility capability. And there are multiple ways to enhance it, whether it is through work experiences, through continuous instructions or feedbacks. This can be navigated to your intended outcome. So this is a little framework which I would be pondering more in the paper. These are some differences which I have intended to undergo, and would be my bellwether in this entire journey. This is just my last slide on this, from a view from a talent management professional on VUCA. The chaotic environment which we have around us, there are solutions which are there itself, but because of the chaos created by VUCA, we are not able to see it. So yeah, this is just a preamble of my entire paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daya. Thank you for your presentation. Very good topic, because now people are talking about VUCA. Not only now, I think previously since 5 years or 10 years, people are talking about VUCA, and then this COVID-19 then push some more about this VUCA. And then in your topic, we can see like talent management, and then learning agility. Okay, my overall comment is like, when we look at the concept, like a concept paper, this is fine, this is good. But if you want to bring this to measure, like how you're going to measure this talent management, how you measure this learning agility, so maybe you have to go further, look for some literature review. So something, how you're going to operationalize all these variables. Is it for your PhD study?
Sir, my PhD topic is different. I've just, out of my interest, undertaken this paper.
Okay, this presentation just for this conference.
Right, sir.
Oh, okay, right. But for the conference purpose, I think this is fine, because you have a very good concept. So maybe you can focus on writing conceptual paper for the publication based on this idea.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right,
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dayanand, I actually do not have much to comment on this, except that probably it can work as a paper, something to do with talent strategy or something like that. You can develop it. That's all from it. I don't have actually really anything to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dayanand, for your wonderful presentation. Now I would request Bhavna Kumar and Dr. Gurinder Singh to present on the topic Emerging Paradigms and Internationalization of Higher Education in India.
Thank you. Just give me a moment to share my screen.
Sangeet, can you share the screen with Dr. Bhavna? Okay, good.
I was Shikha, was jumping from one session, so I apologize.
I know. You were there in the other session. Yeah. Please.
Yes, I was there. In fact, my conceptual and strategic paper, which I am presenting, good evening to everybody, is actually an ongoing strategic framework that, based on a longitudinal study, I have been experiencing this paradigm shift in internationalization with the proud growth of Amity International Affairs Department since 2003 and since 2020. And then I decided to also take this up as a research paper, which I am going to pursue and take forward in my PhD. But for the purpose of the conference today, which is also the theme of the ongoing International Business Horizon, we have been discussing the role of international collaborations. And this paper, which I started writing, is concluded with some remarks which I have just fine-tuned before making the presentation. Internationalization of higher education from the point of view of Indian universities and institutions in particular. It was UNESCO which gave a definition of international business expansion, which I used as the theoretical base for my conceptual framework, wherein traditionally people used to talk about students going abroad for higher studies to be equivalent to international education. Whereas the concept of internationalization is not only restricted to students moving from one country to another, just as we used to see in our own country in India. People used to first of all go only for PhD outside, then the focus shifted to masters, then to undergraduate, and now we see so many exciting new paradigms emerging. Just as we have on the panel today one of the judges from Malaysia, which is I think a very good example of how internationalization has come in, because it is from insights that researchers like me, and specifically evolving researchers and scholars like us, will get to understand how we can practice academic writing and research writing in a better manner. Hence, the integration of various perspectives in the area of internationalization, whether it is with the involvement of researchers and academicians from across the world, or student exchange programs, faculty exchange programs, cross mobility programs, distance learning, and more importantly, other innovative models, which I will just touch upon as a summary of my existing paper. There have been Dr. Vangelis, whose theory again I use as a base. When we talk about international business strategy, just as we talk about it from any company or organization, there is a globalization perspective, there is an export, import, and things perspective. In the area of education, as this model shows, there were branch campuses, which Amity already has in different areas, but each country provided a different focus in terms of regulations. Hence, the model changes with respect to franchising or twinning or online delivery, or looking at the local norms and coming up with some other models to impart education. What I'm trying to assess is that when we're trying to take a particular entire institution outside or bring an institution inside, is that the only international business strategy? Or because of the dynamics that have changed, specifically with respect to the new education policy and with respect to other higher education institutions which have come in, like some of the new age traditional liberal education models in our country today, which are bringing in those best practices to our country, then it is not only in terms of the people going abroad that will happen, but the new education policy, specifically the budget which announced and by the New York University coming in, the gift city in Gujarat, the future scope of this paper will be that if those universities are coming up and setting up campuses, my hypothesis for the next stage of my research after this conceptual paper will be to understand that if they are going to be here, will that stop student mobility from going outside or not? But restricting to this paper, the models that I have studied and framed up, they have so far been restricted to some franchise arrangements, joint and dual teaching, which has not been in India, but the new education policy may come up with some innovative strategies towards that. Credit transfers and articulations have been very common and have been taken up and are growing in Indian universities and institutions. And there has been a growth of 30% based on my statistics for the last 2 years alone in this area. Study abroad programs have also grown with a rate of 70% in Amity alone, using that as a base. Short duration and internship abroad programs have also grown. What is the best innovative model that has emerged in my strategic study is that beyond the campus and campus, beyond the branch campus or people coming and setting up campuses here, which require huge infrastructure, any company which is looking at exporting this kind of a thing will have capital investments. To avoid that, university collaborations and partnerships are coming up with internationalization in the manner of campus and campus. Campus and campus meaning that instead of coming up with a full university abroad, they are trying to look at models where there will be a small office or a representation in that particular university that will then be not giving them the onus of having to invest so much in land. And land constitutes one of the biggest investments in higher education, which sometimes becomes a restricting factor. What we are looking for in internationalization of higher education in particular is academic exchange. We are looking at intellectual exchange. If we can figure out a manner in which more and more of these ideas, specifically because the digitization and technology has thrown up, then the lower the investments and better will be the internationalization strategies. So some of the summaries slides has unfortunately have not been able to present, but right now this is still a work in progress paper.
Okay, right. Thank you for your presentation. Before I comment anything, may I know your background?
Professor, I have 30 years of experience in total, and out of that 20 have been in Amity. And I have been working under Group Vice Chancellor who's heading international affairs. Only last year I decided to take up all my experience and try to work upon a thesis in internationalization.
Okay, I can feel when you do your presentation, you are talking from based on your experience. So I don't think I can ask any question because I don't have your experience. Maybe you have a very good concept. One thing I really like is when you show that the strategy, right? Global strategy, multi-domestic. So that one normally we will teach in international business course. So normally when we teach, we will use like MNCs, like those who are doing business and making profit. This is first time when I see when you take that model and then you want to put in higher education. So I'm very excited. If you finish your study, please share your findings, because how you do this based on higher education model.
I
So
would
all the
love
best.
to, and thank you so much. I'm learning. That's what I'm excites me when I do research. So if I am able to put, I feel synergy of academic research with practical application is the future. And if those two can work together, and if I can take research insights from all of you and apply it in practice, that will be the best way forward.
Yeah. Maybe only thing that you have to emphasize more on research methodology, because you have a very good concept, but when we go and do the measurement and statistics, so you need to focus on more on research methodology.
I have done one factor analysis, but I could not show the results here, which was based
So
on
you already
120
started your
students.
PhD? You already started your PhD?
Yes, I have started.
Okay.
I am a doctoral student under Dr. Gurinder Singh only. So I've just finished my coursework, and this was this. I'm working on a factor analysis study, but my ultimate thesis is going to be focusing on these evolving models, specifically in the Indian sector first. But as a first part, I was trying to understand the international, what you just mentioned. I'm trying to take up theoretical frameworks and put them into application in order to give it a proper framework, which is what this paper is the first attempt.
Okay, right. Thank you for your presentation. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, a wonderful presentation. Just, a simple suggestion for the 7 models that you have proposed, a comparative study with some kind of theoretical inputs would make it, a A-star publication.
Thank you. I will only take your time to develop those frameworks.
Yes, ma'am, why not?
I would love to learn from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the researcher. That comes now. We are in the end of the session. And thank you, Dr. Kalupin and Dr. Pranay Verma, to take out your precious time for the researchers and, guiding and giving them the support. So an appreciation letter certificate will be sent to you with the conference proceeding. And Dr. Chitra, my co-host, you want to speak anything?
I really thankful to Naren sir and Pranay sir for spending their lot of time in this entire presentation part and listening to them and giving a wonderful that suggestions to each and every that researcher. And we look forward for further that collaborations as well as more research that activities with you and your university also, Naren sir. And I'm really thankful that on a short notice as you came and you accepted our invitation.
Almost like 8 o'clock night at Malaysia.
Yeah, true. It's 8 o'clock. Since last 4 hours you are sitting and listening to all the research papers. I'm really thankful to you, Narendra. And I request if you have any kind of a feedback for our students and all the scholars, especially and all. So I will.
So far, I'm very happy because I can listen to many studies from leadership, marketing, branding, higher education. Wonderful presentation. Just keep on doing every year. I will support. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Narendra, for your wonderful feedback and your patience listening to all the presentations. Thank you very much.
I have already sent the certificate of appreciation and the conference proceedings, and to all the scholars, the certificates and the conference proceedings. So that we come to the end of the research conference. So meet you in next year, 23rd.
Okay, and one more thing, I request everyone to please join the valedictory session, all the research scholars, as it's we have to announce the best research paper, that presentation award also. So we request all the scholars and presenters, please join valedictory session, which is tomorrow. So we will be sharing the link with everyone.
And the judges, please send your evaluation to both Chitra and myself so that we can evaluate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.